Part 3.
Chapter 61 of the Eustace Diamonds. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Eustace Diamonds by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 61. Lizzie's Great Friend. The Saturday morning came at last for which Lord Fawn had made his appointment with Lizzie, and a very important day it was in Hertford Street, chiefly on account of his lordship's visit, but also in respect to other events which crowded themselves into the day. In the telling of our tale, we have gone a little in advance of this, as it was not till the subsequent Monday that Lady Linlithgow read in the newspaper, and told Lucy, how a man had been arrested on account of the robbery. Early on the Saturday morning Sir Griffin Tewett was in Hertford Street, and, as Lizzie afterwards understood, there was a terrible scene between both him and Lucinda, and him and Mrs. Carbuncle. She saw nothing of it herself, but Mrs. Carbuncle brought her the tidings. For the last few days Mrs. Carbuncle had been very affectionate in her manner to Lizzie, thereby showing a great change, for during nearly the whole of February the lady, who in fact owned the house, had hardly been courteous to her remunerative guest, expressing more than once a hint that the arrangement which had brought them together had better come to an end. "You see, Lady Eustace," Mrs. Carbuncle had once said, "the trouble about these robberies is almost too much for me." Lizzie, who was ill at the time, and still trembling with constant fear on account of the lost diamonds, had taken advantage of her sick condition, and declined to argue the question of her removal. Now she was supposed to be convalescent, but Mrs. Carbuncle had returned to her former ways of affection. No doubt there was cause for this, cause that was patent to Lizzie herself. Lady Glencora Palliser had called, which thing alone was felt by Lizzie to alter her position altogether. And then, though her diamonds were gone, and though the thieves who had stolen them were undoubtedly aware of her secret as to the first robbery, though she had herself told that secret to Lord George, whom she had not seen since she had done so, in spite of all these causes for trouble, she had of late gradually found herself to be emerging from the state of despondency into which she had fallen while the diamonds were in her own custody. She knew that she was regaining her ascendancy, and therefore when Mrs. Carbuncle came to tell her of the grievous things which had been said downstairs between Mr. Griffin and his mistress, and to consult her as to the future, Lizzie was not surprised. "I suppose the meaning of it is that the match must be off," said Lizzie. "Oh dear, no. Pray don't say anything so horrid after all that I have gone through. Don't suggest anything of that kind to Lucinda." "But surely after what you've told me now, he'll never come here again." "Oh yes, he will. There's no danger about his coming back. It's only a sort of a way he has." "A very disagreeable way," said Lizzie. "No doubt, Lady Eustace. But then you know you can't have it all sweet. There must be some things disagreeable. As far as I can learn, the property will be all right after a few years, and it is absolutely indispensable that Lucinda should do something. She has accepted him, and she must go on with it." "She seems to me to be very unhappy, Mrs. Carbuncle." "That was always her way. She was never gay and cheery like other girls. I have never known her once to be what you would call happy." "She likes hunting." "Yes, because she can gallop away out of herself. I have done all I can for her, and she must go on with the marriage now. As for going back, it is out of the question. The truth is, we couldn't afford it." "Then you must keep him in a better humour." "I am not so much afraid about him, but, dear Lady Eustace, we want you to help us a little." "How can I help you?" "You can, certainly. Could you lend me £250 just for 6 weeks?" Lizzie's face fell, and her eyes became very serious in their aspect. £250! "You know you would have ample security. You need not give Lucinda her present till I've paid you, and that will be £45. "35, said Lizzie with angry decision. "I thought we agreed upon 45 when we settled about the servants' liveries. And then you can let the man at the stables know that I am to pay for the carriage and horses. You wouldn't be out of the money hardly above a week or so, and it might be the salvation of Lucinda just at present." "Why don't you ask Lord George?" "Ask Lord George! He hasn't got it. It's much more likely that he should ask me. I don't know what's come to Lord George this last month past. I did believe that you and he were to come together. I think these 2 robberies have upset him altogether. But, dear Lizzie, you can let me have it, can't you?" Lizzie did not at all like the idea of lending money, and by no means appreciated the security now offered to her. It might be very well for her to tell the man at the stables that Mrs. Carbuncle would pay him her bill, but how would it be with her if Mrs. Carbuncle did not pay the bill? And as for her present to Lucinda, which was to have been a present and regarded by the future Lady Tewett as a voluntary offering of goodwill and affection, she was altogether averse to having it disposed of in this fashion. And yet she did not like to make an enemy of Mrs. Carbuncle. "I never was so poor in my life before, not since I was married," said Lizzie. "You can't be poor, dear Lady Eustace." "They took my money out of my desk, you know, ever so much." £43, said Mrs. Carbuncle, who was, of course, well instructed in all the details of the robbery. "And I don't suppose you can guess what the autumn cost me at Portray. The bills are only coming in now, and they really sometimes so frighten me that I don't know what I shall do. Indeed, I haven't got the money to spare." "You'll have every penny of it back in 6 weeks," said Mrs. Carbuncle, upon whose face a glow of anger was settling down. She quite intended to make herself very disagreeable to her "dear Lady Eustace," or her "dear Lizzie," if she did not get what she wanted, and she knew very well how to do it. It must be owned that Lizzie was afraid of the woman. It was almost impossible for her not to be afraid of the people with whom she lived. There were so many things against her, so many sources of fear. "I am quite sure you won't refuse me such a trifling favour as this," said Mrs. Carbuncle, with the glow of anger reddening more and more upon her brow. "I don't think I have so much at the banker's," said Lizzie. "They'll let you overdraw just as much as you please. If the cheque comes back, that will be my lookout." Lizzie had tried that game before, and knew that the bankers would allow her to overdraw. "Come, be a good friend, and do it at once," said Mrs. Carbuncle. "Perhaps I can manage 150, said Lizzie, trembling. Mrs. Carbuncle fought hard for the greater sum, but at last consented to take the less, and the cheque was written. "This, of course, won't interfere with Lucinda's present," said Mrs. Carbuncle, "as we can make all this right by the horse and carriage account." To this proposition, however, Lady Eustace made no answer. Soon after lunch, at which meal Miss Roanoke did not show herself, Lady Glencora Palliser was announced, and sat for about 10 minutes in the drawing-room. She had come, she said, especially to give the Duke of Omnium's compliments to Lady Eustace, and to express a wish on the part of the Duke that the lost diamonds might be recovered. "I doubt," said Lady Glencora, "whether there is any one in England except professed jewellers who knows so much about diamonds as his Grace." "Or who has so many," said Mrs. Carbuncle, smiling graciously. "I don't know about that. I suppose there are family diamonds, although I have never seen them. But he sympathizes with you completely, Lady Eustace. I suppose there is hardly hope now of recovering them." Lizzie smiled and shook her head. "Isn't it odd that they never should have discovered the thieves? I'm told they haven't at all given it up, only, unfortunately, they'll never get back the necklace." She sat there for about a quarter of an hour, and then, as she took her leave, she whispered a few words to Lizzie. "He is to come and see you, isn't he?" Lizzie assented with a smile, but without a word. "I hope it will be all right," said Lady Glencora, and then she went. Lizzie liked this friendship from Lady Glencora amazingly. Perhaps, after all, nothing more would ever be known about the diamonds, and they would simply be remembered as having added a peculiar and not injurious mystery to her life. Lord George knew, but then she trusted that a benevolent, true-hearted Corsair, such as was Lord George, would never tell the story against her. The thieves knew, but surely they, if not detected, would never tell. And if the story were told by thieves, or even by a Corsair, at any rate half the world would not believe it. What she had feared till the dread had nearly overcome her, was public exposure at the hands of the police. If she could escape that, the world might still be bright before her. And the interest taken in her by such persons as the Duke of Omnium and Lady Glencora was evidence not only that she had escaped it hitherto, but also that she was in a fair way to escape it altogether. 3 weeks ago she would have given up half her income to have been able to steal out of London without leaving a trace behind her. 3 weeks ago Mrs. Carbuncle was treating her with discourtesy, and she was left alone nearly the whole day in her sick bedroom. Things were going better with her now. She was recovering her position. Mr. Camperdown, who had been the first to attack her, was, so to say, nowhere. He had acknowledged himself beaten. Lord Fawn, whose treatment of her had been so great an injury, was coming to see her that very day. Her cousin Frank, though he had never offered to marry her, was more affectionate to her than ever. Mrs. Carbuncle had been at her feet that morning borrowing money, and Lady Glencora Palliser, the very leading star of fashion, had called upon her twice. Why should she succumb? She had an income of £4,000 a year, and she thought that she could remember that her aunt, Lady Linlithgow, had but £700. Lady Fawn, with all her daughters, had not near so much as she had. And she was beautiful, too, and young, and perfectly free to do what she pleased. No doubt the last 18 months of her life had been made wretched by those horrid diamonds, but they were gone, and she had fair reason to hope that the very knowledge of them was gone also. In this condition, would it be expedient for her to accept Lord Fawn when he came? She could not, of course, be sure that any renewed offer would be the result of his visit, but she thought it probable that with care she might bring him to that. Why should he come to her if he himself had no such intention? Her mind was quite made up on this point, that he should be made to renew his offer, but whether she would renew her acceptance was quite another question. She had sworn to her cousin Frank that she would never do so, and she had sworn also that she would be revenged on this wretched lord. Now would be her opportunity of accomplishing her revenge, and of proving to Frank that she had been in earnest. And she positively disliked the man. That probably did not go for much, but it went for something, even with Lizzie Eustace. Her cousin she did like, and Lord George. She hardly knew which was her real love, though, no doubt, she gave the preference greatly to her cousin, because she could trust him. And then Lord Fawn was very poor. The other 2 men were poor also, but their poverty was not so objectionable in Lizzie's eyes as were the respectable, close-fisted economies of Lord Fawn. Lord Fawn, no doubt, had an assured income and a real peerage, and could make her a peeress. As she thought of it all, she acknowledged that there was a great deal to be said on each side, and that the necessity of making up her mind then and there was a heavy burden upon her. Exactly at the hour named, Lord Fawn came, and Lizzie was, of course, found alone. That had been carefully provided. He was shown up, and she received him very gracefully. She was sitting, and she rose from her chair, and put out her hand for him to take. She spoke no word of greeting, but looked at him with a pleasant smile, and stood for a few seconds with her hand in his. He was awkward and much embarrassed, and she certainly had no intention of lessening his embarrassment. "I hope you are better than you have been," he said at last. "I am getting better, Lord Fawn. Will you not sit down?" He then seated himself, placing his hat beside him on the floor, but at the moment could not find words to speak. "I have been very ill." "I have been so sorry to hear it." "There has been much to make me ill, has there not?" "About the robbery, you mean?" "About many things. The robbery has been by no means the worst, though, no doubt, it frightened me much. There were 2 robberies, Lord Fawn." "Yes, I know that." "And it was very terrible. And then I have been threatened with a lawsuit. You have heard that too?" "Yes, I had heard it." "I believe they have given that up now. I understand from my cousin, Mr. Greystock, who has been my truest friend in all my troubles, that the stupid people have found out at last that they had not a leg to stand on. I dare say you have heard that, Lord Fawn?" Lord Fawn certainly had heard, in a doubtful way, the gist of Mr. Dove's opinion, namely, that the necklace could not be claimed from the holder of it as an heirloom attached to the Eustace family. But he had heard at the same time that Mr. Camperdown was as confident as ever that he could recover the property by claiming it after another fashion. Whether or no that claim had been altogether abandoned, or had been allowed to fall into abeyance because of the absence of the diamonds, he did not know, nor did any one know, Mr. Camperdown himself having come to no decision on the subject. But Lord Fawn had been aware that his sister had of late shifted the ground of her inveterate enmity to Lizzie Eustace, making use of the scene which Mr. Gowran had witnessed, in lieu of the lady's rapacity in regard to the necklace. It might therefore be assumed, Lord Fawn thought and feared, that his strong ground in regard to the necklace had been cut from under his feet. But still it did not behoove him to confess that the cause which he had always alleged as the ground for his retreat from the engagement was no cause at all. It might go hard with him should an attempt be made to force him to name another cause. He knew that he would lack the courage to tell the lady that he had heard from his sister that one Andy Gowran had witnessed a terrible scene down among the rocks at Portray. So he sat silent and made no answer to Lizzie's first assertion respecting the diamonds. But the necklace was her strong point, and she did not intend that he should escape the subject. If I remember right, Lord Fawn, you yourself saw that wretched old attorney once or twice on the subject? I did see Mr. Camperdown, certainly. He is my own family lawyer. You were kind enough to interest yourself about the diamonds, were you not? She asked him this as a question, and then waited for a reply. Was it not so? Yes, Lady Eustace, it was so. They were of great value, and it was natural, continued Lizzie. Of course you interested yourself. Mr. Camperdown was full of awful threats against me, was he not? I don't know what he was not going to do. He stopped me in the street as I was driving to the station in my own carriage, when the diamonds were with me, which was a very strong measure, I think. And he wrote me ever so many, oh, such horrid letters. And he went about telling everybody that it was an heirloom, didn't he? You know all that, Lord Fawn. I know that he wanted to recover them. And did he tell you that he went to a real lawyer, somebody who really knew about it, Mr. Turbot or Turtle or some such name as that, and the real lawyer told him that he was all wrong, and that the necklace couldn't be an heirloom at all, because it belonged to me, and that he had better drop his lawsuit altogether? Did you hear that? No, I did not hear that. Ah, Lord Fawn, you dropped your inquiries just at the wrong place. No doubt you had too many things to do in Parliament and the government to go on with them. But if you had gone on, you would have learned that Mr. Camperdown had just to give it up, because he had been wrong from beginning to end. Lizzie's words fell from her with extreme rapidity, and she had become almost out of breath from the effects of her own energy. Lord Fawn felt strongly the necessity of clinging to the diamonds as his one great and sufficient justification. I thought, said he, that Mr. Camperdown had abandoned his action for the present because the jewels had been stolen. Not a bit of it, said Lizzie, rising suddenly to her legs. Who says so? Who dares to say so? Whoever says so is a storyteller. I understand all about that. The action could go on just the same, and I could be made to pay for the necklace out of my own income if it hadn't been my own. I am sure, Lord Fawn, such a clever man as you, and one who has always been in the government and in Parliament, can see that. And will anybody believe that such an enemy as Mr. Camperdown has been to me, persecuting me in every possible way, telling lies about me to everybody, who tried to prevent my dear, darling husband from marrying me, that he wouldn't go on with it if he could? Mr. Camperdown is a very respectable man, Lady Eustace. Respectable? Talk to me of respectable after all that he has made me suffer. As you are so fond of making inquiries, Lord Fawn, you ought to have gone on with them. You never would believe what my cousin said. Your cousin always behaved very badly to me. My cousin, who is a brother rather than a cousin, has known how to protect me from the injuries done to me, or rather has known how to take my part when I have been injured. My lord, as you have been unwilling to believe him, why have you not gone to that gentleman who, as I say, is a real lawyer? I don't know, my lord, that it need have concerned you at all, but as you began, surely you should have gone on with it. Don't you think so? She was still standing up, and, small as was her stature, was almost menacing the unfortunate Under-Secretary of State, who was still seated in his chair. My lord, continued Lizzie, I have had a great wrong done me. You mean by me? Yes, by you. Who else has done it? I do not think that I have done wrong to any one. I was obliged to say that I could not recognize those diamonds as the property of my wife. But what right had you to say so? I had the diamonds when you asked me to be your wife. I did not know it. Nor did you know that I had this little ring upon my finger. Is it fit that you, or that any man, should turn round upon a lady and say to her that your word is to be broken, and that she is to be exposed before all her friends, because you have taken a fancy to dislike her ring or her brooch? I say, Lord Fawn, it was no business of yours, even after you were engaged to me. What jewels I might have or not have was no concern of yours till after I had become your wife. Go and ask all the world if it is not so. You say that my cousin affronts you because he takes my part, like a brother. Ask any one else. Ask any lady you may know. Let us name some one to decide between us which of us has been wrong. Lady Glencora Palliser is a friend of yours, and her husband is in the government. Shall we name her? It is true, indeed, that her uncle, the Duke of Omnium, the grandest and greatest of English noblemen, is specially interested on my behalf. This was very fine in Lizzie. The Duke of Omnium she had never seen, but his name had been mentioned to her by Lady Glencora, and she was quick to use it. I can admit of no reference to any one, said Lord Fawn. And I, then, what am I to do? I am to be thrown over simply because your lordship chooses to throw me over? Your lordship will admit no reference to any one. Your lordship makes inquiries as long as an attorney tells you stories against me, but drops them at once when the attorney is made to understand that he is wrong. Tell me this, sir, can you justify yourself in your own heart? Unfortunately for Lord Fawn, he was not sure that he could justify himself. The diamonds were gone, and the action was laid aside, and the general opinion, which had prevailed a month or two since, that Lizzie had been disreputably concerned in stealing her own necklace, seemed to have been laid aside. Lady Glencora and the Duke went for almost as much with Lord Fawn as they did with Lizzie. No doubt the misbehaviour down among the rocks was left to him, but he had that only on the evidence of Andy Gowran, and even Andy Gowran's evidence he had declined to receive otherwise than second hand. Lizzie, too, was prepared with an answer to this charge, an answer which she had already made more than once, though the charge was not positively brought against her, and which consisted in an assertion that Frank Greystock was her brother rather than her cousin. Such brotherhood was not altogether satisfactory to Lord Fawn when he came once more to regard Lizzie Eustace as his possible future wife, but still the assertion was an answer, and one that he could not altogether reject. It certainly was the case that he had again begun to think what would be the result of a marriage with Lady Eustace. He must sever himself altogether from Mrs. Hittaway, and must relax the closeness of his relations with Fawn Court. He would have a wife respecting whom he himself had spread evil tidings, and the man whom he most hated in the world would be his wife's favourite cousin, or, so to say, brother. He would, after a fashion, be connected with Mrs. Carbuncle, Lord George de Bruce Carruthers, and Sir Griffin Tewett, all of whom he regarded as thoroughly disreputable, and, moreover, at his own country house at Portray, as in such case it would be, his own bailiff or steward would be the man who had seen what he had seen. These were great objections, but how was he to avoid marrying her? He was engaged to her. How, at any rate, was he to escape from the renewal of his engagement at this moment? He had more than once positively stated that he was deterred from marrying her only by her possession of the diamonds. The diamonds were now gone. Lizzie was still standing, waiting for an answer to her question, "Can you justify yourself in your own heart?" Having paused for some seconds, she repeated her question in a stronger and more personal form. "Had I been your sister, Lord Fawn, and had another man behaved to me as you have now done, would you say that he had behaved well, and that she had no ground for complaint? Can you bring yourself to answer that question honestly?" "I hope I shall answer no question dishonestly." "Answer it, then." "No, you cannot answer it, because you would condemn yourself. Now, Lord Fawn, what do you mean to do?" "I had thought, Lady Eustace, that any regard which you might ever have entertained for me—" "Well, what had you thought of my regard?" "That it had been dissipated." "Have I told you so? Has any one come to you from me with such a message?" "Have you not received attentions from any one else?" "Attentions? What attentions? I have received plenty of attentions, most flattering attentions. I was honoured even this morning by a most gratifying attention on the part of his Grace the Duke of Omnium." "I did not mean that." "What do you mean, then? I am not going to marry the Duke of Omnium because of his attention, nor anyone else. If you mean, sir, after the other inquiries you have done me the honor to make, to throw in my face now that I have in any way rendered myself unworthy of the position of your wife because people have been civil and kind to me in my sorrow, you are a greater dastard than I took you to be. Tell me at once, sir, whom you mean." It is hardly too much to say that the man quailed before her, and it certainly was not too much to say that, had Lizzie Eustace been trained by an actress, she would have become a favorite with the town. When there came to her any fair scope for acting, she was perfect. In the ordinary scenes of ordinary life, such as befell her during her visit to Fawn Court, she could not acquit herself well. There was no reality about her, and the want of it was strangely plain to most unobservant eyes. But give her a part to play that required exaggerated, strong action, and she hardly ever failed. Even in that terrible moment, when, on her return from the theatre, she thought that the police had discovered her secret about the diamonds, though she nearly sank through fear, she still carried on her acting in the presence of Lucinda Roanoke, and when she had found herself constrained to tell the truth to Lord George Carruthers, the power to personify a poor, weak, injured creature was not wanting to her. The reader will not think that her position in society at the present moment was very well established. Will feel, probably, that she must still have known herself to be on the brink of social ruin. But she had now fully worked herself up to the necessities of the occasion, and was able to play her part as well as any actress that had ever walked the boards. She had called him a dastard, and now stood looking him in the face. "I didn't mean anybody in particular," said Lord Fawn. "Then what right can you have to ask me whether I have received attentions? Had it not been for the affectionate attention of my cousin, Mr. Greystock, I should have died beneath the load of sorrow you have heaped upon me." This she said quite boldly, and yet the man she named was he of whom Andy Gowran told his horrid story, and whose love-making to Lizzie had, in Mrs. Hittaway's opinion, been sufficient to atone for any falling off of strength in the matter of the diamonds. "A rumour reached me," said Lord Fawn, plucking up his courage, "that you were engaged to marry your cousin." "Then rumour lied, my lord, and he or she who repeated the rumour to you lied also, and any he or she who repeats it again will go on with the lie." Lord Fawn's brow became very black. The word lie itself was offensive to him, offensive even though it might not be applied directly to himself, but he still quailed and was unable to express his indignation, as he had done to poor Lucy Morris, his mother's governess. "And now let me ask, Lord Fawn, on what ground you and I stand together. When my friend, Lady Glencora, asked me, only this morning, whether any engagement with you was still an existing fact, and brought me the kindest possible message on the same subject from her uncle, the Duke, I hardly knew what answer to make her." It was not surprising that Lizzie in her difficulties should use her new friend, for perhaps she overdid the friendship a little. "I told her that we were engaged, but that your lordship's conduct to me had been so strange that I hardly knew how to speak of you among my friends." "I thought I explained myself to your cousin." "My cousin certainly did not understand your explanation." Lord Fawn was certain that Greystock had understood it well, and Greystock had in return insulted him, because the engagement was broken off. But it is impossible to argue on facts with a woman who has been ill-used. "After all that has passed, perhaps we had better part," said Lord Fawn. "Then I shall put the matter into the hands of the Duke of Omnium," said Lizzie boldly. "I will not have my whole life ruined, my good name blasted." "I have not said a word to injure your good name." "On what plea, then, have you dared to take upon yourself to put an end to an engagement which was, of course, made at your own request? On what ground do you justify such conduct? You are a Liberal, Lord Fawn, and everybody regards the Duke of Omnium as the head of the Liberal nobility in England. He is my friend, and I shall put the matter into his hands." It was, probably, from her cousin Frank that Lizzie had learned that Lord Fawn was more afraid of the leaders of his own party than of any other tribunal upon earth, or perhaps elsewhere. Lord Fawn felt the absurdity of the threat, and yet it had effect upon him. He knew that the Duke of Omnium was a worn-out old debauchee, with one foot in the grave, who was looked after by 2 or 3 women who were only anxious that he should not disgrace himself by some absurdity before he died. Nevertheless, the Duke of Omnium, or the Duke's name, was a power in the nation. Lady Glencora was certainly very powerful, and Lady Glencora's husband was the Chancellor of the Exchequer. He did not suppose that the Duke cared in the least whether Lizzie Eustace was or was not married, but Lady Glencora had certainly interested herself about Lizzie, and might make London almost too hot to hold him if she chose to go about everywhere saying that he ought to marry the lady. And in addition to all this prospective grief, there was the trouble of the present moment. He was in Lizzie's own room, fool that he had been to come there, and he must get out as best he could. "Lady Eustace," he said, "I am most anxious not to behave badly in this matter." "But you are behaving badly, very badly." "With your leave, I will tell you what I would suggest. I will submit to you in writing my opinion on this matter." Lord Fawn had been all his life submitting his opinion in writing, and thought he was rather a good hand at the work. "I will then endeavour to explain to you the reasons which made me think that it will be better for us both that our engagement should be at an end. If, after reading it, you shall disagree with me, and still insist on the right which I gave you when I asked you to become my wife, I will then perform the promise which I certainly made." To this most foolish proposal on his part, Lizzie, of course, acquiesced. She acquiesced, and bade him farewell with her sweetest smile. It was now manifest to her that she could have her husband, or her revenge, just as she might prefer. This had been a day of triumph to her, and she was talking of it in the evening triumphantly with Mrs. Carbuncle, when she was told that a policeman wanted to see her downstairs. Oh, those wretched police! Again all the blood rushed to her head and nearly killed her. She descended slowly, and was then informed by a man not dressed, like Bunfit, in plain clothes, but with all the paraphernalia of a policeman's uniform, that her late servant, Patience Crabstick, had given herself up as Queen's evidence, and was now in custody in Scotland Yard. It had been thought right that she should be so far informed, but the man was able to tell her nothing further. End of chapter 61.
Chapter 62 of the Eustace Diamonds. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leanne Howlett. The Eustace Diamonds by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 62. You Know Where My Heart Is. On the Sunday following, Frank, as usual, was in Hertford Street. He had become almost a favourite with Mrs. Carbuncle, and had so far ingratiated himself even with Lucinda Roanoke that, according to Lizzie's report, he might, if so inclined, rob Sir Griffin of his prize without much difficulty. On this occasion he was unhappy and in low spirits, and when questioned on the subject, made no secret of the fact that he was harassed for money. "The truth is, I've overdrawn my bankers by £500, and they have, as they say, ventured to remind me of it. I wish they were not so venturesome quite so often, for they reminded me of the same fact about a fortnight ago." "What do you do with your money, Mr. Greystock?" asked Mrs. Carbuncle, laughing. "Muddle it away, paying my bills with it, according to the very, very old story. The fact is, I live in that detestable no-man's land, between respectability and insolvency, which has none of the pleasure of either. I am fair game for every creditor, as I am supposed to pay my way, and yet I never can pay my way." "Just like my poor dear father," said Lizzie. "Not exactly, Lizzie. He managed much better and never paid anybody. If I could only land on terra firma, one side or the other, I shouldn't much care which. As it is, I have all the recklessness, but none of the carelessness of the hopelessly insolvent man, and it is so hard with us. Attorneys owe us large sums of money, and we can't dun them very well. I have a lot of money due to me from rich men, who don't pay me simply because they don't think that it matters. I talk to them grandly and look big, as though money was the last thing I thought of, when I am longing to touch my hat and ask them as a great favour to settle my little bill." All this time Lizzie was full of matter which she must impart to her cousin, and could impart to him only in privacy. It was absolutely necessary that she should tell him what she had heard of Patience Crabstick. In her heart of hearts she wished that Patience Crabstick had gone off safely with her plunder to the Antipodes. She had no wish to get back what had been lost, either in the matter of the diamonds or of the smaller things taken. She had sincerely wished that the police might fail in all their endeavors, and that the thieves might enjoy perfect security with their booty. She did not even begrudge Mr. Benjamin the diamonds, or Lord George, if in truth Lord George had been the last thief. The robbery had enabled her to get the better of Mr. Camperdown, and apparently of Lord Fawn, and had freed her from the custody of property which she had learned to hate. It had been a very good robbery, but now these wretched police had found Patience Crabstick and would disturb her again. Of course she must tell her cousin. He must hear the news, and it would be better that he should hear it from her than from others. This was Sunday, and she thought he would be sure to know the truth on the following Monday. In this she was right, for on the Monday old Lady Linlithgow saw it stated in the newspapers that an arrest had been made. "I have something to tell you," she said, as soon as she had succeeded in finding herself alone with him. "Anything about the diamonds?" "Well, no, not exactly about the diamonds, though perhaps it is. But first, Frank, I want to say something else to you." "Not about the diamonds?" "Oh, no, not at all. It is this. You must let me lend you that £500 you want." "Indeed, you shall do no such thing. I should not have mentioned it to you if I had not thought that you were one of the insolvent yourself. You were in debt yourself when we last talked about money." "So I am, and that horrid woman Mrs. Carbuncle has made me lend her £150, but it is so different with you, Frank." "Yes, my needs are greater than hers." "What is she to me, while you are everything? Things can't be so bad with me but what I can raise £500. After all, I am not really in debt, for a person with my income, but if I were, still my first duty would be to help you if you want help." "Be generous first and just afterwards. That's it, isn't it, Lizzie? But indeed, under no circumstances could I take a penny of your money. There are some persons from whom a man can borrow, and some from whom he cannot. You are clearly one of those from whom I cannot borrow." "Why not?" "Ah, one can't explain these things. It simply is so. Mrs. Carbuncle was quite the natural person to borrow your money, and it seems that she has complied with nature. Some Jew who wants 30% is the natural person for me. All these things are arranged, and it is of no use disturbing the arrangements and getting out of course. I shall pull through. And now let me know your own news." "The police have taken Patience." "They have they? Then at last we shall know all about the diamonds." This was gall to poor Lizzie. "Where did they get her?" I don't know that." "And who told you?" "A policeman came here last night and said so. She is going to turn against the thieves and tell all that she knows. Nasty, mean creature." "Thieves are nasty, mean creatures generally. We shall get it all out now. As to what happened at Carlisle and what happened here. Do you know that everybody believes, up to this moment, that your dear friend Lord George de Bruce sold the diamonds to Mr. Benjamin the jeweller?" Lizzie could only shrug her shoulders. She herself, among many doubts, was upon the whole disposed to think as everybody thought. She did believe, as far as she believed anything in the matter, that the Corsair had determined to become possessed of the prize from the moment that he saw it in Scotland, that the Corsair arranged the robbery in Carlisle, and that again he arranged the robbery in the London house as soon as he learned from Lizzie where the diamonds were placed. To her mind this had been the most ready solution of the mystery, and when she found that other people almost regarded him as the thief, her doubts became a belief. And she did not in the least despise or dislike him or condemn him for what he had done. Were he to come to her and confess it all, telling his story in such a manner as to make her seem to be safe for the future, she would congratulate him and accept him at once as her own dear, expected Corsair. But if so, he should not have bungled the thing. He should have managed his subordinates better than to have one of them turn evidence against him. He should have been able to get rid of a poor weak female like Patience Crabstick. Why had he not sent her to New York, or anywhere? If Lizzie were to hear that Lord George had taken Patience out to sea in a yacht, somewhere among the bright islands of which she thought so much, and dropped the girl overboard, tied up in a bag, she would regard it as a proper Corsair arrangement. Now she was angry with Lord George because her trouble was coming back upon her. Frank had suggested that Lord George was the robber-in-chief, and Lizzie merely shrugged her shoulders. "We shall know all about it now," said he triumphantly. "I don't know that I want to know any more about it. I have been so tortured about these wretched diamonds that I never wish to hear them mentioned again. I don't care who has got them. My enemies used to think that I loved them so well that I could not bear to part with them. I hated them always, and never took any pleasure in them. I used to think that I would throw them into the sea, and when they were gone I was glad of it. Thieves ought to be discovered, Lizzie, for the good of the community." "I don't care for the community. What has the community ever done for me? And now I have something else to tell you. Ever so many people came yesterday as well as that wretched policeman. Dear Lady Glencora was here again." "They'll make a radical of you among them, Lizzie." "I don't care a bit about that. I'd just as soon be a radical as a stupid old conservative. Lady Glencora has been most kind, and she brought me the dearest message from the Duke of Omnium. The Duke had heard how ill I had been treated." "The Duke is doting." "It is so easy to say that when a man is old. I don't think you know him, Frank." "Not in the least, nor do I wish." "It is something to have the sympathy of men high-placed in the world, and as to Lady Glencora, I do love her dearly. She just comes up to my beau ideal of what a woman should be, disinterested, full of spirit, affectionate, with a dash of romance about her." "A great dash of romance, I fancy." "And a determination to be something in the world. Lady Glencora Palliser is something." "She is awfully rich, Lizzie." "I suppose so. At any rate, that is no disgrace. And then, Frank, somebody else came." "Lord Fawn was to have come." "He did come." "And how did it go between you?" "Ah, that will be so difficult to explain. I wish you had been behind the curtain to hear it all. It is so necessary that you should know, and yet it is so hard to tell. I spoke up to him and was quite high-spirited." "I dare say you were." "I told him out bravely of all the wrong he had done me. I did not sit and whimper, I can assure you. Then he talked about you, of your attentions." Frank Greystock, of course, remembered the scene among the rocks, and Mr. Gowran's wagging head and watchful eyes. At the time he had felt certain that some use would be made of Andy's vigilance, though he had not traced the connection between the man and Mrs. Hittaway. If Lord Fawn had heard of the little scene, there might doubtless be cause for him to talk of attentions. "What did it matter to him?" asked Frank. "He is an insolent ass, as I have told him once, and shall have to tell him again." "I think it did matter, Frank." "I don't see it a bit. He had resigned his rights, whatever they were." "But I had not accepted his resignation, as they say in the newspapers, nor have I now." "You would still marry him?" "I don't say that, Frank. This is an important business, and let us go through it steadily. I would certainly like to have him again at my feet. Whether I would deign to lift him up again is another thing. Is not that natural after what he has done to me?" "Woman's nature." "And I am a woman. Yes, Frank. I would have him again at my disposal, and he is so. He is to write me a long letter, so like a government man, isn't it? And he has told me already what he is to put into the letter. They always do, you know. He is to say that he'll marry me if I choose." "He has promised to say that?" "When he said that he would come, I made up my mind that he should not go out of the house till he had promised that. He couldn't get out of it. What had I done?" Frank thought of the scene among the rocks. He did not, of course, allude to it, but Lizzie was not so reticent. "As to what that old rogue saw down in Scotland, I don't care a bit about it, Frank. He has been up in London and telling them all, no doubt. Nasty, dirty eavesdropper. But what does it come to? Pshaw! When he mentioned your name, I silenced him at once. What could I have done unless I had had some friend? At any rate, he is to ask me again in writing. And then what shall I say? You must consult your own heart. No, Frank, I need not do that. Why do you say so? I know not what else to say. A woman can marry without consulting her heart. Women do so every day. This man is a lord and has a position. No doubt I despise him thoroughly, utterly. I don't hate him because he is not worth being hated. And yet you would marry him? I have not said so. I will tell you this truth, though perhaps you will say it is not feminine. I would fain marry someone. To be as I have been for the last 2 years is not a happy condition. I would not marry a man I despised. Nor would I, willingly. He is honest and respectable, and in spite of all that has come and gone would, I think, behave well to a woman when she was once his wife. Of course, I would prefer to marry a man that I could love, but if that is impossible, Frank. I thought that you would determine that you would have nothing to do with this lord. I thought so too. Frank, you have known all that I have thought, and all that I have wished. You talk to me of marrying where my heart has been given. Is it possible that I should do so? How am I to say? Come, Frank, be true with me. I am forcing myself to speak truth to you. I think that between you and me, at any rate, there should be no words spoken that are not true. Frank, you know where my heart is. As she said this, she stood over him and laid her hand upon his shoulder. Will you answer me one question? If I can, I will. Are you engaged to marry Lucy Morris? I am. And you intend to marry her? To this question he made no immediate answer. We are old enough now, Frank, to know that something more than what you call heart is wanted to make us happy when we marry. I will say nothing hard of Lucy, though she be my rival. You can say nothing hard of her. She is perfect. We will let that pass, though it is hardly kind of you just at the present moment. Let her be perfect. Can you marry this perfection without a sixpence? You that are in debt, and who never could save a sixpence in your life? Would it be for her good, or for yours? You have done a foolish thing, sir, and you know that you must get out of it. I know nothing of the kind. You cannot marry Lucy Morris. That is the truth. My present need makes me bold. Frank, shall I be your wife? Such a marriage will not be without love, at any rate on one side, though there be utter indifference on the other. You know I am not indifferent to you, said he, with wicked weakness. Now, at any rate, she continued, you must understand what must be my answer to Lord Fawn. It is you that must answer Lord Fawn. If my heart is to be broken, I may as well break it under his roof as another. I have no roof to offer you, he said. But I have one for you, she said, throwing her arm round his neck. He bore her embrace for a minute, returning it with the pressure of his arm, and then, escaping from it, seized his hat and left her standing in the room. End of chapter 62. Recording by Leanne Howlett. Chapter 63 of the Eustace Diamonds. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leanne Howlett. The Eustace Diamonds by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 63. The Corsair is Afraid. On the following morning, Monday morning, there appeared in one of the daily newspapers the paragraph of which Lady Linlithgow had spoken to Lucy Morris. We are given to understand, newspapers are very frequently given to understand, that a man well known to the London police as an accomplished housebreaker has been arrested in reference to the robbery which was effected on the 30th of January last at Lady Eustace's house in Hertford Street. No doubt the same person was concerned in the robbery of her ladyship's jewels at Carlisle on the night of the 8th of January. The mystery which has so long enveloped these two affairs, and which has been so discreditable to the Metropolitan Police, will now probably be cleared up. There was not a word about Patience Crabstick in this, and, as Lizzie observed, the news brought by the policeman on Saturday night referred only to Patience, and said nothing of the arrest of any burglar. The ladies in Hertford Street scanned the sentence with the greatest care, and Mrs. Carbuncle was very angry because the house was said to be Lizzie's. "It wasn't my doing," said Lizzie. "The policeman came to you about it." "I didn't say a word to the man, and I didn't want him to come." "I hope it will be all found out now," said Lucinda. "I wish it were all clean forgotten," said Lizzie. "It ought to be found out," said Mrs. Carbuncle, "but the police should be more careful in what they say. I suppose we shall all have to go before the magistrates again." Poor Lizzie felt that fresh trouble was certainly coming upon her. She had learned now that the crime for which she might be prosecuted and punished was that of perjury, that even if everything was known, she could not be accused of stealing, and that if she could only get out of the way till the wrath of the magistrate and policeman should have evaporated, she might possibly escape altogether. At any rate, they could not take her income away from her. But how could she get out of the way, and how could she endure to be cross-examined and looked at and inquired into by all those who would be concerned in the matter? She thought that, if only she could have arranged her matrimonial affairs before the bad day came upon her, she could have endured it better. If she might be allowed to see Lord George, she could ask for advice, not as she was always forced to do from her cousin, on a false statement of facts, but with everything known and declared. On that very day Lord George came to Hertford Street. He had been there more than once, perhaps half a dozen times, since the robbery, but on all these occasions Lizzie had been in bed, and he had declined to visit her in her chamber. In fact, even Lord George had become somewhat afraid of her since he had been told the true story as to the necklace at Carlisle. That story he had heard from herself, and he had also heard from Mr. Benjamin some other little details as to her former life. Mr. Benjamin, whose very close attention had been drawn to the Eustace diamonds, had told Lord George how he had valued them at her ladyship's request, and had caused an iron case to be made for them, and how her ladyship had, on one occasion, endeavoured to sell the necklace to him. Mr. Benjamin, who certainly was intimate with Lord George, was very fond of talking about the diamonds, and had once suggested to his lordship that, were they to become his lordship's by marriage, he, Benjamin, might be willing to treat with his lordship. In regard to treating with her ladyship, Mr. Benjamin acknowledged that he thought it would be too hazardous. Then came the robbery of the box, and Lord George was all astray. Mr. Benjamin was for a while equally astray, but neither friend believed in the other friend's innocence. That Lord George should suspect Mr. Benjamin was quite natural. Mr. Benjamin hardly knew what to think, hardly gave Lord George credit for the necessary courage, skill, and energy. But at last, as he began to put two and two together, he divined the truth, and was enabled to set the docile Patience on the watch over her mistress's belongings. So it had been with Mr. Benjamin, who at last was able to satisfy Mr. Smiler and Mr. Cann that he had been no party to their cruel disappointment at Carlisle. How Lord George had learned the truth has been told, the truth as to Lizzie's hiding the necklace under her pillow and bringing it up to London in her desk. But of the facts of the second robbery he knew nothing up to this morning. He almost suspected that Lizzie had herself again been at work, and he was afraid of her. He had promised her that he would take care of her, had perhaps said enough to make her believe that some day he would marry her. He hardly remembered what he had said, but he was afraid of her. She was so wonderfully clever that if he did not take care, she would get him into some mess from which he would be unable to extricate himself. He had never whispered her secret to anyone, and had still been at a loss about the second robbery, when he too saw the paragraph in the newspaper. He went direct to Scotland Yard and made inquiry there. His name had been so often used in the affair that such inquiry from him was justified. "Well, my lord, yes, we have found out something," said Bunfit. "Mr. Benjamin is off, you know." "Benjamin off?" "Cut the painter, my lord, and started. But what's the good now we has the wires?" "And who were the thieves?" "Ah, my lord, that's telling. Perhaps I don't know, perhaps I do. Perhaps 2 or 3 of us knows. You'll hear all in good time, my lord." Mr. Bunfit wished to appear communicative because he knew but little himself. Gager, in the meanest possible manner, had kept the matter very close, but the fact that Mr. Benjamin had started suddenly on foreign travel had become known to Mr. Bunfit. Lord George had been very careful, asking no question about the necklace, no question which would have shown that he knew that the necklace had been in Hertford Street when the robbery took place there. But it seemed to him now that the police must be aware that it was so. The arrest had been made because of the robbery in Hertford Street, and because of that arrest, Mr. Benjamin had taken his departure. Mr. Benjamin was too big a man to have concerned himself deeply in the smaller matters which had then been stolen. From Scotland Yard Lord George went direct to Hertford Street. He was in want of money, in want of a settled home, in want of a future income, and altogether unsatisfied with his present mode of life. Lizzie Eustace no doubt would take him, unless she had told her secret to some other lover. To have his wife, immediately on her marriage, or even before it, arraigned for perjury would not be pleasant. There was very much in the whole affair of which he would not be proud as he led his bride to the altar. But a man does not expect to get £4,000 a year for nothing. Lord George, at any rate, did not conceive himself to be in a position to do so. Had there not been something crooked about Lizzie, a screw loose, as people say, she would never have been within his reach. There are men who always ride lame horses, and yet see as much of the hunting as others. Lord George, when he had begun to think that after the tale which he had forced her to tell him, she had caused the diamonds to be stolen by her own maid out of her own desk, became almost afraid of her. But now, as he looked at the matter again and again, he believed that the second robbery had been genuine. He did not quite make up his mind, but he went to Hertford Street resolved to see her. He asked for her, and was shown at once into her own sitting-room. "So you have come at last," she said. "Yes, I've come at last. It would not have done for me to come up to you when you were in bed. Those women downstairs would have talked about it everywhere." "I suppose they would," said Lizzie almost piteously. "It wouldn't have been at all wise, after all that has been said. People would have been sure to suspect that I'd got the things out of your desk." "Oh, no, not that." "I wasn't going to run the risk, my dear." His manner to her was anything but civil, anything but complimentary. If this was his corsair humor, she was not sure that a corsair might be agreeable to her. "And now tell me what you know about this second robbery." "I know nothing, Lord George." "Oh, yes, you do. You know something. You know at any rate that the diamonds were there." "Yes, I know that." "And that they were taken." "Of course they were taken." "You are sure of that?" There was something in his manner absolutely insolent to her. Frank was affectionate, and even Lord Fawn treated her with deference. "Because you know you have been very clever. To tell you the truth, I did not think at first that they had been really stolen. It might, you know, have been a little game to get them out of your own hands, between you and your maid." "I don't know what you take me for, Lord George." "I take you for a lady who, for a long time, got the better of the police and the magistrates, and who managed to shift all the trouble off your own shoulders onto those of other people. You have heard that they have taken one of the thieves?" "And they have got the girl?" "Have they? I didn't know that. That scoundrel Benjamin has levanted too." "Levanted?" said Lizzie, raising both her hands. "Not an hour too soon, my lady. And now what do you mean to do?" "What ought I to do?" "Of course the whole truth will come out." "Must it come out?" "Not a doubt of that. How can it be helped?" "You won't tell. You promised that you would not." "Pshaw! Promised! If they put me in a witness box, of course I must tell. When you come to this kind of work, promises don't go for much. I don't know that they ever do. What is a broken promise?" "It's a story," said Lizzie in innocent amazement. "And what was it you told when you were upon your oath at Carlisle, and again when the magistrate came here?" "Oh, Lord George, how unkind you are to me!" "Patience Crabstick will tell it all, without any help from me. Don't you see that the whole thing must be known? She'll say where the diamonds were found, and how did they come there, if you didn't put them there. As for telling, there'll be telling enough. You've only 2 things to do." "What are they, Lord George?" "Go off, like Mr. Benjamin, or else make a clean breast of it. Send for John Eustace and tell him the whole. For his brother's sake he'll make the best of it. It will all be published, and then perhaps there will be an end of it." "I couldn't do that, Lord George," said Lizzie, bursting into tears. "You ask me, and I can only tell you what I think. That you should be able to keep the history of the diamonds a secret does not seem to me to be upon the cards. No doubt people who are rich, and are connected with rich people, and have great friends, who are what the world calls swells, have great advantages over their inferiors when they get into trouble. You are the widow of a baronet, and you have an uncle a bishop, and another a dean, and a countess for an aunt. You have a brother-in-law and a first cousin in Parliament, and your father was an admiral. The other day you were engaged to marry a peer." "Oh, yes," said Lizzie, "and Lady Glencora Palliser is my particular friend." "She is she? So much the better. Lady Glencora, no doubt, is a very swell among swells." "The Duke of Omnium would do anything for me," said Lizzie with enthusiasm. "If you were nobody, you would of course be indicted for perjury, and would go to prison. As it is, if you will tell all your story to one of your swell friends, I think it very likely that you may be pulled through. I should say that Mr. Eustace or your cousin Greystock would be the best." "Why couldn't you do it? You know it all. I told you because I thought you would be the kindest to me." "You told me, my dear, because you thought it would not matter much with me, and I appreciate the compliment. I can do nothing for you. I am not near enough to those who wear wigs." Lizzie did not above half understand him, did not at all understand him when he spoke of those who wore wigs, and was quite dark to his irony about her great friends, but she did perceive that he was in earnest in recommending her to confess. She thought about it for a moment in silence, and the more she thought, the more she felt that she could not do it. Had he not suggested a second alternative, that she should go off like Mr. Benjamin? It might be possible that she should go off, and yet be not quite like Mr. Benjamin. In that case, ought she not to go under the protection of her corsair? Would not that be the proper way of going? "Might I not go abroad, just for a time?" she asked. "And so let it blow over?" "Just so, you know." "It is possible that you might," he said. "Not that it would blow over altogether. Everybody would know it. It is too late now to stop the police, and if you meant to be off, you should be off at once, today or tomorrow." "Oh, dear." "Indeed, there's no saying whether they will let you go. You could start now, this moment, and if you were at Dover could get over to France. But when once it is known that you had the necklace all that time in your own desk, any magistrate, I imagine, could stop you. You'd better have some lawyer you can trust, not that blackguard Mopus." Lord George had certainly brought her no comfort. When he told her that she might go at once if she chose, she remembered, with a pang of agony, that she had already overdrawn her account at the banker's. She was the actual possessor of an income of £4,000 a year, and now, in her terrible strait, she could not stir because she had no money with which to travel. Had all things been well with her, she could, no doubt, have gone to her bankers and have arranged this little difficulty. But as it was, she could not move, because her purse was empty. Lord George sat looking at her, and thinking whether he would make the plunge and ask her to be his wife, with all her impediments and drawbacks about her. He had been careful to reduce her to such a condition of despair that she would undoubtedly have accepted him, so that she might have someone to lean upon in her trouble. But, as he looked at her, he doubted. She was such a mass of deceit that he was afraid of her. She might say that she would marry him, and then, when the storm was over, refuse to keep her word. She might be in debt almost to any amount. She might be already married for anything that he knew. He did know that she was subject to all manner of penalties for what she had done. He looked at her, and told himself that she was very pretty. But in spite of her beauty, his judgment went against her. He did not dare to share even his boat with so dangerous a fellow passenger. "That's my advice," he said, getting up from his chair. "Are you going?" "Well, yes. I don't know what else I can do for you." "You are so unkind." He shrugged his shoulders, just touched her hand, and left the room without saying another word to her. End of chapter 63. Recording by Leanne Howlett. Chapter 64 of the Eustace Diamonds. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leanne Howlett. The Eustace Diamonds by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 64. Lizzie's Last Scheme. Lizzie, when she was left alone, was very angry with the corsair. In truth, more sincerely angry than she had ever been with any of her lovers, or perhaps with any human being. Sincere, true, burning wrath was not the fault to which she was most exposed. She could snap and snarl and hate and say severe things. She could quarrel and fight and be malicious. But to be full of real wrath was uncommon with her. Now she was angry. She had been civil, more than civil, to Lord George. She had opened her house to him and her heart. She had told him her great secret. She had implored his protection. She had thrown herself into his arms. And now he had rejected her. That he should have been rough to her was only in accordance with the poetical attributes which she had attributed to him, but his roughness should have been streaked with tenderness. He should not have left her roughly. In the whole interview he had not said a loving word to her. He had given her advice, which might be good or bad, but he had given it as to one whom he despised. He had spoken to her throughout the interview exactly as he might have spoken to Sir Griffin Tewett. She could not analyze her feelings thoroughly, but she felt that because of what had passed between them, by reason of his knowledge of her secret, he had robbed her of all that observance which was due to her as a woman and a lady. She had been roughly used before, by people of inferior rank who had seen through her ways. Andrew Gowran had insulted her. Patience Crabstick had argued with her. Benjamin, the employer of thieves, had been familiar with her. But hitherto, in what she was pleased to call her own set, she had always been treated with that courtesy which ladies seldom fail to receive. She understood it all. She knew how much of mere word service there often is in such complimentary usage, but nevertheless it implies respect, and an acknowledgment of the position of her who is so respected. Lord George had treated her as one schoolboy treats another. And he had not spoken to her one word of love. Love will excuse roughness. Spoken love will palliate even spoken roughness. Had he once called her his own Lizzie, he might have scolded her as he pleased, might have abused her to the top of his bent. But as there had been nothing of the manner of a gentleman to a lady, so also had there been nothing of the lover to his mistress. That dream was over. Lord George was no longer a corsair, but a brute. But what should she do? Even a brute may speak truth. She was to have gone to a theater that evening with Mrs. Carbuncle, but she stayed at home thinking over her position. She heard nothing throughout the day from the police, and she made up her mind that, unless she were stopped by the police, she would go to Scotland on the day but one following. She thought that she was sure that she would do so, but of course she must be guided by events as they occurred. She wrote, however, to Miss Macnulty, saying that she would come, and she told Mrs. Carbuncle of her proposed journey as that lady was leaving the house for the theatre. On the following morning, however, news came which again made her journey doubtful. There was another paragraph in the newspaper about the robbery, acknowledging the former paragraph to have been in some respect erroneous. The accomplished housebreaker had not been arrested. A confederate of the accomplished housebreaker was in the hands of the police, and the police were on the track of the accomplished housebreaker himself. Then there was a line or two alluding in a very mysterious way to the disappearance of a certain jeweler. Taking it all together, Lizzie thought that there was ground for hope, and that at any rate there would be delay. She would perhaps put off going to Scotland for yet a day or two. Was it not necessary that she should wait for Lord Fawn's answer, and would it not be incumbent on her cousin Frank to send her some account of himself after the abrupt manner in which he had left her? If in real truth she should be driven to tell her story to anyone, and she began to think that she was so driven, she would tell it to him. She believed more in his regard for her than that of any other human being. She thought that he would, in truth, have been devoted to her, had he not become entangled with that wretched little governess. And she thought that if he could see his way out of that scrape, he would marry her even yet, would marry her and be good to her, so that her dream of a poetical phase of life should not be altogether dissolved. After all, the diamonds were her own. She had not stolen them. When perplexed in the extreme by magistrates and policemen, with nobody near her whom she trusted to give her advice, for Lizzie now of course declared to herself that she had never for a moment trusted the Corsair, she had fallen into an error and said what was not true. As she practiced it before the glass, she thought that she could tell her story in a becoming manner, with becoming tears, to Frank Greystock, and were it not for Lucy Morris, she thought that he would take her with all her faults and all her burthens. As for Lord Fawn, she knew well enough that, let him write what he would, and renew his engagement in what most formal manner might be possible, he would be off again when he learned the facts as to that night at Carlisle. She had brought him to succumb, because he could no longer justify his treatment of her by reference to the diamonds. But when once all the world should know that she had twice perjured herself, his justification would be complete, and his escape would be certain. She would use his letter simply to achieve that revenge which she had promised herself. Her effort, her last final effort, must be made to secure the hand and heart of her cousin Frank. "Ah, 'tis his heart I want," she said to herself. She must settle something before she went to Scotland, if there was anything that could be settled. If she could only get a promise from Frank before all her treachery had been exposed, he probably would remain true to his promise. He would not desert her as Lord Fawn had done. Then, after much thinking of it, she resolved upon a scheme which, of all her schemes, was the wickedest. Whatever it might cost her, she would create a separation between Frank Greystock and Lucy Morris. Having determined upon this, she wrote to Lucy, asking her to call in Hertford Street at a certain hour. "Dear Lucy, I particularly want to see you, on business. Pray come to me at 12 tomorrow. I will send the carriage for you, and it will take you back again. Pray do this. We used to love one another, and I am sure I love you still. Your affectionate old friend, Lizzie." As a matter of course, Lucy went to her. Lizzie, before the interview, studied the part she was to play with all possible care, even to the words which she was to use. The greeting was at first kindly, for Lucy had almost forgotten the bribe that had been offered to her, and had quite forgiven it. Lizzie Eustace never could be dear to her, but, so Lucy had thought during her happiness, this former friend of hers was the cousin of the man who was to be her husband, and was dear to him. Of course she had forgiven the offense. "And now, dear, I want to ask you a question," Lizzie said. "Or rather, perhaps not a question. I can do it better than that. I think that my cousin Frank once talked of making you his wife." Lucy answered not a word, but she trembled in every limb, and the color came to her face. "Was it not so, dear?" "What if it was? I don't know why you should ask me any question like that about myself." "Is he not my cousin?" "Yes, he is your cousin. Why don't you ask him? You see him every day, I suppose?" "Nearly every day." "Why do you send for me, then?" "It is so hard to tell you, Lucy. I have sent to you in good faith and in love. I could have gone to you, only for the old vulture who would not have let us had a word in peace. I do see him, constantly, and I love him dearly." "That is nothing to me," said Lucy. Anybody hearing them and not knowing them would have said that Lucy's manner was harsh in the extreme. "He has told me everything." Lizzie, when she said this, paused, looking at her victim. "He has told me things which he could not mention to you. It was only yesterday, the day before yesterday, that he was speaking to me of his debts. I offered to place all that I have at his disposal, so as to free him, but he would not take my money." "Of course he would not." "Not my money alone. Then he told me that he was engaged to you. He had never told me before, but yet I knew it. It all came out then. Lucy, though he is engaged to you, it is me that he loves." "I don't believe it," said Lucy. "You can't make me angry, Lucy, because my heart bleeds for you." "Nonsense! Trash! I don't want your heart to bleed. I don't believe you've got a heart. You've got money, I know that." "And he has got none. If I did not love him, why should I wish to give him all that I have? Is not that disinterested?" "No, you are always thinking of yourself. You couldn't be disinterested." "And of whom are you thinking? Are you doing the best for him, a man in his position, without money, ambitious, sure to succeed if want of money does not stop him, in wishing him to marry a girl with nothing? Cannot I do more for him than you can? I could work for him on my knees, I love him so truly." "Would that do him any service? He cannot marry you. Does he ever see you? Does he write to you as though you were to be his wife? Do you not know that it is all over? That it must be over? It is impossible that he should marry you. But if you will give him back his word, he shall be my husband, and shall have all that I possess. Now let us see who loves him best." "I do," said Lucy. "How will you show it?" "There is no need that I should show it. He knows it. The only one in the world to whom I wish it to be known knows it already well enough. Did you send for me for this?" "Yes, for this." "It is for him to tell me the tidings, not for you. You are nothing to me, nothing, and what you say to me now is all for yourself, not for him. But it is true that he does not see me. It is true that he does not write to me. You may tell him from me, for I cannot write to him myself, that he may do whatever is best for him. But if you tell him that I do not love him better than all the world, you will lie to him. And if you say that he loves you better than he does me, that also will be a lie. I know his heart." "But, Lucy—" "I will hear no more. He can do as he pleases. If money be more to him than love and honesty, let him marry you. I shall never trouble him. He may be sure of that. As for you, Lizzie, I hope that we may never meet again." She would not get into the Eustace Carbuncle carriage, which was waiting for her at the door, but walked back to Bruton Street. She did not doubt but that it was all over with her now. That Lizzie Eustace was an inveterate liar, she knew well. But she did believe that the liar had on this occasion been speaking truth. Lady Fawn was not a liar, and Lady Fawn had told her the same. And, had she wanted more evidence, did not her lover's conduct give it? "It is because I am poor," she said to herself. for I know well that he loves me. End of chapter 64. Recording by Leanne Howlett. Chapter 65 of the Eustace Diamonds. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leanne Howlett. The Eustace Diamonds by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 65. Tribute. Lizzie put off her journey to Scotland from day to day, though her cousin Frank continually urged upon her the expediency of going. There were various reasons, he said, why she should go. Her child was there, and it was proper that she should be with her child. She was living at present with people whose reputation did not stand high, and as to whom all manner of evil reports were flying about the town. It was generally thought, so said Frank, that Lord George de Bruce Carruthers had assisted Mr. Benjamin in stealing the diamonds, and Frank himself did not hesitate to express his belief in the accusation. "Oh, no, that cannot be," said Lizzie, trembling. But though she rejected the supposition, she did not reject it very firmly. "And then, you know," continued Lizzie, "I never see him. I have actually only set eyes on him once since the second robbery, and then just for a minute. Of course I used to know him, down at Portray, but now we are strangers." Frank went on with his objections. He declared that the manner in which Mrs. Carbuncle had got up the match between Lucinda Roanoke and Sir Griffin was shameful. All the world was declaring that it was shameful, that she had not a penny, that the girl was an adventurer, and that Sir Griffin was an obstinate, pig-headed, ruined idiot. It was expedient on every account that Lizzie should take herself away from that lot. The answer that Lizzie desired to make was very simple. "Let me go as your betrothed bride, and I will start tomorrow, to Scotland or elsewhere, as you may direct. Let that little affair be settled, and I shall be quite as willing to get out of London as you can be to send me. But I am in such a peck of troubles that something must be settled, and as it seems that after all the police are still astray about the necklace, perhaps I needn't run away from them for a little while even yet." She did not say this. She did not even in so many words make the first proposition. But she did endeavor to make Frank understand that she would obey his dictation if he would earn the right to dictate. He either did not or would not understand her, and then she became angry with him, or pretended to be angry. "Really, Frank," she said, "you are hardly fair to me." "In what way am I unfair?" "You come here and abuse all my friends, and tell me to go here and go there, just as though I were a child, and what, Lizzie?" "You know what I mean. You are one thing one day and one another. I hope Miss Lucy Morris was quite well when you last heard from her." "You have no right to speak to me of Lucy, at least not in disparagement. You are treating her very badly. You know that." "I am." "Then why don't you give it up? Why don't you let her have her chances, to do what she can with them? You know very well that you can't marry her. You know that you ought not to have asked her. You talk of Miss Roanoke and Sir Griffin Tewett. There are people quite as bad as Sir Griffin, or Mrs. Carbuncle either. Don't suppose I am speaking for myself. I've given up all that idle fancy long ago. I shall never marry a second time myself. I have made up my mind to that. I have suffered too much already." Then she burst into tears. He dried her tears and comforted her, and forgave all the injurious things she had said of him. It is almost impossible for a man under 40 and unmarried, and who is not a philosopher, to have familiar and affectionate intercourse with a beautiful young woman, and carry it on as he might do with a friend of the other sex. In his very heart Greystock despised this woman. He had told himself over and over again that were there no Lucy in the case, he would not marry her, that she was affected, unreal, and in fact a liar, and every word and look and motion which came from her with premeditation. Judging, not from her own account, but from circumstances as he saw them and such evidence as had reached him, he did not condemn her in reference to the diamonds. He had never for a moment conceived that she had secreted them. He acquitted her altogether from those special charges which had been widely circulated against her, but nevertheless he knew her to be heartless and bad. He had told himself a dozen times that it would be well for him that she should be married and taken out of his hands. And yet he loved her after a fashion, and was prone to sit near her, and was fool enough to be flattered by her caresses. When she would lay her hand on his arm, a thrill of pleasure went through him, and yet he would willingly have seen any decent man take her and marry her, making a bargain that he should never see her again. Young or old, men are apt to become Merlins when they encounter Vivians. On this occasion he left her, disgusted indeed, but not having told her that he was disgusted. "Come again, Frank, tomorrow, won't you?" she said. He made her no promise as he went, nor had she expected it. He had left her quite abruptly the other day, and he now went away almost in the same fashion. But she was not surprised. She understood that the task she had in hand was one very difficult to be accomplished, and she did perceive in some dark way that, good as her acting was, it was not quite good enough. Lucy held her ground because she was real. You may knock about a diamond and not even scratch it, whereas paste in rough usage betrays itself. Lizzie, with all her self-assuring protestations, knew that she was paste, and knew that Lucy was real stone. Why could she not force herself to act a little better, so that the paste might be as good as the stone, might at least seem to be as good? If he despises me now, what will he say when he finds it all out? She asked herself. As for Frank Greystock himself, though he had quite made up his mind about Lizzie Eustace, he was still in doubt about the other girl. At the present moment he was making over £2,000 a year, and yet was more in debt now than he had been a year ago. When he attempted to look at his affairs, he could not even remember what had become of his money. He did not gamble. He had no little yacht, costing him about £600 a year. He kept one horse in London, and one only. He had no house, and when he could spare time from his work, he was generally entertained at the houses of his friends. And yet from day to day his condition seemed to become worse and worse. It was true that he never thought of half a sovereign, that in calling for wine at his club he was never influenced by the cost, that it seemed to him quite rational to keep a cab waiting for him half the day, that in going or coming he never calculated expense, that in giving an order to a tailor he never dreamed of anything beyond his own comfort. Nevertheless, when he recounted with pride his great economies, reminding himself that he, a successful man, with a large income and no family, kept neither hunters nor yacht nor moor, and that he did not gamble, he did think it very hard that he should be embarrassed. But he was embarrassed, and in that condition could it be right for him to marry a girl without a shilling? In these days Mrs. Carbuncle was very urgent with her friend not to leave London till after the marriage. Lizzie had given no promise, had only been induced to promise that the loan of £150 should not be held to have any bearing on the wedding present to be made to Lucinda. That could be got on credit from Messrs. Harter and Benjamin, for though Mr. Benjamin was absent, on a little tour through Europe in search of precious stones in the cheap markets, old Mr. Harter suggested, the business went on the same as ever. There was a good deal of consultation about the present, and Mrs. Carbuncle at last decided, no doubt with the concurrence of Miss Roanoke, that it should consist simply of silver forks and spoons, real silver as far as the money would go. Mrs. Carbuncle herself went with her friend to select the articles, as to which perhaps we shall do her no injustice in saying that a ready sale, should such a lamentable occurrence ever become necessary, was one of the objects which she had in view. Mrs. Carbuncle's investigations as to the quality of the metal quite won Mr. Harter's respect, and it will probably be thought that she exacted no more than justice, seeing that the thing had become a matter of bargain, in demanding that the £35 should be stretched to £50 because the things were bought on long credit. "My dear Lizzie," Mrs. Carbuncle said, "the dear girl won't have an ounce more than she would have got had you gone into another sort of shop with 35 sovereigns in your hand." Lizzie growled, but Mrs. Carbuncle's final argument was inconclusive. "I'll tell you what we'll do," said she. "We'll take £30 down in ready money." There was no answer to be made to so reasonable a proposition. The presents to be made to Lucinda were very much thought of in Hertford Street at this time, and Lizzie, independently of any feeling that she might have as to her own contribution, did all she could to assist the collection of tribute. It was quite understood that as a girl can only be married once, for a widow's chance in such matters amounts to but little, everything should be done to gather toll from the taxpayers of society. It was quite fair on such an occasion that men should be given to understand that something worth having was expected. No trumpery 30-shilling piece of crockery, no insignificant glass bottle, or fantastic paper knife of no real value whatever, but got up just to put money into the tradesmen's hands. To one or two elderly gentlemen upon whom Mrs. Carbuncle had smiled, she ventured to suggest in plain words that a cheque was the most convenient cadeau. "What do you say to a couple of sovereigns?" one sarcastic old gentleman replied, upon whom probably Mrs. Carbuncle had not smiled enough. She laughed and congratulated her sarcastic friend upon his joke, but the 2 sovereigns were left upon the table and went to swell the spoil. "You must do something handsome for Lucinda," Lizzie said to her cousin. "What do you call handsome?" "You are a bachelor and a member of Parliament. Say £15. "I'll be blank if I do," said Frank, who was beginning to be very much disgusted with the house in Hertford Street. "There's a £5 note, and you may do what you please with it." Lizzie gave over the £5 note, the identical bit of paper that had come from Frank, and Mrs. Carbuncle, no doubt, did do what she pleased with it. There was almost a quarrel because Lizzie, after much consideration, declared that she did not see her way to get a present from the Duke of Omnium. She had talked so much to Mrs. Carbuncle about the Duke that Mrs. Carbuncle was almost justified in making the demand. "It isn't the value, you know," said Mrs. Carbuncle. "Neither I nor Lucinda would think of that. But it would look so well to have the dear Duke's name on something." Lizzie declared that the Duke was unapproachable on such subjects. "There you're wrong," said Mrs. Carbuncle. "I happen to know there is nothing his Grace likes so much as giving wedding presents." This was the harder upon Lizzie, as she actually did succeed in saying such kind things about Lucinda that Lady Glencora sent Miss Roanoke the prettiest smelling bottle in the world. "You don't mean to say you've given a present to the future Lady Tewett?" said Madame Max Goesler to her friend. "Why not? Sir Griffin cannot hurt me. When one begins to be good-natured, why shouldn't one be good-natured all round?" Madame Marx remarked that it might perhaps be preferable to put an end to good-nature altogether. "There, I dare say you're right, my dear," said Lady Glencora. "I've long felt that making presents means nothing. Only if one has a lot of money and people like it, why shouldn't one? I've made so many to people I hardly ever saw that one more to Lady Tewett can't hurt." Perhaps the most wonderful affair in that campaign was the spirited attack which Mrs. Carbuncle made on a certain Mrs. Hanbury Smith, who for the last 6 or 7 years had not been among Mrs. Carbuncle's more intimate friends. Mrs. Hanbury Smith lived with her husband in Paris, but before her marriage had known Mrs. Carbuncle in London. Her father, Mr. Bunbury Jones, had from certain causes chosen to show certain civilities to Mrs. Carbuncle just at the period of his daughter's marriage, and Mrs. Carbuncle, being perhaps at that moment well supplied with ready money, had presented a marriage present. From that to this present day Mrs. Carbuncle had seen nothing of Mrs. Hanbury Smith, nor of Mr. Bunbury Jones, but she was not the woman to waste the return value of such a transaction. A present so given was seed sown in the earth, seed indeed that could not be expected to give back 20-fold or even 10-fold, but still seed from which a crop should be expected. So she wrote to Mrs. Hanbury Smith, explaining that her darling niece Lucinda was about to be married to Sir Griffin Tewett, and that, as she had no child of her own, Lucinda was the same to her as a daughter. And then, lest there might be any want of comprehension, she expressed her own assurance that her friend would be glad to have an opportunity of reciprocating the feelings which had been evinced on the occasion of her own marriage. "It is no good mincing matters nowadays," Mrs. Carbuncle would have said, had any friend pointed out to her that she was taking strong measures in the exaction of toll. "People have come to understand that a spade is a spade, and £10, £10, she would have said. Had Mrs. Hanbury Smith not noticed the application, there might perhaps have been an end of it, but she was silly enough to send over from Paris a little trumpery bit of finery bought in the Palais Royal for 10 francs. Whereupon Mrs. Carbuncle wrote the following letter: My dear Mrs. Hanbury Smith, Lucinda has received your little brooch and is much obliged to you for thinking of her, but you must remember that when you were married I sent you a bracelet which cost £10. If I had a daughter of my own, I should of course expect that she would reap the benefit of this on her marriage, and my niece is the same to me as a daughter. I think that this is quite understood now among people in society. Lucinda will be disappointed much if you do not send her what she thinks she has a right to expect. Of course you can deduct the brooch if you please. Yours very sincerely, Jane Carbuncle. Mr. Hanbury Smith was something of a wag, and caused his wife to write back as follows. Dear Mrs. Carbuncle, I quite acknowledge the reciprocity system, but don't think it extends to descendants, certainly not to nieces. I acknowledge, too, the present quoted at £10. I thought it had been £7 10s. The nasty mean creature, said Mrs. Carbuncle, when showing the correspondence to Lizzie, must have been to the tradesman to inquire. The price named was £10, but I got £2 10s off for ready money. At your second marriage I will do what is needful, but I can assure you I haven't recognized nieces with any of my friends. Yours very truly, Caroline Hanbury Smith. The correspondence was carried no further, for not even can a Mrs. Carbuncle exact payment of such a debt in any established court, but she inveighed bitterly against the meanness of Mrs. Smith, telling the story openly, and never feeling that she told it against herself. In her set it was generally thought that she had done quite right. She managed better with old Mr. Kebab, who had certainly received many of Mrs. Carbuncle's smiles, and who was very rich. Mr. Kebab did as he was desired, and sent a cheque for £20, and added a message that he hoped Miss Roanoke would buy with it any little thing that she liked. Miss Roanoke, or her aunt for her, liked a 30-guinea ring, and bought it, having the bill for the balance sent in to Mr. Kebab. Mr. Kebab, who probably knew that he must pay well for his smiles, never said anything about it. Lady Eustace went into all this work absolutely liking it. She had felt nothing of anger even as regarded her own contribution, much as she had struggled to reduce the amount. People, she felt, ought to be sharp, and it was nice to look at pretty things and to be cunning about them. She would have applied to the Duke of Omnium had she dared, and was very triumphant when she got the smelling bottle from Lady Glencora. But Lucinda herself took no part whatever in all these things. Nothing that Mrs. Carbuncle could say would induce her to take any interest in them, or even in the trousseau, which, without reference to expense, was being supplied chiefly on the very indifferent credit of Sir Griffin. What Lucinda had to say about the matter was said solely to her aunt. Neither Lady Eustace, nor Lord George, nor even the maid who dressed her, heard any of her complaints. But complain she did, and that with terrible energy. "What is the use of it, Aunt Jane? I shall never have a house to put them into." "What nonsense, my dear! Why shouldn't you have a house as well as others?" "And if I had, I should never care for them. I hate them. What does Lady Glencora Palliser or Lord Fawn care for me?" Even Lord Fawn had been put under requisition and had sent a little box full of stationery. "They are worth money, Lucinda, and when a girl marries she always gets them." "Yes, and when they come from people who love her, and who pour them into her lap with kisses, because she has given herself to a man she loves, then it must be nice. Oh, if I were marrying a poor man, and a poor friend had given me a gridiron to help me to cook my husband's dinner, how I could have valued it." "I don't know that you like poor things and poor people better than anybody else," said Aunt Jane. "I don't like anything or anybody," said Lucinda. "You had better take the good things that come to you then, and not grumble. How I have worked to get all this arranged for you, and now what thanks have I?" "You'll find you have worked for very little, Aunt Jane. I shall never marry the man yet." This, however, had been said so often that Aunt Jane thought nothing of the threat. End of chapter 65. Recording by Leanne Howlett.
Chapter 66 of the Eustace Diamonds. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Eustace Diamonds by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 66. The Aspirations of Mr. Emilius. It was acknowledged by Mrs. Carbuncle very freely that in the matter of tribute no one behaved better than Mr. Emilius, the fashionable, foreign, side-deviant Jew preacher, who still drew great congregations in the neighbourhood of Mrs. Carbuncle's house. Mrs. Carbuncle, no doubt, attended regularly at Mr. Emilius's church, and had taken a sitting for 13 Sundays at something like 10 shillings a Sunday. But she had not as yet paid the money, and Mr. Emilius was well aware that if his tickets were not paid for in advance, there would be considerable defalcations in his income. He was, as a rule, very particular as to such payments, and would not allow a name to be put on a sitting till the money had reached his pockets. But with Mrs. Carbuncle he had descended to no such commercial accuracy. Mrs. Carbuncle had seats for 3, for one of which Lady Eustace paid her share in advance, in the midst of the very best pews in the most conspicuous part of the house, and hardly a word had been said to her about the money. And now there came to them from Mr. Emilius the prettiest little gold salver that ever was seen. "I send Messrs. Clerico's docket," wrote Mr. Emilius, "as Miss Roanoke may like to know the quality of the metal." "Ah," said Mrs. Carbuncle, inspecting the little dish, and putting 2 and 2 together. "He's got it cheap, no doubt, at the place where they commissioned him to buy the plate and candlesticks for the church. But at £3 16 shillings 3 the gold is worth nearly £20. Mr. Emilius no doubt had had his outing in the autumn through the instrumentality of Mrs. Carbuncle's kindness, but that was past and gone, and such lavish gratitude for a past favour could hardly be expected from Mr. Emilius. "I'll be hanged if he isn't after Portray Castle," said Mrs. Carbuncle to herself. Mr. Emilius was after Portray Castle, and had been after Portray Castle in a silent, not very confident, but yet not altogether hopeless manner ever since he had seen the glories of that place, and learned something of truth as to the widow's income. Mrs. Carbuncle was led to her conclusion not simply by the wedding present, but in part also by the diligence displayed by Mr. Emilius in removing the doubts which had got abroad respecting his condition in life. He assured Mrs. Carbuncle that he had never been married. Shortly after his ordination, which had been effected under the hands of that great and good man the late Bishop of Jerusalem, he had taken to live with him a lady who was, Mrs. Carbuncle did not quite recollect who the lady was, but remembered that she was connected in some way with a stepmother of Mr. Emilius, who lived in Bohemia. This lady had for a while kept house for Mr. Emilius, but ill-natured things had been said, and Mr. Emilius, having respect to his cloth, had sent the poor lady back to Bohemia. The consequence was that he now lived in a solitude which was absolute, and, as Mr. Emilius added, somewhat melancholy. All this Mr. Emilius explained very fully, not to Lizzie herself, but to Mrs. Carbuncle. If Lady Eustace chose to entertain such a suitor, why should he not come? It was nothing to Mrs. Carbuncle. Lizzie laughed when she was told that she might add the reverend gentleman to the list of her admirers. "Don't you remember," she said, "how we used to chaff Miss Macnulty about him?" "I knew better than that," replied Mrs. Carbuncle. "There is no saying what a man may be after," said Lizzie. "I didn't know but that he might have thought that Macnulty's connections would increase his congregation." "He's after you, my dear, and your income. He can manage a congregation for himself." Lizzie was very civil to him, but it would be unjust to her to say that she gave him any encouragement. It is quite the proper thing for a lady to be on intimate and even on affectionate terms with her favourite clergyman, and Lizzie certainly had intercourse with no clergyman who was a greater favourite with her than Mr. Emilius. She had a dean for an uncle, and a bishop for an uncle-in-law, but she was at no pains to hide her contempt for these old fogies of the church. "They preach now and then in the cathedral," she said to Mr. Emilius, "and everybody takes the opportunity of going to sleep." Mr. Emilius was very much amused at this description of the eloquence of the dignitaries. It was quite natural to him that people should go to sleep in church who take no trouble in seeking eloquent preachers. "Ah," he said, "the church in England, which is my church, the church which I love, is beautiful. She is as a maiden, all glorious with fine raiment. But alas, she is mute, she does not sing, she has no melody. But the time cometh in which she shall sing. I myself, I am a poor singer in the great choir." in saying which Mr. Emilius no doubt intended to allude to his eloquence as a preacher. He was a man who could listen as well as sing, and he was very careful to hear well that which was being said in public about Lady Eustace and her diamonds. He had learned thoroughly what was her condition in reference to the Portray estate, and was rejoiced rather than otherwise to find that she enjoyed only a life interest in the property. Had the thing been better than it was, it would have been the further removed from his reach. And in the same way, when rumors reached him prejudicial to Lizzie in respect of the diamonds, he perceived that such prejudice might work well for him. A gentleman once, on ordering a mackerel for dinner, was told that a fresh mackerel would come to a shilling. He could have a stale mackerel for 6d. "Then bring me a stale mackerel," said the gentleman. Mr. Emilius coveted fish, but was aware that his position did not justify him in expecting the best fish on the market. The Lord Fawns and the Frank Greystocks of the world would be less likely to covet Lizzie, should she, by any little indiscretion, have placed herself under a temporary cloud. Mr. Emilius had carefully observed the heavens, and knew how quickly such clouds will disperse themselves when they are tinged with gold. There was nothing which Lizzie had done, or would be likely to do, which could materially affect her income. It might indeed be possible that the Eustaces should make her pay for the necklace, but even in that case there would be quite enough left for that modest, unambitious comfort which Mr. Emilius desired. It was by preaching, and not by wealth, that he must make himself known in the world. But for a preacher to have a pretty wife with a title and a good income, and a castle in Scotland, what an Elysium it would be! In such condition he would envy no dean, no bishop, no archbishop. He thought a great deal about it, and saw no positive bar to his success. She told him that she was going to Scotland. "Not immediately!" he exclaimed. "My little boy is there," she said. "But why should not your little boy be here? Surely, for people who can choose, the great centre of the world offers attractions which cannot be found in secluded spots." "I love seclusion," said Lizzie with rapture. "Ah, yes, I can believe that." Mr. Emilius had himself witnessed the seclusion of Portray Castle, and had heard, when there, many stories of the Ayrshire hunting. "It is your nature. But, dear Lady Eustace, will you allow me to say that our nature is implanted in us in accordance with the fall?" "Do you mean to say that it is wicked to like to be in Scotland better than in this giddy town?" "I say nothing about wicked, Lady Eustace. But this I do say, that nature alone will not lead us always aright. It is good to be at Portray part of the year, no doubt, but are there not blessings in such a congregation of humanity as this London, which you cannot find at Portray?" "I can hear you preach, Mr. Emilius, certainly." "I hope that is something too, Lady Eustace, otherwise a great many people who kindly come to hear me must sadly waste their time. And your example to the world around, is it not more serviceable amidst the crowds of London than in the solitudes of Scotland? There is more good to be done, Lady Eustace, by living among our fellow creatures than by deserting them. Therefore I think you should not go to Scotland before August, but should have your little boy brought to you here." "The air of his native mountains is everything to my child," said Lizzie. The child had, in fact, been born at Bobsborough, but that probably would make no real difference. "You cannot wonder that I should plead for your stay," said Mr. Emilius, throwing all his soul into his eyes. "How dark would everything be to me if I missed you from your seat in the house of praise and prayer." Lizzie Eustace, like some other ladies who ought to be more appreciative, was altogether deficient in what may perhaps be called good taste in reference to men. Though she was clever, and though, in spite of her ignorance, she at once knew an intelligent man from a fool, she did not know the difference between a gentleman and a cad. It was in her estimation something against Mr. Emilius that he was a clergyman, something against him that he had nothing but what he earned, something against him that he was supposed to be a renegade Jew, and that nobody knew whence he came or who he was. These deficiencies or drawbacks Lizzie recognized, but it was nothing against him in her judgment that he was a greasy, fawning, pawing, creeping, black-browed rascal, who could not look her full in the face, and whose every word sounded like a lie. There was a twang in his voice which ought to have told her that he was utterly untrustworthy. There was an oily pretense at earnestness in his manner which ought to have told that he was not fit to associate with gentlemen. There was a foulness of demeanor about him which ought to have given to her, as a woman at any rate brought up among ladies, an abhorrence of his society. But all this Lizzie did not feel. She ridiculed to Mrs. Carbuncle the idea of the preacher's courtship. She still thought that in the teeth of all her misfortunes she could do better with herself than marry Mr. Emilius. She conceived that the man must be impertinent if Mrs. Carbuncle's assertions were true, but she was neither angry nor disgusted, and she allowed him to talk to her, and even to make love to her, after his nasty pseudo-clerical fashion. She could surely still do better with herself than marry Mr. Emilius. It was now the 20th of March, and a fortnight had gone since an intimation had been sent to her from headquarters of the police that Patience Crabstick was in their hands. Nothing further had occurred, and it might be that Patience Crabstick had told no tale against her. She could not bring herself to believe that Patience had no tale to tell, but it might be that Patience, though she was in the hands of the police, would find it to her interest to tell no tale against her late mistress. At any rate, there was silence and quiet, and the affair of the diamonds seemed almost to be passing out of people's minds. Greystock had twice called in Scotland Yard, but had been able to learn nothing. It was feared, they said, that the people really engaged in the robbery had got away scot-free. Frank did not quite believe them, but he could learn nothing from them. Thus encouraged, Lizzie determined that she would remain in London till after Lucinda's marriage, till after she should have received the promised letter from Lord Fawn, as to which, though it was so long in coming, she did not doubt that it would come at last. She could do nothing with Frank, who was a fool. She could do nothing with Lord George, who was a brute. Lord Fawn would still be within her reach, if only the secret about the diamonds could be kept a secret till after she should have become his wife. About this time Lucinda spoke to her respecting her proposed journey. "You were talking of going to Scotland a week ago, Lady Eustace." "And I am still talking of it." "Aunt Jane says that you are waiting for my wedding. It is very kind of you, but pray don't do that." "I shouldn't think of going now till after your marriage. It only wants 10 or 12 days." "I count them. I know how many days it wants. It may want more than that." "You can't put it off now, I should think," said Lizzie, "and as I have ordered my dress for the occasion, I shall certainly stay and wear it." "I am very sorry for your dress. I am very sorry for it all. Do you know, sometimes I think I shall murder him." "Lucinda, how can you say something so horrible? But I see you are only joking." There did come a ghastly smile over that beautiful face, which was so seldom lighted up by any expression of mirth or good humor. "But I wish you would not say such horrible things." "It would serve him right, and if he were to murder me, that would serve me right. He knows that I detest him, and yet he goes on with it. I have told him so a score of times, but nothing will make him give it up. It is not that he loves me, but that he thinks that that will be his triumph." "Why don't you give it up, if it makes you unhappy?" "It ought to come from him, ought it not?" "I don't see why," said Lizzie. "He is not bound to anybody as I am bound to my aunt. No one can have exacted an oath from him. Lady Eustace, you don't quite understand how we are situated. I wonder whether you would take the trouble to be good to me?" Lucinda Roanoke had never asked a favor of her before, had never, to Lizzie's knowledge, asked a favor of any one. "In what way can I be good to you?" she said. "Make him give it up. You may tell him what you like of me. Tell him that I shall only make him miserable and more despicable than he is, that I shall never be a good wife to him. Tell him that I am thoroughly bad, and that he will repent it to the last day of his life. Say whatever you like, but make him give it up." "When everything has been prepared." "What does all that signify compared to a life of misery? Lady Eustace, I really think that I should kill him if he really were my husband." Lizzie at last said that she would, at any rate, speak to Mr. Griffin. And she did speak to Mr. Griffin, having waited 3 or 4 days for an opportunity to do so. There had been some desperately sharp words between Sir Griffin and Mrs. Carbuncle with reference to money. Sir Griffin had been given to understand that Lucinda had, or would have, some few £100, and insisted that the money should be handed over to him on the day of his marriage. Mrs. Carbuncle had declared that the money was to come from property to be realized in New York, and had named a day which had seemed to Sir Griffin to be as the Greek kalends. He expressed an opinion that he was swindled, and Mrs. Carbuncle, unable to restrain herself, had turned upon him full of wrath. He was caught by Lizzie as he was descending the stairs, and in the dining-room he poured out the tale of his wrongs. "That woman doesn't know what fair dealing means," said he. "That's a little hard, Sir Griffin, isn't it?" said Lizzie. "Not a bit. A trumpery £600, and she hasn't a shilling of fortune, and never will have beyond that. No fellow ever was more generous or more foolish than I have been." Lizzie, as she heard this, could not refrain from thinking of the poor departed Sir Florian. "I didn't look for fortune, or say a word about money, as almost every man does, but just took her as she was. And now she tells me that I can't have just the bit of money that I wanted for our tour. It would serve them both right if I were to give it up." "Why don't you?" said Lizzie. He looked quickly, sharply, and closely into her face as she asked the question. "I would if I thought as you do." "And lay myself in for all manner of damages," said Sir Griffin. "There wouldn't be anything of that kind, I'm sure. You see, the truth is, you and Miss Roanoke are always having little tiffs together. I sometimes think you don't really care a bit for her." "It's the old woman I'm complaining of," said Sir Griffin, "and I'm not going to marry her. I shall have seen the last of her when I get out of the church, Lady Eustace." "Do you think she wishes it?" "Who do you mean?" asked Sir Griffin. "Why, Lucinda." "Of course she does. Where'd she be now if it wasn't to go on? I don't believe they've money enough between them to pay the rent of the house they're living in." "Of course, I don't want to make difficulties, Sir Griffin, and no doubt the affair has gone very far now. But I really think Lucinda would consent to break it off if you wish it. I have never thought that you were really in love with her." He again looked at her very sharply and very closely. "Has she sent you to say all this?" "Has who sent me? Mrs. Carbuncle didn't." "But Lucinda?" She paused for a moment before she replied, but she could not bring herself to be absolutely honest in the matter. "No, she did not send me. But from what I see and hear, I am quite sure she does not wish to go on with it." "Then she shall go on with it," said Sir Griffin. "I am not going to be made a fool of in that way. She shall go on with it, and the first thing I mean to tell her as my wife is, that she shall never see that woman again. If she thinks she's going to be master, she's very much mistaken." Sir Griffin, as he said this, showed his teeth, and declared his purpose to be masterful by his features as well as by his words. But Lady Eustace was, nevertheless, of opinion that when the two came to an absolute struggle for mastery, the lady would get the better of it. Lizzie never told Miss Roanoke of her want of success, or even of the effort she had made, nor did the unhappy young woman come to her for any reply. The preparations went on, and it was quite understood that on this peculiar occasion Mrs. Carbuncle intended to treat her friends with profuse hospitality. She proposed to give a breakfast, and as the house in Hertford Street was very small, rooms had been taken at an hotel in Albemarle Street. Thither, as the day of the marriage drew near, all the presents were taken, so that they might be viewed by the guests, with the names of the donors attached to them. As some of the money given had been very much wanted indeed, so that the actual cheques could not be conveniently spared just at the moment to pay for the presents which ought to have been bought, a few very pretty things were hired, as to which, when the donors should see their names attached to them, they should surely think that the money given had been laid out to great advantage. End of chapter 66.
Chapter 67 of the Eustace Diamonds. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brian Hoos. The Eustace Diamonds by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 67. The Eye of the Public. It took Lord Fawn a long time to write his letter, but at last he wrote it. The delay must not be taken as throwing any slur on his character as a correspondent or a man of business, for many irritating causes sprang up sufficient to justify him in pleading that it arose from circumstances beyond his own control. It is, moreover, felt by us all that the time which may fairly be taken in the performance of any task depends not on the amount of work, but on the performance of it when done. A man is not expected to write a check for a couple of £1,000 as readily as he would one for 5, unless he be a man to whom a couple of £1,000 is a mere nothing. To Lord Fawn the writing of this letter was everything. He had told Lizzie with much exactness what he would put into it. He would again offer his hand, acknowledging himself bound to do so by his former offer, but would give reasons why she should not accept it. If anything should occur in the meantime which would, in his opinion, justify him in again repudiating her, he would of course take advantage of such circumstance. If asked himself what was his prevailing motive in all that he did or intended to do, he would have declared that it was above all things necessary that he should put himself right in the eye of the British public. But he was not able to do this without interference from the judgment of others. Both Mr. and Mrs. Hittaway interfered, and he could not prevent himself from listening to them and believing them, though he would contradict all they said and snub all their theories. Frank Greystock also continued to interfere, and Lady Glencora Palliser. Even John Eustace had been worked upon to write to Lord Fawn, stating his opinion, as trustee for his late brother's property, that the Eustace family did not think that there was ground of complaint against Lady Eustace in reference to the diamonds which had been stolen. This was a terrible blow to Lord Fawn, and had come, no doubt, from a general agreement among the Eustace faction, including the Bishop, John Eustace, and even Mrs. Camperdown, that it would be a good thing to get the widow married and placed under some decent control. Lady Glencora absolutely had the effrontery to ask him whether the marriage was not going to take place, and when a day would be fixed. He gathered up his courage to give her ladyship a rebuke. "My private affairs do seem to be uncommonly interesting," he said. "Why, yes, Lord Fawn," said Lady Glencora, whom nothing could abash. "Most interesting. You see, dear Lady Eustace is so very popular that we all want to know what is to be her fate." "I regret to say that I cannot answer your ladyship's question with any precision," said Lord Fawn. But the Hittaway persecution was by far the worst. "You have seen her, Frederick?" said his sister. "Yes, I have." "You have made her no promise?" "My dear Clara, this is a matter in which I must use my own judgment." "But the family, Frederick?" "I do not think that any member of our family has just right to complain of my conduct, since I have had the honor of being its head. I have endeavored so to live that my actions should encounter no private or public censure. If I fail to meet with your approbation, I shall grieve, but I cannot on that account act otherwise than in accordance with my own judgment." Mrs. Hittaway knew her brother well, and was not afraid of him. "That's all very well, and I am sure you know, Frederick, how proud we all are of you. But this woman is a nasty, low, scheming, ill-conducted, dishonest little wretch, and if you make her your wife, you'll be miserable all your life. Nothing would make me and Orlando so unhappy as to quarrel with you, but we know that it is so, and to the last minute I shall say so. Why don't you ask her to her face about that man down in Scotland? My dear Clara, perhaps I know what to ask her and what not to ask her better than you can tell me." And his brother-in-law was quite as bad. "Fawn," he said, "in this matter of Lady Eustace, don't you think you ought to put your conduct into the hands of some friend?" "What do you mean by that?" "I think it is an affair in which a man would have so much comfort in being able to say that he was guided by advice. Of course, her people want you to marry her. Now, if you could just tell them that the whole thing was in the hands of, say, me, or any other friend, you would be relieved, you know, of so much responsibility. They might hammer away at me ever so long, and I shouldn't care twopence." "If there is to be any hammering, it cannot be borne vicariously," said Lord Fawn. And as he said it, he was quite pleased by his own sharpness and wit. He had indeed put himself beyond protection by vicarious endurance of hammering, when he promised to write to Lady Eustace, explaining his own conduct and giving reasons. Had anything turned up in Scotland Yard which would have justified him in saying, or even in thinking, that Lizzie had stolen her own diamonds, he would have sent word to her that he must abstain from any communication till that matter had been cleared up. But since the appearance of that mysterious paragraph in the newspapers, nothing had been heard of the robbery, and public opinion certainly seemed to be in favor of Lizzie's innocence. He did think that the Eustace faction was betraying him, as he could not but remember how eager Mr. Camperdown had been in asserting that the widow was keeping an enormous amount of property and claiming it as her own, whereas in truth she had not the slightest title to it. It was in a great measure in consequence of the assertions of the Eustace faction, almost in obedience to their advice, that he had resolved to break off the match, and now they turned upon him, and John Eustace absolutely went out of his way to write him a letter, which was clearly meant to imply that he, Lord Fawn, was bound to marry the woman to whom he had once engaged himself. Lord Fawn felt that he was ill-used, and that a man might have to undergo a great deal of bad treatment who should strive to put himself right in the eye of the public. At last he wrote his letter on a Wednesday, which with him had something of the comfort of a half-holiday, as on that day he was not required to attend Parliament. India Office, 28th March, 18. My dear Lady Eustace, in accordance with the promise which I made to you, when I did myself the honour of waiting upon you in Hertford Street, I take up my pen with the view of communicating to you the result of my deliberations respecting the engagement of marriage which no doubt did exist between us last summer. Since that time I have no doubt taken upon myself to say that the engagement was over, and I am free to admit that I did so without any assent or agreement on your part to that effect. Such conduct no doubt requires a valid and strong defense. My defense is as follows. I learned that you were in possession of a large amount of property, vested in diamonds, which was claimed by the executors under your late husband's will as belonging to his estate, and as to which they declared in the most positive manner that you had no right or title to it whatever. I consulted friends, and I consulted lawyers, and I was led to the conviction that this property certainly did not belong to you. Had I married you in these circumstances, I could not but have become a participator in the lawsuit which I was assured would be commenced. I could not be a participator with you, because I believed you to be in the wrong, and I certainly could not participate with those who would in such case be attacking my own wife. In this condition of things I requested you, as you must, I think, yourself own, with all deference and good feeling, to give up the actual possession of the property, and to place the diamonds in neutral hands. Lord Fawn was often called upon to be a neutral in reference to the condition of outlying Indian principalities, till the law should have decided as to their ownership. As regards myself, I neither coveted nor rejected the possession of that wealth for my future wife. I desired simply to be free from an embarrassment which would have overwhelmed me. You declined my request, not only positively, but perhaps I may add peremptorily, and then I was bound to adhere to the decision I had communicated to you. Since that time the property has been stolen and, as I believe, dissipated. The lawsuit against you has been withdrawn, and the bone of contention, so to say, is no longer existing. I am no longer justified in declining to keep my engagement because of the prejudice to which I should have been subjected by your possession of the diamonds, and therefore, as far as that goes, I withdraw my withdrawal. This, Lord Fawn thought, was a rather happy phrase, and he read it aloud to himself more than once. But now there arises the question whether, in both our interests, this marriage should go on, or whether it may not be more conducive to your happiness and to mine that it should be annulled for causes altogether irrespective of the diamonds. In a matter so serious as marriage, the happiness of the two parties is that which requires graver thought than any other consideration. There has no doubt sprung up between us a feeling of mutual distrust, which has led to recrimination, and which is hardly compatible with that perfect confidence which should exist between a man and his wife. This first arose, no doubt, from the different views which we took as to that property of which I have spoken, and as to which your judgment may possibly have been better than mine. On that head I will add nothing to what I have already said, but the feeling has arisen, and I fear it cannot be so perfectly allayed as to admit of that reciprocal trust without which we could not live happily together. I confess that for my own part I do not now desire a union which was once the great object of my ambition, and that I could not go to the altar with you without fear and trembling. As to your own feelings, you best know what they are. I bring no charge against you, But if you have ceased to love me, I think you should cease to wish to be my wife, and that you should not insist upon a marriage simply because by doing so you would triumph over a former objection." Before he finished this paragraph he thought much of Andy Gowran, and of the scene among the rocks of which he had heard. But he could not speak of it. He had found himself unable to examine the witness who had been brought to him, and had honestly told himself that he could not take that charge as proved. Andy Gowran might have lied. In his heart he believed that Andy Gowran had lied. The matter was distasteful to him, and he would not touch it. And yet he knew that the woman did not love him, and he longed to tell her so. As to what we might each gain or each lose in a worldly point of view, either by marrying or not marrying, I will not say a word. You have rank and wealth, and therefore I can comfort myself by thinking that if I dissuade you from this marriage, I shall rob you of neither. I acknowledge that I wish to dissuade you, as I believe that we should not make each other happy. As, however, I do consider that I am bound to keep my engagement to you if you demand that I shall do so, I leave the matter in your hands for decision. I am and shall remain your sincere friend, Fawn. He read the letter and copied it, and gave himself great credit for the composition. He thought that it was impossible that any woman, after reading it, should express a wish to become the wife of the man who wrote it, and yet, so he believed, no man or woman could find fault with him for writing it. There certainly was one view of the case which was very distressing. How would it be with him if, after all, she should say that she would marry him? After having given her her choice, having put it all in writing, he could not again go back from it. He would be in her power, and of what use would his life be to him? Would Parliament, or the India Office, or the eye of the public, be able to comfort him then in the midst of his many miseries? What could he do with a wife whom he married with the declaration that he disliked her? With such feelings as were his, how could he stand before a clergyman and take an oath that he would love and cherish her? Would she not ever be as an adder to him, as an adder whom it would be impossible that he should admit into his bosom? Could he live in the same house with her, and if so, could he ask his mother and sisters to visit her? He remembered well that Mrs. Hittaway had called her a nasty, low, scheming, ill-conducted, dishonest little wretch, and he believed that she was so. Yet he was once again offering to marry her, should she choose to accept him. Nevertheless, the letter was sent. There was, in truth, no alternative. He had promised that he would write such a letter, and all that had remained to him was the power of cramming into it every available argument against the marriage. This he had done, and, as he thought, had done well. It was impossible that she should desire to marry him after reading such a letter as that. Lizzie received it in her bedroom, where she breakfasted, and told of its arrival to her friend Mrs. Carbuncle as soon as they met each other. "My lord has come down from his high horse at last," she said, with the letter in her hand. "What, Lord Fawn?" "Yes, Lord Fawn. What other lord? There is no other lord for me. He is my lord, my peer of Parliament, my cabinet minister, my right honourable, my member of the government, my young man, too, as the maidservants call them." "What does he say?" "Say? What should he say? Just that he has behaved very badly, and that he hopes I shall forgive him." "Not quite that, does he?" "That's what it all means. Of course there is ever so much of it, pages of it. It wouldn't be Lord Fawn if he didn't spin it all out like an Act of Parliament, with whereas and wherein and whereof. It's full of all that, but the meaning of it is that he's at my feet again, and that I may pick him up if I choose to take him. I'd show you the letter, only perhaps it wouldn't be fair to the poor man." "What excuse does he make?" "Oh, as to that, he's rational enough. He calls the necklace the bone of contention." "It's rather good of Lord Fawn, isn't it?" "The bone of contention, he says, has been removed, and therefore there is no reason why we shouldn't marry if we like it. He shall hear enough about the bone of contention if we do marry." "And what shall you do now?" "Ah, yes, that's easily asked, is it not? The man's a good sort of man in his way, you know. He doesn't drink or gamble, and I don't think there's a bit of the King David about him, that I don't. Virtue personified, I should say. And he isn't extravagant." "Then why not have him, and have done with it?" asked Mrs. Carbuncle. "He is such a lumpy man," said Lizzie. "Such an ass. Such a load of government waste paper." "Come, my dear, you've had troubles." "I have indeed," said Lizzie. "And there's no quite knowing yet how far they're over." "What do you mean by that, Mrs. Carbuncle?" "Nothing very much, but still, you see, they may come again. As to Lord George, we all know that he has not got a penny piece in the world that he can call his own." "If he had as many pennies as Judas, Lord George would be nothing to me," said Lizzie. "And your cousin really doesn't seem to mean anything." "I know very well what my cousin means. He and I understand each other thoroughly, but cousins can love one another very well without marrying." "Of course you know your own business, but if I were you I would take Lord Fawn. I speak in true kindness as one woman to another. After all, what does love signify? How much real love do we ever see among married people? Does Lady Glencora Palliser really love her husband, who thinks of nothing in the world but putting taxes on and off? Do you love your husband, Mrs. Carbuncle?" "No, but that is a different kind of thing. Circumstances have caused me to live apart from him. The man is a good man, and there is no reason why you should not respect him and treat him well. He will give you a fixed position, which really you want badly, Lady Eustace." "Tooraloo, tooraloo, tooraloo, looraloo," said Lizzie in contemptuous disdain of her friend's caution. "And then all this trouble about the diamonds and the robberies will be over," continued Mrs. Carbuncle. Lizzie looked at her very intently. What should make Mrs. Carbuncle suppose that there need be, or indeed could be, any further trouble about the diamonds? "So that's your advice," said Lizzie. "I'm half inclined to take it, and perhaps I shall. However, I have brought him round, and that's something, my dear, and either one way or the other I shall let him know that I like my triumph. I was determined to have it, and I've got it." Then she read the letter again, very seriously. Could she possibly marry a man who in so many words told her that he didn't want her? Well, she thought she could. Was not everybody treating everybody else much the same way? Had she not loved her Corsair truly? And how had he treated her? Had she not been true, disinterested, and most affectionate to Frank Greystock? And what had she got from him? To manage her business wisely and put herself upon firm ground, that was her duty at present. Mrs. Carbuncle was right there. The very name of Lady Fawn would be a rock to her, and she wanted a rock. She thought upon the whole that she could marry him, unless Patience Crabstick and the police should again interfere with her prosperity. End of chapter 67.
Chapter 68 of the Eustace Diamonds. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Eustace Diamonds by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 68, The Major. Lady Eustace did not intend to take as much time in answering Lord Fawn's letter as he had taken in writing it, but even she found that the subject was one which demanded a good deal of thought. Mrs. Carbuncle had very freely recommended her to take the man, supporting her advice by arguments which Lizzie felt to be valid. But then Mrs. Carbuncle did not know all the circumstances. Mrs. Carbuncle had not actually seen his lordship's letter, and though the great part of the letter, the formal repetition, namely, of the writer's offer of marriage, had been truly told to her, still, as the reader will have perceived, she had been kept in the dark as to some of the details. Lizzie did sit at her desk with the object of putting a few words together in order that she might see how they looked, and she found that there was a difficulty. "My dear Lord Fawn, as we have been engaged to marry each other, and as all our friends have been told, I think that the thing had better go on." That, after various attempts, was, she thought, the best letter that she could send, if she should make up her mind to be Lady Fawn. But on the morning of the 30th of March she had not sent her letter. She had told herself that she would take 2 days to think of her reply, and on the Friday morning the few words she had prepared were still lying on her desk. What was she to get by marrying a man she absolutely disliked? That he also absolutely disliked her was not a matter much in her thoughts. The man would not ill-treat her because he disliked her, or it might perhaps be juster to say that the ill-treatment which she might fairly anticipate would not be of a nature which would much affect her comfort grievously. He would not beat her, nor rob her, nor lock her up, nor starve her. He would either neglect her or preach sermons to her. For the first she could console herself by the attention of others, and should he preach, perhaps she should preach too, as sharply if not as lengthily as his lordship. At any rate, she was not afraid of him. But what would she gain? It is very well to have a rock, as Mrs. Carbuncle had said, but a rock is not everything. She did not know whether she cared so much for living upon a rock. Even stability may be purchased at too high a price. There was not a grain of poetry in the whole composition of Lord Fawn, and poetry was what her very soul craved. Poetry, together with houses, champagne, jewels, and admiration. Her income was still her own, and she did not quite see that the rock was so absolutely necessary to her. Then she wrote another note to Lord Fawn, a specimen of a note, so that she might have the opportunity of comparing the two. This note took her much longer than the one first written. My Lord, I do not know how to acknowledge with sufficient humility the condescension and great kindness of your lordship's letter, but perhaps its manly generosity is more conspicuous than either. The truth is, my lord, you want to escape from your engagement, but are too much afraid of the consequences to dare to do so by any act of your own, therefore you throw it upon me. You are quite successful. I don't think you ever read poetry, but perhaps you may understand the two following lines. I am constrained to say your lordship's scullion should sooner be my husband than yourself. I see through you and despise you thoroughly. E. Eustace. She was comparing the two answers together, very much in doubt as to which should be sent, when there came a message to her by a man whom she knew to be a policeman, though he did not announce himself as such, and was dressed in plain clothes. Major Mackintosh sent his compliments to her, and would wait upon her that afternoon at 3 o'clock, if she would have the kindness to receive him. At the first moment of seeing the man, she felt that after all the rock was what she wanted. Mrs. Carbuncle was right. She had had troubles, and might have more, and the rock was the thing. But then the more certainly did she become convinced of this by the presence of the Major's messenger, the more clearly did she see the difficulty of attaining the security which the rock offered. If this public exposure should fall upon her, Lord Fawn's renewed offer, as she knew well, would stand for nothing. If once it were known that she had kept the necklace, her own necklace, under her pillow at Carlisle, he would want no further justification in repudiating her, were it for the 10th time. She was very uncivil to the messenger, and the more so because she found that the man bore her rudeness without turning upon her and rending her. When she declared that the police had behaved very badly, and that Major Mackintosh was inexcusable in troubling her again, and that she had ceased to care twopence about the necklace, the man made no remonstrance to her petulance. He owned that the trouble was very great, and the police very inefficient. He almost owned that the Major was inexcusable. He did not care what he owned, so that he achieved his object. But when Lizzie said that she could not see Major Mackintosh at 3, and objected equally to 2, 4, or 5, then the courteous messenger from Scotland Yard did say a word to make her understand that there must be a meeting, and he hinted also that the Major was doing a most unusually good-natured thing in coming to Hertford Street. Of course, Lizzie made the appointment. If the Major chose to come, she would be at home at 3. As soon as the policeman was gone, she sat alone, with a manner very much changed from that which she had worn since the arrival of Lord Fawn's letter, with a fresh weight of care upon her, greater perhaps than she had ever hitherto borne. She had had bad moments, when, for instance, she had been taken before the magistrates at Carlisle, when she found the police in her house on her return from the theatre, and when Lord George had forced her secret from her. But at each of these periods hope had come renewed before despair had crushed her. Now it seemed to her that the thing was done and that the game was over. This chief man of the London police no doubt knew the whole story. If she could only already have climbed upon some rock, so that there might be a man bound to defend her, a man at any rate bound to put himself forward on her behalf and do whatever might be done in her defense, she might have endured it. What should she do now, at this minute? She looked at her watch and found that it was already past 1. Mrs. Carbuncle, as she knew, was closeted upstairs with Lucinda, whose wedding was fixed for the following Monday. It was now Friday. Were she to call upon Mrs. Carbuncle for aid, No aid would be forthcoming unless she were to tell the whole truth. She almost thought that she would do so. But then, how great would have been her indiscretion if, after all, when the Major should come, she should discover that he did not know the truth himself. That Mrs. Carbuncle would keep her secret she did not for a moment think. She longed for the comfort of some friend's counsel, but she found at last that she could not purchase it by telling everything to a woman. Might it not be possible that she should still run away? She did not know much of the law, but she thought that they could not punish her for breaking an appointment even with a man so high in authority as Major Mackintosh. She could leave a note saying that pressing business called her out, but whither should she go? She thought of taking a cab to the House of Commons, finding her cousin and telling him everything. It would be so much better that he should see the Major. But then again, it might be that she should be mistaken as to the amount of the Major's information. After a while she almost determined to fly off at once to Scotland, leaving word that she was obliged to go instantly to her child. But there was no direct train to Scotland before 8 or 9 in the evening, and during the intervening hours the police would have ample time to find her. What, indeed, could she do with herself during these intervening hours? Ah, if she had but a rock now, so that she need not be dependent altogether on the exercise of her own intellect. Gradually the minutes passed by, and she became aware that she must face the Major. Well, what had she done? She had stolen nothing. She had taken no person's property. She had, indeed, been wickedly robbed, and the police had done nothing to get back for her her property, as they were bound to have done. She would take care to tell the Major what she thought about the negligence of the police. The Major should not have the talk all to himself. If it had not been for one word with which Lord George had stunned her ears, she could still have borne it well. She had told a lie, perhaps 2 or 3 lies. She knew that she had lied. But then people lie every day. She would not have minded it much if she were simply to be called a liar. But he had told her that she would be accused of perjury. There was something frightful to her in the name. And there were, she knew not what, dreadful penalties attached to it. Lord George had told her that she might be put in prison. Whether he had said for years or for months, she had forgotten. And she thought that she had heard of people's property being confiscated by the Crown when they had been made out to be guilty of certain great offences. Oh, how she wished that she had a rock! When 3 o'clock came she had not started for Scotland or elsewhere, and at last she received the Major. Could she have thoroughly trusted the servant, she would have denied herself at the last moment, but she feared that she might be betrayed, and she thought that her position would be rendered even worse than it was at present by a futile attempt. She was sitting alone, pale, haggard, trembling, when Major Mackintosh was shown into her room. It may be as well explained at once that, at this moment, the Major knew, or thought that he knew, every circumstance of the 2 robberies, and that his surmises were in every respect right. Miss Crabstick and Mr. Cann were in comfortable quarters, and were prepared to tell all that they could tell. Mr. Smiler was in durance, and Mr. Benjamin was at Vienna in the hands of the Austrian police, who were prepared to give him up to those who desired his society in England on the completion of certain legal formalities. That Mr. Benjamin and Mr. Smiler would be prosecuted, the latter for the robbery and the former for conspiracy to rob and for receiving stolen goods, was a matter of course. But what was to be done with Lady Eustace? That, at the present moment, was the prevailing trouble with the police. During the last 3 weeks every precaution had been taken to keep the matter secret, and it is hardly too much to say that Lizzie's interests were handled not only with consideration, but with tenderness. "Lady Eustace," said the Major, "I am very sorry to trouble you. No doubt the man who called on you this morning explained to you who I am." "Oh, yes, I know who you are, quite well." Lizzie made a great effort to speak without betraying her consternation, but she was nearly prostrated. The Major, however, hardly observed her, and was by no means at ease himself in his effort to save her from unnecessary annoyance. He was a tall, thin, gaunt man of about 40, with large, good-natured eyes. But it was not till the interview was half over that Lizzie took courage to look even into his face. "Just so. I am come, you know, about the robbery which took place here, and the other robbery at Carlisle." "I have been so troubled about these horrid robberies. Sometimes I think they'll be the death of me. I think, Lady Eustace, we have found out the whole truth." "Oh, I dare say. I wonder why you have been so long finding it out." "We have had very clever people to deal with, Lady Eustace, and I fear that, even now, we shall never get back the property." "I do not care about the property, sir, although it is all my own. Nobody has lost anything but myself, and I really don't see why the thing should not die out, as I don't care about it. Whoever it is, they may have it now." "We were bound to get to the bottom of it all, if we could, and I think that we have, at last. Perhaps, as you say, we ought to have done it sooner." "Oh, I don't care." "We have 2 persons in custody, Lady Eustace, whom we shall use as witnesses, and I am afraid that we shall have to call upon you also as a witness." It occurred to Lizzie that they could not lock her up in prison and make her a witness too, but she said nothing. Then the Major continued his speech, and asked her the question which was, in fact, alone material. "Of course, Lady Eustace, you are not bound to say anything to me unless you like it, and you must understand that I by no means wish you to criminate yourself." "I don't know what that means." "If you yourself have done anything wrong, I don't want to ask you to confess it." "I have had all my diamonds stolen, if you mean that. Perhaps it was wrong to have diamonds." "But to come to my question, I suppose we may take it for granted that the diamonds were in your desk when the thieves made their entrance into this house and broke the desk open, and stole the money out of it?" Lizzie breathed so hardly that she was quite unable to speak. The man's voice was very gentle and very kind, but then how could she admit that one fact? All depended on that one fact. "The woman Crabstick," said the Major, "has confessed, and will state in her oath, that she saw the necklace in your hands in Hertford Street, and that she saw it placed in the desk. She then gave information of this to Benjamin, as she had before given information as to your journey up from Scotland, and she was introduced to the 2 men whom she let into the house. One of them, indeed, who will also give evidence for us, she had before met at Carlisle. She then was present when the necklace was taken out of the desk. The man who opened the desk and took it out, who also cut the door at Carlisle, will give evidence to the same effect. The man who carried the necklace out of the house, and who broke open the box at Carlisle, will be tried, as will also Benjamin, who disposed of the diamonds. I have told you the whole story as it has been told to me by the woman Crabstick. Of course you will deny the truth of it if it be untrue." Lizzie sat with her eyes fixed upon the floor, but said nothing. She could not speak. "If you will allow me, Lady Eustace, to give you advice, really friendly advice—" "Oh, pray do." "You had better admit the truth of the story, if it is true." "They were my own," she whispered. "Or, at any rate, you believed that they were. There can be no doubt, I think, as to that. No one supposes that the robbery at Carlisle was arranged on your behalf." "Oh, no." "But you had taken them out of the box before you went to bed at the inn?" "Not then." "But you had taken them?" "I did it in the morning before I started from Scotland. They frightened me by saying the box would be stolen." "Exactly. And then you put them into your desk here, in this house?" "Yes, sir." "I should tell you, Lady Eustace, that I had not a doubt about this before I came here. For some time past I have thought that it must be so, and latterly the confessions of 2 of the accomplices have made it certain to me. One of the housebreakers and the jeweler will be tried for the felony, and I am afraid that you must undergo the annoyance of being one of the witnesses." "What will they do to me, Major Mackintosh?" Lizzie now for the first time looked up into his eyes, and felt that they were kind. Could he be her rock? He did not speak to her like an enemy, and then, too, he would know better than any man alive how she might best escape from her trouble. "They will ask you to tell the truth." "Indeed, I will do that," said Lizzie, not aware that, after so many lies, it might be difficult to tell the truth. "And you will probably be asked to repeat it, this way and that, in a manner that will be troublesome to you. You see that here in London and at Carlisle you have given incorrect versions." "I know I have. But the necklace was my own. There was nothing dishonest, was there, Major Mackintosh? When they came to me at Carlisle I was so confused that I hardly knew what to tell them. And when I had once given an incorrect version, you know, I didn't know how to go back." The Major was not so well acquainted with Lizzie as is the reader, and he pitied her. "I can understand all that," he said. How much kinder he was than Lord George had been when she confessed the truth to him. Here would be a rock. And such a handsome man he was, too. Not exactly a corsair, as he was great in authority over the London police, but a powerful, fine fellow, who would know what to do with swords and pistols as well as any corsair, and one, too, no doubt, who would understand poetry. Any such dream, however, was altogether unavailing, as the Major had a wife at home and 7 children. "If you will only tell me what to do, I will do it," she said, looking up into his face with entreaty, and pressing her hands together in supplication. Then at great length, and with much patience, he explained to her what he would have her do. He thought that, if she were summoned and used as a witness, there would be no attempt to prosecute her for the incorrect versions of which she had undoubtedly been guilty. The probability was that she would receive assurance to this effect before she would be asked to give her evidence, preparatory to the committal of Benjamin and Smiler. He could not assure her that it would be so, but he had no doubt of it. In order, however, that things might be made to run as smooth as possible, he recommended her very strongly to go at once to Mr. Camperdown and make a clean breast of it to him. "The whole family should be told," said the Major, "and it will be better for you if they should know it from yourself than from us." When she hesitated, he explained to her that the matter could no longer be kept as a secret, and that her evidence would certainly appear in the papers. He proposed that she should be summoned for that day week, which would be the Friday after Lucinda's marriage, and suggested that she should go to Mr. Camperdown's on the morrow. "What, to-morrow?" exclaimed Lizzie in dismay. "My dear Lady Eustace," said the Major, "the sooner you get back into straight running, the sooner you will be comfortable." Then she promised that she would go on the Tuesday, the day after the marriage. "If he learns it in the meantime, you must not be surprised," said the Major. "Tell me one thing, Major Mackintosh," she said as she gave him her hand at parting. "They can't take away from me anything that is my own, can they?" "I don't think they can," said the Major, escaping rather quickly from the room. End of chapter 68. Chapter 69 of the Eustace Diamonds. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Eustace Diamonds by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 69, I Cannot Do It. The Saturday and the Sunday Lizzie passed in outward tranquillity, though doubtless her mind was greatly disturbed. She said nothing of what had passed between her and Major Mackintosh, explaining that his visit had been made solely with the object of informing her that Mr. Benjamin was to be sent home from Vienna, but that the diamonds were gone forever. She had, as she declared to herself, agreed with Major Mackintosh that she would not go to Mr. Camperdown till the Tuesday, justifying her delay by her solicitude in reference to Miss Roanoke's marriage, and therefore these 2 days were her own. After them would come a totally altered phase of existence. All the world would know the history of the diamonds, Cousin Frank and Lord Fawn and John Eustace and Mrs. Carbuncle, and the Bobsborough people, and Lady Glencora, and that old vaultress, her aunt, the Countess of Linlithgow. It must come now, but she had 2 days in which she could be quiet and think of her position. She would, she thought, send one of her letters to Lord Fawn before she went to Mr. Camperdown, but which should she send? Or should she write a third explaining the whole matter in sweetly piteous feminine terms, and swearing that the only remaining feeling in her bosom was a devoted affection to the man who had now twice promised to be her husband? In the meantime the preparations for the great marriage went on. Mrs. Carbuncle spent her time busily between Lucinda's bedchamber and the banqueting hall in Albemarle Street. In spite of pecuniary difficulties, the trousseau was to be a wonder, and even Lizzie was astonished at the jewellery which that indefatigable woman had collected together for a preliminary show in Hertford Street. She had spent hours at Howell and James's, and had made marvellous bargains there and elsewhere. Things were sent for selection, of which the greater portion were to be returned, but all were kept for the show. The same things which were shown to separate friends in Hertford Street as part of the trousseau on Friday and Saturday were carried over to Albemarle Street on the Sunday, so as to add to the quasi-public exhibition of presents on the Monday. The money expended had gone very far. The most had been made of a failing credit. Every particle of friendly generosity had been so manipulated as to add to the external magnificence. And Mrs. Carbuncle had done all this without any help from Lucinda, in the midst of most contemptuous indifference on Lucinda's part. She could hardly be got to allow the milliners to fit the dresses to her body, and positively refused to thrust her feet into certain golden-heeled boots with brightly bronzed toes, which were a great feature among the raiment. Nobody knew it except Mrs. Carbuncle and the maid. Even Lizzie Eustace did not know it. But once the bride absolutely ran amuck among the finery, scattering the laces here and there, pitching the glove-boxes under the bed, chucking the golden-heeled boots into the fireplace, and exhibiting quite a tempest of fury against one of the finest shows of petticoats ever arranged with a view to the admiration and envy of female friends. But all this Mrs. Carbuncle bore, and still persevered. The thing was so nearly done now that she could endure to persevere, though the provocation to abandon it was so great. She had even ceased to find fault with her niece, but went on in silence counting the hours till the whole trouble should be taken off her own shoulders and placed on those of Sir Griffin. It was a great thing to her, almost more than she had expected, that neither Lucinda nor Sir Griffin should have positively declined the marriage. It was impossible that either should retreat from it now. Luckily for Mrs. Carbuncle, Sir Griffin took delight in the show. He did this after a bearish fashion, putting his finger upon little flaws with an intelligence for which Mrs. Carbuncle had not hitherto given him credit. As to certain ornaments, he observed that the silver was plated and the gold ormolu. A rope of pearls he at once detected as being false, and after fingering certain lace he turned up his nose and shook his head. Then, on the Sunday, in Albemarle Street, he pointed out to Mrs. Carbuncle sundry articles which he had seen in the bedroom on the Saturday. "But, my dear Sir Griffin, that's of course," said Mrs. Carbuncle. "Oh, that's of course, is it?" said Sir Griffin, turning up his nose again. "Where did that delft bowl come from?" "It is one of Mortlock's finest Etruscan vases," said Mrs. Carbuncle. "Oh, I thought that Etruscan vases came from somewhere in Greece or Italy," said Sir Griffin. "I declare that you are shocking," said Mrs. Carbuncle, struggling to maintain her good humour. He passed hours of the Sunday in Hertford Street, and Lord George also was there for some time. Lizzie, who could hardly devote her mind to the affairs of the wedding, remained alone in her sitting-room during the greater part of the day, but she did show herself while Lord George was there. "So I hear that Mackintosh has been here," said Lord George. "Yes, he was here." "And what did he say?" Lizzie did not like the way in which the man looked at her, feeling it to be not only unfriendly but absolutely cruel. It seemed to imply that he knew that her secret was about to be divulged. And what was he to her now that he should be impertinent to her? What he knew, all the world would know before the end of the week. And that other man who knew it already, had been kind to her, had said nothing about perjury, but had explained to her that what she would have to bear would be trouble, and not imprisonment or loss of money. Lord George, to whom she had been so civil, for whom she had spent money, to whom she had almost offered herself and all that she possessed, Lord George, whom she had selected as the first repository of her secret, had spoken no word to comfort her, but had made things look worse for her than they were. Why should she submit to be questioned by Lord George? In a day or two the secret which he knew would be no secret. "Never mind what he said, Lord George," she replied. "Has he found it all out?" "You had better go and ask himself," said Lizzie. "I am sick of the subject, and I mean to have done with it." Lord George laughed, and Lizzie hated him for his laugh. "I declare," said Mrs. Carbuncle, "that you two who were such friends are always snapping at each other now." "The fickleness is all on her ladyship's part, not on mine," said Lord George, whereupon Lady Eustace walked out of the room and was not seen again until dinner-time. Soon afterwards Lucinda also endeavoured to escape, but to this Sir Griffin objected. Sir Griffin was in a very good humour, and bore himself like a prosperous bridegroom. "Come, Luce," he said, "get off your high horse for a little. Tomorrow, you know, you must come down altogether." "So much the more reason for my remaining up today." "I'll be shot if you shall," said Sir Griffin. "Luce, sit in my lap and give me a kiss." At this moment Lord George and Mrs. Carbuncle were in the front drawing-room, and Lord George was telling her the true story as to the necklace. It must be explained on his behalf that in doing this he did not consider that he was betraying the trust reposed in him. "They know all about it in Scotland Yard," he said. "I got it from Gager. They were bound to tell me, as up to this week past every man in the police thought that I had been the mastermind among the thieves. When I think of it, I hardly know whether to laugh or cry." "And she had them all the time?" exclaimed Mrs. Carbuncle. "Yes, in this house. Did you ever hear of such a little cat? I could tell you more than that. She wanted me to take them and dispose of them." "No." "She did, though, and now see the way she treats me. Never mind, don't say a word to her about it till it comes out of itself. She'll have to be arrested, no doubt." "Arrested?" Mrs. Carbuncle's further exclamations were stopped by Lucinda's struggles in the other room. She had declined to sit upon the bridegroom's lap, but had acknowledged that she was bound to submit to be kissed. He had kissed her, and then had striven to drag her onto his knee. But she was strong, and had resisted violently, and, as he afterwards said, had struck him savagely. "Of course I struck him," said Lucinda. "By , you shall pay for it," said Sir Griffin. This took place in the presence of Lord George and Mrs. Carbuncle, and yet they were to be married tomorrow. "The idea of complaining that a girl hit you, and the girl who was to be your wife," said Lord George, as they walked off together. "I know what to complain of and what not," said Sir Griffin. "Are you going to let me have that money?" "No, I am not," said Lord George. "So there's an end of that." Nevertheless, they dined together at their club afterwards, and in the evening Sir Griffin was again in Hertford Street. This happened on the Sunday, on which day none of the ladies had gone to church. Mr. Emilius well understood the cause of their absence, and felt nothing of a parson's anger at it. He was to marry the couple on the Monday morning, and dined with the ladies on the Sunday. He was peculiarly gracious and smiling, and spoke of the hymeneals as though they were even more than ordinarily joyful and happy in their promise. To Lizzie he was almost affectionate, and Mrs. Carbuncle he flattered to the top of her bent. The power of the man in being sprightly under such a load of trouble as oppressed the household was wonderful. He had to do with 3 women who were worldly, hard, and given entirely to evil things. Even as regarded the bride, who felt the horror of her position, so much must be in truth admitted. Though from day to day and hour to hour she would openly declare her hatred of the things around her, yet she went on. Since she had entered upon life she had known nothing but falsehood and scheming wickedness, and, though she rebelled against the consequences, she had not rebelled against the wickedness. Now to this unfortunate young woman and her 2 companions Mr. Emilius discoursed with an unctuous mixture of celestial and terrestrial glorification, which was proof, at any rate, of great ability on his part. He told them how a good wife was a crown, or rather a chaplet of ethereal roses to her husband, and how high rank and great station in the world made such a chaplet more beautiful and more valuable. His work in the vineyard, he said, had fallen lately among the wealthy and nobly born, and though he would not say that he was entitled to take glory on that account, still he gave thanks daily in that he had been enabled to give his humble assistance towards the running of a godly life to those who, by their example, were enabled to have so wide an effect upon their poorer fellow creatures. He well knew how difficult it was for a camel to go through the eye of a needle. They had the highest possible authority for that. But Scripture never said that the camel, which, as he explained it, was simply a thread larger than ordinary thread, could not go through the needle's eye. The camel which succeeded, in spite of the difficulties attending its exalted position, would be peculiarly blessed. And he went on to suggest that the 3 ladies before him, one of whom was about to enter upon a new phase of life tomorrow, under auspices peculiarly propitious, were, all of them, camels of this description. Sir Griffin, when he came in, received for a while the peculiar attention of Mr. Emilius. "I think, Sir Griffin," he commenced, that no period of a man's life is so blessed as that upon which you will enter tomorrow. This he said in a whisper, but it was a whisper audible to the ladies. Well, yes, it's all right, I dare say, said Mr. Griffin. Well, after all, what is life till a man has met and obtained the partner of his soul? It is a blank, and the blank comes every day more and more intolerable to the miserable solitary. I wonder you don't get married yourself, said Mrs. Carbuncle, who perceived that Sir Griffin was rather astray for an answer. Ah, if one could always be fortunate when one loved, said Mr. Emilius, casting his eyes across to Lizzie Eustace. It was evident to them all that he did not wish to conceal his passion. It was the object of Mrs. Carbuncle that the lovers should not be left alone together, but that they should be made to think that they were passing the evening in affectionate intercourse. Lucinda hardly spoke, hardly had spoken since her disagreeable struggle with Sir Griffin. He said but little, but with Mrs. Carbuncle was better humoured than usual. Every now and then she made little whispered communications to him, telling that they would be sure to be at the church at 11 to the moment, explaining to him what would be the extent of Lucinda's boxes for the wedding tour, and assuring him that he would find Lucinda's new maid a treasure in regard to his own shirts and pocket handkerchiefs. She toiled marvellously at little subjects, always making some allusion to Lucinda, and never hinting that aught short of Elysium was in store for him. The labor was great, the task was terrible, but now it was so nearly over. And to Lizzie she was very courteous, never hinting by a word or a look that there was any new trouble impending on the score of the diamonds. She, too, as she received the greasy compliments of Mr. Emilius with pretty smiles, had her mind full enough of care. At last Sir Griffin went, again kissing his bride as he left. Lucinda accepted his embrace without a word, and almost without a shudder. 11 to the moment, Sir Griffin, said Mrs. Carbuncle, with her best good humour. All right, said Mr. Griffin as he passed out of the door. Lucinda walked across the room, and kept her eyes fixed on his retreating figure as he descended the stairs. Mr. Emilius had already departed, with many promises of punctuality, and Lizzie now withdrew for the night. Dear Lizzie, good night, said Mrs. Carbuncle, kissing her. Good night, Lady Eustace, said Lucinda. I suppose I shall see you tomorrow? See me? Of course you will see me. I shall come to your room with the girls after you have had your tea. The girls mentioned were the 4 bridesmaids, as to whom there had been some difficulty, as Lucinda had neither sister nor cousins, and had contracted no peculiarly tender friendships. But Mrs. Carbuncle had arranged it, and 4 properly equipped young ladies were to be in attendance at 10 on the morrow. Then Lucinda and Mrs. Carbuncle were alone. Of one thing I feel sure, said Lucinda in a low voice. What is that, dear? I shall never see Sir Griffin to it again. You talk in that way on purpose to break me down at the last moment, said Mrs. Carbuncle. Dear Aunt Jane, I would not break you down if I could help it. I have struggled so hard, simply that you might be freed from me. We have been very foolish, both of us, but I would bear all the punishment if I could. You know that this is nonsense now. Very well, I only tell you. I know that I shall never see him again. I will never trust myself alone in his presence. I could not do it. When he touches me, my whole body is in agony. To be kissed by him is madness. Lucinda, this is very wicked. You are working yourself into a paroxysm of folly. Wicked, yes, I know that I am wicked. There has been enough of wickedness, certainly. You don't suppose that I mean to excuse myself? Of course you will marry Sir Griffin tomorrow. I shall never be married to him. How I shall escape from him, by dying or going mad, or by destroying him, God only knows. Then she paused, and her aunt, looking into her face, almost began to fear that she was in earnest. But she would not take it as at all indicating any real result for the morrow. The girl had often said nearly the same thing before, and had still submitted. Do you know, Aunt Jane, I don't think I could feel to any man as though I loved him. But for this man, oh God, how I do detest him! I cannot do it. You had better go to bed, Lucinda, and let me come to you in the morning. Yes, come to me in the morning, early. I will, at 8. I shall know then, perhaps. My dear, will you come to my room tonight and sleep with me? "Oh, no, I have ever so many things to do. I have papers to burn and things to put away. But come to me at 8. Good night, Aunt Jane." Mrs. Carbuncle went up to her room with her, kissed her affectionately, and then left her. She was now really frightened. What would be said of her if she should press the marriage forward to a completion, and if after that some terrible tragedy should take place between the bride and bridegroom? That Lucinda, in spite of all that had been said, would stand at the altar, and allow the ceremony to be performed, she still believed. Those last words about burning papers and putting things away seemed to imply that the girl still thought that she would be taken away from her present home on the morrow. But what would come afterwards? The horror which the bride expressed was, as Mrs. Carbuncle well knew, no mock feeling, no pretense at antipathy. She tried to think of it, and to realize what might in truth be the girl's action and ultimate fate when she should find herself in the power of this man whom she so hated. But had not other girls done the same thing, and lived through it all, and become fat, indifferent, and fond of the world? It is only the first step that signifies. At any rate, the thing must go on now, must go on, whatever might be the result to Lucinda or to Mrs. Carbuncle herself. Yes, it must go on. There was, no doubt, very much of bitterness in the world for such as them, for persons doomed by the necessities of their position to a continual struggle. It always had been so, and always would be so. But each bitter cup must be drained in the hope that the next might be sweeter. Of course the marriage must go on, though doubtless this cup was very bitter. More than once in the night Mrs. Carbuncle crept up to the door of her niece's room, endeavouring to ascertain what might be going on within. At 2 o'clock, while she was on the landing-place, the candle was extinguished, and she could hear that Lucinda put herself to bed. At any rate, so far, things were safe. An indistinct, incompleted idea of some possible tragedy had flitted across the mind of the poor woman, causing her to shake and tremble, forbidding her, weary as she was, to lie down. But now she told herself at last that this was an idle fantasy, and she went to bed. Of course Lucinda must go through with it. It had been her own doing, and Sir Griffin was not worse than other men. As she said this to herself, Mrs. Carbuncle hardened her heart by remembering that her own married life had not been peculiarly happy. Exactly at 8 on the following morning she knocked at her niece's door, and was at once bidden to enter. "Come in, Aunt Jane." The words cheered her wonderfully. At any rate, there had been no tragedy as yet, and as she turned the handle of the door, she felt that, as a matter of course, the marriage would go on just like any other marriage. She found Lucinda up and dressed, but so dressed as certainly to show no preparation for a wedding toilet. She had on an ordinary stuff morning frock, and her hair was close tucked up and pinned, as it might have been had she already prepared herself for a journey. But what astonished Mrs. Carbuncle more than the dress was the girl's manner. She was sitting at a table with a book before her, which was afterwards found to be a Bible, and she never turned her head as her aunt entered the room. "What, up already?" said Mrs. Carbuncle, "and dressed?" "Yes, I am up, and dressed. I have been up ever so long. How was I to lie in bed on such a morning as this? Aunt Jane, I wish you to know as soon as possible that no earthly consideration will induce me to leave this room to-day." "What nonsense, Lucinda!" "Very well, all the same you might as well believe me. I want you to send to Mr. Emilius, and to those girls, and to the man. And you had better get Lord George to let the other people know. I'm quite in earnest." And she was in earnest, quite in earnest, though there was a flightiness about her manner which induced Mrs. Carbuncle for a while to think that she was less so than she had been on the previous evening. The unfortunate woman remained with her niece for an hour and a half, imploring, threatening, scolding, and weeping. When the maids came to the door, first one maid and then another, they were refused entrance. It might still be possible, Mrs. Carbuncle thought, that she would prevail. But nothing now could shake Lucinda, or induce her even to discuss the subject. She sat there looking steadfastly at the book, hardly answering, never defending herself, but protesting that nothing should induce her to leave the room on that day. "Do you want to destroy me?" Mrs. Carbuncle said at last. "You have destroyed me," said Lucinda. At 9:30 Lizzie Eustace came to the room, and Mrs. Carbuncle, in her trouble, thought it better to take other counsel. Lizzie, therefore, was admitted. "Is anything wrong?" asked Lizzie. "Everything is wrong," said the aunt. "She says that she won't be married." "Oh, Lucinda!" "Pray speak to her, Lady Eustace. You see it is getting so late, and she ought to be nearly dressed now. Of course she must allow herself to be dressed." "I am dressed," said Lucinda. "But, dear Lucinda, everybody will be waiting for you," said Lizzie. "Let them wait till they're tired. If Aunt Jane doesn't choose to send, it is not my fault. I shan't go out of this room today unless I am carried out. Do you want to hear that I have murdered the man?" They brought her tea and endeavored to induce her to eat and drink. She would take the tea, she said, if they would promise to send to put the people off. Mrs. Carbuncle so far gave way as to undertake to do so, if she would name the next day or the day following for the wedding. But on hearing this, she arose almost in a majesty of wrath. Neither on this day, or on the next, or on any following day, would she yield herself to the wretch whom they had endeavored to force upon her. "She must do it, you know," said Mrs. Carbuncle, turning to Lizzie. "You'll see if I must," said Lucinda, sitting square at the table, with her eyes firmly fixed upon the book. Then came up the servant to say that the 4 bridesmaids were all assembled in the drawing-room. When she heard this, even Mrs. Carbuncle gave way, and threw herself upon the bed and wept. "Oh, Lady Eustace, what are we to do? Lucinda, you have destroyed me. You have destroyed me altogether, after all that I have done for you." "And what has been done to me, do you think?" said Lucinda. Something must be settled. All the servants in the house by this time knew that there would be no wedding, and no doubt some tidings as to the misadventure of the day had already reached the 4 ladies in the drawing-room. "What am I to do?" said Mrs. Carbuncle, starting up from the bed. "I really think you had better send to Mr. Emilius," said Lizzie, "and to Lord George." "What am I to say? Who is there to go? Oh, I wish that somebody would kill me this minute. Lady Eustace, would you mind going down and telling those ladies to go away?" "And had I not better send Richard to the church?" "Oh, yes, send anybody everywhere. I don't know what to do. Oh, Lucinda, this is the unkindest and the wickedest and the most horrible thing that anybody ever did. I shall never, never be able to hold up my head again." Mrs. Carbuncle was completely prostrate, but Lucinda sat square at the table, firm as a rock, saying nothing, making no excuse for herself, with her eyes fixed upon the Bible. Lady Eustace carried her message to the astonished and indignant bridesmaids, and succeeded in sending them back to their respective homes. Richard, glorious in new livery, forgetting that his flowers were still on his breast, ready dressed to attend the bride's carriage, went with his sad message, first to the church and then to the banqueting hall in Albemarle Street. "Not any wedding?" said the head waiter at the hotel. "I knew they was folks as would have a screw loose somewheres. There's lots to stand for the bill, anyways," he added, as he remembered all the tribute. End of chapter 69.
Chapter 70 of the Eustace Diamonds. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Mary Rhodey. The Eustace Diamonds by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 70. Alas! No attempt was made to send other messages from Hertford Street than those which were taken to the church and to the hotel. Sir Griffin and Lord George went together to the church in a brougham, and on the way the best man rather ridiculed the change in life which he supposed that his friend was about to make. "I don't in the least know how you mean to get along," said Lord George. "Much as other men do, I suppose. But you're always sparring already." "It's that old woman that you're so fond of," said Sir Griffin. "I don't mean to have any ill humor from my wife, I can tell you. I know who will have the worst of it, if there is." "Upon my word, I think you'll have your hands full," said Lord George. They got out at a sort of private door attached to the chapel, and were there received by the clerk, who wore a very long face. The news had already come, and had been communicated to Mr. Emilius, who was in the vestry. "Are the ladies here yet?" asked Lord George. The woebegone clerk told them that the ladies were not yet there, and suggested that they should see Mr. Emilius. Into the presence of Mr. Emilius they were led, and then they heard the truth. "Sir Griffin," said Mr. Emilius, holding the baronet by the hand, "I'm sorry to have to tell you that there's something wrong in Hertford Street." "What's wrong?" asked Sir Griffin. "You don't mean to say that Miss Roanoke is not to be here?" demanded Lord George. "By George, I thought as much, I did indeed." "I can only tell you what I know, Lord George. Mrs. Carbuncle's servant was here 10 minutes since, Sir Griffin, before I came down, and he told the clerk that... "What the deuce did he tell him?" asked Sir Griffin. "He said that Miss Roanoke had changed her mind, and didn't mean to be married at all. That's all that I can learn from what he says. Perhaps you will think it best to go up to Hertford Street?" "I'll be if I do," said Sir Griffin. "I am not in the least surprised," repeated Lord George. "To it, my boy. We might as well go home to lunch, and the sooner you're out of town the better." "I knew that I should be taken in at last by that accursed woman," said Sir Griffin. "It wasn't Mrs. Carbuncle, if you mean that. She'd have given her left hand to have had it completed. I rather think you've had an escape, Griff, and if I were you, I'd make the best of it." Sir Griffin spoke not another word, but left the church with his friend in the brougham that had brought them, and so he disappears from our story. Mr. Emilius looked after him with wistful eyes, regretful for his fee. Had the baronet been less coarse and violent in his language, he would have asked for it, but he feared that he might be cursed in his own church before his clerk, and abstained. Late in the afternoon, Lord George, when he had administered comfort to the disappointed bridegroom in the shape of a hot lunch, curacao, and cigars, walked up to Hertford Street, calling at the hotel in Albemarle Street on the way. The waiter told him all that he knew. Some 30 or 40 guests had come to the wedding banquet, and had all been sent away with tidings that the marriage had been postponed. "You might have told him a trifle more than that," said Lord George. "Postponed was pleasantest, my lord," said the waiter. "Anyways, that was said, and we supposes, my lord, as the things ain't wanted now." Lord George replied that, as far as he knew, the things were not wanted, and then continued his way up to Hertford Street. At first he saw Lizzie Eustace, upon whom the misfortune of the day had had a most depressing effect. The wedding was to have been the one morsel of pleasing excitement which would come before she underwent the humble penance to which she was doomed. That was frustrated and abandoned, and now she could think only of Mr. Camperdown, her cousin Frank, and Lady Glencora Palliser. "What's up now?" said Lord George, with that disrespect which had always accompanied his treatment of her since she had told him her secret. "What's the meaning of all this?" "I dare say that you know as well as I do, my lord." "I must know a good deal if I do. It seems that among you there is nothing but one trick upon another." "I suppose you are speaking of your own friends, Lord George. You doubtless know much more than I do of Miss Roanoke's affairs." "Does she mean to say that she doesn't mean to marry the man at all?" "So I understand, but really you had better send for Mrs. Carbuncle." He did send for Mrs. Carbuncle, and after some words with her, was taken up into Lucinda's room. There sat the unfortunate girl, in the chair from which she had not moved since the morning. There had come over her face a look of fixed but almost idiotic resolution. Her mouth was compressed, and her eyes were glazed, and she sat twiddling her book before her with her fingers. She had eaten nothing since she had got up, and had long ceased to be violent when questioned by her aunt. But nevertheless she was firm enough when her aunt begged to be allowed to write a letter to Sir Griffin, explaining that all this had arisen from temporary indisposition. "No, it isn't temporary. It isn't temporary at all. You can write to him, but I'll never come out of this room if I am told that I am to see him." "What is all this about, Lucinda?" said Lord George, speaking in his kindest voice. "Is he there?" said she, turning round suddenly. "Sir Griffin? No, indeed, he has left town." "You're sure he's not there? It's no good his coming. If he comes for ever and ever, he shall never touch me again, not alive. He shall never touch me again alive." As she spoke, she moved across the room to the fireplace and grasped a poker in her hand. "Has she been like that all the morning?" whispered Lord George. "No, not like. She has been quite quiet." "Lucinda?" "Don't let him come here then, that's all. What's the use? They can't make me marry him, and I won't marry him. Everybody has known that I hated him, detested him. Oh, Lord George, it has been very, very cruel." "Has it been my fault, Lucinda?" "She wouldn't have done it if you had told her not. But you won't bring him again, will you?" "Certainly not. He means to go abroad." "Ah, yes, that will be best. Let him go abroad. He knew it all the time, that I hated him. Why did he want me to be his wife? If he has gone abroad, I will go downstairs. But I won't go out of the house. Nothing shall make me go out of the house. Are the bridesmaids gone?" "Long ago," said Mrs. Carbuncle piteously. "Then I will go down." And between them they led her into the drawing-room. "It is my belief," said Lord George to Mrs. Carbuncle some minutes afterwards, "that you have driven her mad." "Are you going to turn against me?" "It is true. How you have had the heart to go on pressing it upon her I could never understand. I am about as hard as a milestone, but I'll be shot if I could have done it. From day to day I thought that you would have given way." "That is so like a man, when it is all over, to turn upon a woman and say that she did it." "Didn't you do it? I thought you did, and that you took a great deal of pride in the doing of it. When you made him offer to her down in Scotland, and made her accept him, you were so proud that you could hardly hold yourself. What will you do now? Go on just as though nothing had happened?" "I don't know what we shall do. There will be so many things to be paid." "I should think there would, and you can hardly expect Sir Griffin to pay for them. You'll have to take her away somewhere. You'll find that she can't remain here. And that other woman will be in prison before the week's over, I should say, unless she runs away." There was not much comfort to be obtained by any of them from Lord George, who was quite as harsh to Mrs. Carbuncle as he had been to Lizzie Eustace. He remained in Hertford Street for an hour, and then took his leave, saying that he thought that he also should go abroad. "I didn't think," he said, "that anything could have hurt my character much, but upon my word, between you and Lady Eustace, I begin to find that in every deep there may be a lower depth. All the town has given me credit for stealing her ladyship's necklace, and now I shall be mixed up in this mock marriage. I shouldn't wonder if Rupert were to send his bill in to me." Mr. Rupert was the keeper of the hotel in Albemarle Street. "I think I shall follow Sir Griffin abroad. You have made England too hot to hold me." And so he left them. The evening of that day was a terrible time to the three ladies in Hertford Street, and the following day was almost worse. Nobody came to see them, and not one of them dared to speak of the future. For the third day, the Wednesday, Lady Eustace had made her appointment with Mr. Camperdown, having written to the attorney in compliance with the pressing advice of Major Mackintosh to name an hour. Mr. Camperdown had written again, sending his compliments and saying that he would receive Lady Eustace at the time fixed by her. The prospect of this interview was very bad, but even this was hardly so oppressive as the actual existing wretchedness of that house. Mrs. Carbuncle, whom Lizzie had always known as high-spirited, bold, and almost domineering, was altogether prostrated by her misfortunes. She was querulous, lachrymose, and utterly despondent. From what Lizzie now learned, her hostess was enveloped in a mass of debt which would have been hopeless even if Lucinda had gone off as a bride. But she had been willing to face all that with the object of establishing her niece. She could have expected nothing from the marriage for herself. She well knew that Sir Griffin would neither pay her debts, nor give her a home, nor lend her money. But to have married the girl who was in her charge would have been in itself a success, and would have in some sort repaid her for her trouble. There would have been something left to show for her expenditure of time and money. But now there was nothing around her but failure and dismay. The very servants in the house seemed to know that ordinary respect was hardly demanded from them. As to Lucinda, Lizzie felt, from the very hour in which she first saw her on the morning of the intended wedding, that her mind was astray. She insisted on passing the time up in her own room, and always sat with the Bible before her. At every knock at the door, or ring at the bell, she would look round suspiciously, and once she whispered into Lizzie's ear that if ever he should come there again, she would give him a kiss with a vengeance. On the Tuesday, Lizzie recommended Mrs. Carbuncle to get medical advice, and at last they sent for Mr. Emilius that they might ask counsel of him. Mr. Emilius was full of smiles and consolation, and still allowed his golden hopes as to some Elysian future to crop out. But he did acknowledge at last, in a whispered conference with Lady Eustace, that somebody ought to see Miss Roanoke. Somebody did see Miss Roanoke, and the doctor who was thus appealed to shook his head. Perhaps Miss Roanoke had better be taken into the country for a little while. "Dear Lady Eustace," said Mrs. Carbuncle, "now you can be a friend indeed," meaning, of course, that an invitation to Portray Castle would do more than could anything else towards making straight the crooked things of the hour. Mrs. Carbuncle, when she made the request, of course knew of Lizzie's coming troubles. But let them do what they could to Lizzie, they could not take away her house. But Lizzie felt at once that this would not suit. "Ah, Mrs. Carbuncle," she said, "you do not know the condition which I am in myself." End of chapter 70. Chapter 71 of the Eustace Diamonds. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Eustace Diamonds by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 71. Lizzie is threatened with the treadmill. Early on Wednesday morning, 2 or 3 hours before the time fixed for Lizzie's visit to Mr. Camperdown, her cousin Frank came to call upon her. She presumed him to be altogether ignorant of all that Major Mackintosh had known, and therefore endeavored to receive him as though her heart were light. "Oh, Frank," she said, "you have heard of our terrible misfortune here." "I have heard so much," said he gravely, "that I hardly know what to believe and what not to believe." "I mean about Miss Roanoke's marriage." "Oh, yes, I have been told that it is broken off." Then Lizzie, with affected eagerness, gave him a description of the whole affair, declaring how horrible, how tragic the thing had been from its very commencement. Don't you remember, Frank, down at Portray? They never really cared for each other. They became engaged the very time you were there." "I have not forgotten it." "The truth is, Lucinda Roanoke did not understand what real love means. She had never taught herself to comprehend what is the very essence of love. And as for Sir Griffin Tewett, though he was anxious to marry her, he never had any idea of love at all. Did not you always feel that, Frank?" "I'm sorry you have had so much to do with them, Lizzie." "There's no help for spilt milk, Frank. And as for that, I don't suppose that Mrs. Carbuncle can do me any harm. The man is a baronet, and the marriage would have been respectable. Miss Roanoke has been eccentric, and that has been the long and the short of it. What will be done, Frank, with all the presents that were bought?" "I haven't an idea. They'd better be sold to pay the bills. But I come to you, Lizzie, about another piece of business." "What piece of business?" she asked, looking him in the face for a moment, trying to be bold, but trembling as she did so. She had believed him to be ignorant of her story, but she had soon perceived from his manner to her that he knew it all, or, at least, that he knew so much that she would have to tell him all the rest. There could be no longer any secret with him. Indeed, there could be no longer any secret with anybody. She must be prepared to encounter a world accurately informed as to every detail of the business which, for the last 3 months, had been to her a burden so oppressive that at some periods she had sunk altogether under the weight. She had already endeavored to realize her position, and to make clear to herself the condition of her future life. Lord George had talked to her of perjury and prison, and had tried to frighten her by making the very worst of her faults. According to him, she would certainly be made to pay for the diamonds, and would be enabled to do so by saving her income during a long term of incarceration. This was a terrible prospect of things, and she had almost believed in it. Then the Major had come to her. The Major, she thought, was the truest gentleman she had ever seen, and her best friend. Ah, if it had not been for the wife and 7 children, there might still have been comfort. That which had been perjury with Lord George had by the Major been so simply and yet so correctly called an incorrect version of facts. And so it was, and no more than that. Lizzie, in defending herself to herself, felt that, though cruel magistrates and hard-hearted lawyers and pig-headed jurymen might call her little fault by the name of perjury, it could not be real wicked perjury, because the diamonds had been her own. She had defrauded nobody, had wished to defraud nobody. If only the people would have left her alone. It had suited her to give an incorrect version of facts, because people had troubled themselves about her affairs. And now all this had come upon her. The Major had comforted her very greatly, but still, what would the world say? Even he, kind and comfortable as he had been, had made her understand that she must go into court and confess the incorrectness of her own version. She believed every word the Major said. Ah, there was a man worthy to be believed, a man of men. They could not take away her income or her castle. They could not make her pay for the diamonds. But still, what would the world say, and what would her lovers say? What one of her lovers thought proper to say, she had already heard. Lord George had spoken out, and had made himself very disagreeable. Lord Fawn, she knew, would withdraw the renewal of his offer, let her answer to him be what it might. But what would Frank say? And now Frank was with her, looking into her face with severe eyes. She was more than ever convinced that her life of a widow was not suited for her, and that among her several lovers she must settle her wealth and her heart upon some special lover. Neither her wealth nor her heart would be in any way injured by the confession which she was prepared to make. But then men are so timid, so false, and so blind. In regard to Frank, whom she now believed that she had loved with all the warmth of her young affections from the first moment in which she had seen him after Sir Florian's death, she had been at great trouble to clear the way for him. She knew of his silly engagement to Lucy Morris, and was willing to forgive him that offence. She knew that he could not marry Lucy because of her pennilessness and his indebtedness, and therefore she had taken the trouble to see Lucy with the view of making things straight on that side. Lucy had, of course, been rough with her and ill-mannered, but Lizzie thought that, upon the whole, she had succeeded. Lucy was rough and ill-mannered, but was at the same time what the world calls good, and would hardly persevere after what had been said to her. Lizzie was sure that, a month since, her cousin would have yielded himself to her willingly, if he could only have freed himself from Lucy Morris. But now, just in this very nick of time, which was so momentous to her, the police had succeeded in unravelling her secret, and there sat Frank looking at her with stern, ill-natured eyes, like an enemy rather than a lover. "What piece of business?" she asked in answer to his question. She must be bold, if she could. She must brazen it out with him, if only she could be strong enough to put on her brass in his presence. He had been so stupidly chivalrous in believing all her stories about the robbery, when nobody else had quite believed them, that she felt that she had before her a task that was very disagreeable and very difficult. She looked up at him, struggling to be bold, and then her glance sank before his gaze and fell upon the floor. "I do not at all wish to pry into your secrets," he said. Secrets from him! Some such exclamation was on her lips when she remembered that her special business, at the present moment, was to acknowledge a secret which had been kept from him. "It is unkind of you to speak to me in that way," she said. "I am quite in earnest. I do not wish to pry into your secrets, but I hear rumors which seem to be substantiated, and though, of course, I could stay away from you, oh, whatever happens, pray, pray do not stay away from me. Where am I to look for advice if you stay away from me?" "That is all very well, Lizzie. Oh, Frank, if you desert me, I am undone. It is of course true that some of the police have been with you lately?" "Major Mackintosh was here about the end of last week, a most kind man, altogether a gentleman, and I was so glad to see him." "What made him come?" What made him come? How should she tell her story? "Oh, he came, of course, about the robbery. They had found out everything. It was the jeweler, Benjamin, who concocted it all. That horrid, sly girl I had, Patience Crabstick, put him up to it. And there were 2 regular housebreakers. They had found it all out at last." "So I hear. And Major Mackintosh came to tell me about it." "But the diamonds are gone?" "Oh, yes, those weary, weary diamonds. Do you know, Frank, that though they were my own as much as the coat you wear is your own, I am glad they are gone. I am glad that the police have not found them. They tormented me so that I hated them. Do you remember that I told you how I longed to throw them into the sea and to be rid of them forever? That, of course, was a joke. It was no joke, Frank. It was solemn, serious truth. What I want to know is, where were they stolen? That, of course, was the question which hitherto Lizzie Eustace had answered with an incorrect version of facts, and now she must give the true version. She tried to put a bold face upon it, but it was very difficult. A face bold with brash she could not assume. Perhaps a little bit of acting might serve her turn, and a face that should be tender rather than bold. "Oh, Frank!" she exclaimed, bursting out into tears. "I always supposed that they were taken at Carlisle," said Frank. Lizzie fell on her knees at his feet, with her hands clasped together, and her one long lock of hair hanging down so as to touch his arm. Her eyes were bright with tears, but were not as yet wet and red with weeping. Was not this confession enough? Was he so hard-hearted as to make her tell her own disgrace in spoken words? Of course he knew well enough now when the diamonds had been stolen. If he were possessed of any tenderness, any tact, any manliness, he would go on, presuming that question to have been answered. "I don't quite understand it all," he said, laying his hand softly upon her shoulder. "I have been led to make so many statements to other people which now seem to have been incorrect. It was only the box that was taken at Carlisle?" "Only the box." She could answer that question. "But the thieves thought that the diamonds were in the box?" "I suppose so. But oh, Frank, don't cross-question me about it. If you could know what I have suffered, you would not punish me any more. I have got to go to Mr. Camperdown's this very day. I offered to do that at once, and I shan't have strength to go through with it if you are not kind to me now. Dear, dear Frank, do be kind to me." And he was kind to her. He lifted her up to the sofa, and did not ask her another question about the necklace. Of course she had lied to him and to all the world. From the very commencement of his intimacy with her, he had known that she was a liar, and what else could he have expected but lies? As it happened, this particular lie had been very big, very efficacious, and the cause of boundless troubles. It had been wholly unnecessary, and from the first, though injurious to many, more injurious to her than to any other. He himself had been injured, but it seemed to him now that she had absolutely ruined herself. And all this had been done for nothing, had been done, as he thought, that Mr. Camperdown might be kept in the dark, whereas all the light in the world would have assisted Mr. Camperdown nothing. He brought to mind, as he stood over her, all those scenes which she had so successfully performed in his presence since she had come to London, scenes in which the robbery in Carlisle had been discussed between them. She had on these occasions freely expressed her opinion about the necklace, saying in a low whisper, with a pretty little shrug of her shoulders, that she presumed it to be impossible that Lord George should have been concerned in the robbery. Frank had felt, as she said so, that some suspicion was intended by her to be attached to Lord George. She had wondered whether Mr. Camperdown had known anything about it. She had hoped that Lord Fawn would now be satisfied. She had been quite convinced that Mr. Benjamin had the diamonds. She had been indignant that the police had not traced the property. She had asked in another whisper, a very low whisper indeed, whether it was possible that Mrs. Carbuncle should know more about it than she was pleased to tell, and all that while the necklace had been lying in her own desk, and she had put it there with her own hands. It was marvelous to him that the woman could have been so false and have sustained her falsehood so well. And this was his cousin, his well-beloved, as a cousin certainly well-beloved. And there had, doubtless, been times in which he had thought that he would make her his wife. He could not but smile as he stood looking at her, contemplating all the confusion which she had caused, and thinking how very little the disclosure of her iniquity seemed to confound herself. "Oh, Frank, do not laugh at me," she said. I am not laughing, Lizzie. I am only wondering. And now, Frank, what had I better do? Ah, that is difficult, is it not? You see, I hardly know all the truth yet. I do not want to know more, but how can I advise you? I thought you knew everything. I don't suppose anybody can do anything to you. Major Mackintosh says that nobody can. He quite understands that they were my own property, and that I had a right to keep them in my desk if I pleased. Why was I to tell everybody where they were? Of course I was foolish, and now they are lost. It is I that have suffered. Major Mackintosh quite understands that, and says that nobody can do anything to me, only I must go to Mr. Camperdown. You will have to be examined again before a magistrate. Yes, I suppose I must be examined. You will go with me, Frank, won't you? He winced and made no immediate reply. I don't mean to Mr. Camperdown, but before the magistrate. Will it not be in a court? I suppose so. The gentleman came here before. Couldn't he come here again? Then he explained to her the difference of her present position, and in doing so he did say something of her iniquity. He made her understand that the magistrate had gone out of his way at the last inquiry, believing her to be a lady who had been grievously wronged, and one therefore to whom much consideration was due. And I have been grievously wronged, said Lizzie. But now she would be required to tell the truth in opposition to the false evidence which she had formerly given, and she would herself be exempted from prosecution for perjury only on the ground that she would be called on to criminate herself in giving evidence against criminals whose crimes had been deeper than her own. I suppose they can't quite eat me, she said, smiling through her tears. No, they won't eat you, he replied gravely. And you will go with me? Yes, I suppose I had better do so. Ah, that will be so nice. The idea of the scene at the police court was not at all nice to Frank Greystock. I shall not mind what they say to me as long as you are by my side. Everybody will know that they were my own, won't they? And there will be a trial afterwards. Another trial? Then he explained to her the course of affairs, that the men might not improbably be tried at Carlisle for stealing the box, and again in London for stealing the diamonds, that 2 distinct acts of burglary had been committed, and that her evidence would be required on both occasions. He told her also that her attendance before the magistrate on Friday would only be a preliminary ceremony, and that before the thing was over she would, doubtless, be doomed to bear a great deal of annoyance, and to answer very many disagreeable questions. I shall care for nothing if you will only be at my side, she exclaimed. He was very urgent with her to go to Scotland as soon as her examination before the magistrates should be over, and was much astonished at the excuse she made for not doing so. Mrs. Carbuncle had borrowed all her ready money, but as she was now in Mrs. Carbuncle's house, she would repay herself a portion of the loan by remaining there and eating it out. She did not exactly say how much Mrs. Carbuncle had borrowed, but she left an impression on Frank's mind that it was about 10 times the actual sum. With this excuse he was not satisfied, and told her that she must go to Scotland, if only for the sake of escaping from the Carbuncle connection. She promised to obey him if he would be her convoy. The Easter holidays were just now at hand, and he could not refuse on the plea of time. Oh, Frank, do not refuse me this. Only think how terribly forlorn is my position. He did not refuse, but he did not quite promise. He was still tender-hearted towards her in spite of her enormities. One iniquity, perhaps her worst iniquity, he did not yet know. He had not as yet heard of her disinterested appeal to Lucy Morris. When he left her, she was almost joyous for a few minutes, till the thought of her coming interview with Mr. Camperdown again overshadowed her. She had dreaded two things chiefly: her first interview with her cousin Frank after he should have learnt the truth, and those perils in regard to perjury with which Lord George had threatened her. Both these bugbears had now vanished. That dear man, the Major, had told her that there would be no such perils, and her cousin Frank had not seemed to think so very much of her lies and treachery. He had still been affectionate with her. He would support her before the magistrate, and would travel with her to Scotland. And after that, who could tell what might come next? How foolish she had been to trouble herself as she had done, almost to choke herself with an agony of fear because she had feared detection. Now she was detected, and what had come of it? That great officer of justice, Major Mackintosh, had been almost more than civil to her, and her dear cousin Frank was still a cousin, dear as ever. People, after all, did not think so very much of perjury such as hers, committed in regard to one's own property. It was that odious Lord George who had frightened her instead of comforting, as he would have done had there been a spark of the true Corsair poetry about him. She did not feel comfortably confident as to what might be said of her by Lady Glencora and the Duke of Omnium, but she was almost inclined to think that Lady Glencora would support her. Lady Glencora was no poor mealy-mouthed thing, but a woman of the world who understood what was what. Lizzie no doubt wished that the trials and examinations were over, but her money was safe. They could not take away Portray, nor could they rob her of 4,000 a year. As for the rest, she could live it down. She had ordered the carriage to take her to Mr. Camperdown's chambers, and now she dressed herself for the occasion. He should not be made to think, at any rate by her outside appearance, that she was ashamed of herself. But before she started she had just a word with Mrs. Carbuncle. "I think I shall go down to Scotland on Saturday," she said, proclaiming her news not in the most gracious manner. "That is if they'll let you go," said Mrs. Carbuncle. "What do you mean? Who is to prevent me?" "The police. I know all about it, Lady Eustace, and you need not look like that. Lord George informs me that you will probably be locked up to-day or to-morrow." "Lord George is a story-teller. I don't believe he ever said so, and if he did, he knows nothing about it." "He ought to know, considering all that you have made him suffer. That you should have gone on with the necklace in your own box all the time, letting people think that he had taken it, and accepting his attentions all the while, is what I cannot understand. And however you were able to look those people at Carlisle in the face passes me. Of course, Lady Eustace, you can't stay here after what has occurred." "I shall stay just as long as I like, Mrs. Carbuncle." Poor dear Lucinda! I do not wonder that she should be driven beyond herself by so horrible a story. The feeling that she had been living all this time in the same house with the woman who had deceived all the police, has been too much for her. I know it has been almost too much for me. And yet, as Lizzie at once understood, Mrs. Carbuncle knew nothing now which she had not known when she made her petition to be taken to Portray. And this was the woman, too, who had borrowed her money last week, whom she had entertained for months at Portray, and who had pretended to be her bosom friend. "You are quite right in getting off to Scotland as soon as possible, if they will let you go," continued Mrs. Carbuncle. "Of course you could not stay here. Up to Friday night it can be permitted, but the servants had better wait upon you in your own rooms." "How dare you talk to me in that way?" screamed Lizzie. "When a woman has committed perjury," said Mrs. Carbuncle, holding up both her hands in awe and grief, "nothing too bad can possibly be said to her. You are amenable to the outraged laws of the country, and it is my belief that they can keep you upon the treadmill and bread and water for months and months, if not for years." Having pronounced this terrible sentence, Mrs. Carbuncle stalked out of the room. "That they can sequester your property for your creditors, I know," she said, returning for a moment and putting her head within the door. The carriage was ready, and it was time for Lizzie to start if she intended to keep her appointment with Mr. Camperdown. She was much flustered and weakened by Mrs. Carbuncle's ill usage, and had difficulty in restraining herself from tears. And yet what the woman had said was false from beginning to end. The maid who was the successor of Patience Crabstick was to accompany her, and as she passed through the hall she so far recovered herself as to be able to conceal her dismay from the servants. End of chapter 71. Chapter 72 of the Eustace Diamonds. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Eustace Diamonds by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 72. Lizzie Triumphs. Reports had, of course, reached Mr. Camperdown of the true story of the Eustace diamonds. He had learned that the Jew jeweler had made a determined set at them, having in the first place hired housebreakers to steal them at Carlisle, and having again hired the same housebreakers to steal them from the house in Hertford Street, as soon as he knew that Lady Eustace had herself secreted them. By degrees this information had reached him, but not in a manner to induce him to declare himself satisfied with the truth. But now Lady Eustace was coming to him, as he presumed, to confess everything. When he first heard that the diamonds had been stolen at Carlisle, he was eager with Mr. Eustace in contending that the widow's liability in regard to the property was not at all the less because she had managed to lose it through her own pig-headed obstinacy. He consulted his trusted friend Mr. Dove on the occasion, making out another case for the barrister, and Mr. Dove had opined that if it would be first proved that the diamonds were the property of the estate and not of Lady Eustace, and afterwards proved that they had been stolen through her laches, then could the Eustace estate recover the value from her estate. As she had carried the diamonds about with her in an absurd manner, her responsibility might probably be established. But the non-existence of ownership by her must be first declared by a vice-chancellor, with probability of appeal to the Lords Justices and to the House of Lords. A bill in Chancery must be filed, in the first place, to have the question of ownership settled. And then, should the estate be at length declared the owner, restitution of the property which had been lost through the lady's fault must be sought at the common law. That had been the opinion of the Turtle-Dove, and Mr. Camperdown had at once submitted to the law of his great legal mentor. But John Eustace had positively declared when he had heard it that no more money should be thrown away in looking after property which would require 2 lawsuits to establish, and which, when established, might not be recovered. "How can we make her pay £10,000? She might die first," said John Eustace, and Mr. Camperdown had been forced to yield. Then came the second robbery, and gradually there was spread about a report that the diamonds had been in Hertford Street all the time, that they had not been taken at Carlisle, but certainly had been stolen at last. Mr. Camperdown was again in a fever, and again had recourse to Mr. Dove and to John Eustace. He learned from the police all that they would tell him, and now the whole truth was to be divulged to him by the chief culprit herself. For to the mind of Mr. Camperdown, the two housebreakers, and Patience Crabstick, and even Mr. Benjamin himself, were white as snow compared with the blackness of Lady Eustace. In his estimation no punishment could be too great for her, and yet he began to understand that she would escape scot-free. Her evidence would be needed to convict the thieves, and she could not be prosecuted for perjury when once she had been asked for her evidence. After all, she had only told a fib about her own property, said the turtle-dove. About property not her own, replied Mr. Camperdown stoutly. Her own, till the contrary shall be proved. Her own for all purposes of defence before a jury, if she were prosecuted now. Were she tried for the perjury, your attempt to obtain possession of the diamonds would be all so much in her favour. With infinite regrets, Mr. Camperdown began to perceive that nothing could be done to her. But she was to come to him and let him know from her own lips facts of which nothing more than rumour had yet reached him. He had commenced his bill in Chancery, and had hitherto stayed proceedings simply because it had been reported, falsely as it now appeared, that the diamonds had been stolen at Carlisle. Major Mackintosh, in his desire to use Lizzie's evidence against the thieves, had recommended her to tell the truth openly to those who claimed the property on behalf of her husband's estate, and now, for the first time in her life, this odious woman was to visit him in his own chambers. He did not think it expedient to receive her alone. He consulted his mentor, Mr. Dove, and his client, John Eustace, and the latter consented to be present. It was suggested to Mr. Dove that he might, on so peculiar an occasion as this, venture to depart from the established rule, and visit the attorney on his own quarter-deck. But he smiled, and explained that, though he was altogether superior to any such prejudice as that, and would not object at all to call on his friend Mr. Camperdown, could any good effect arise from his doing so, he considered that, were he to be present on this occasion, he would simply assist in embarrassing the poor lady. On this very morning, while Mrs. Carbuncle was abusing Lizzie in Hertford Street, John Eustace and Mr. Camperdown were in Mr. Dove's chambers, whither they had gone to tell him of the coming interview. The turtle-dove was sitting back in his chair, with his head leaning forward as though it were going to drop from his neck, and the two visitors were listening to his words. "Be merciful, I should say," suggested the barrister. John Eustace was clearly of opinion that they ought to be merciful. Mr. Camperdown did not look merciful. "What can you get by harassing the poor, weak, ignorant creature?" continued Mr. Dove. "She has hankered after her bauble, and has told falsehoods in her efforts to keep it. Have you never heard of older persons, and more learned persons, and persons nearer to ourselves, who have done the same?" At that moment there was presumed to be great rivalry, not unaccompanied by intrigue, among certain leaders of the learned profession, with reference to various positions of high honour and emolument, vacant or expected to be vacant. A Lord Chancellor was about to resign, and a Lord Justice had died. Whether a somewhat unpopular Attorney General should be forced to satisfy himself with the one place, or allowed to wait for the other, had been debated in all the newspapers. It was agreed that there was a middle course in reference to a certain second-class Chief Justiceship, only that the present second-class Chief Justice objected to shelving himself. There existed considerable jealousy, and some statements had been made which were not, perhaps, strictly founded on fact. It was understood, both by the attorney and by the member of Parliament, that the turtle-dove was referring to these circumstances when he spoke of baubles and falsehoods, and of learned persons near to themselves. He himself had hankered after no bauble, but, as is the case with many men and women who are free from such hankerings, he was hardly free from that dash of malice which the possession of such things in the hands of others is so prone to excite. "Spare her," said Mr. Dove. "There is no longer any material question as to the property, which seems to be gone irrecoverably. It is upon the whole well for the world that property so fictitious as diamonds should be subject to the risk of such annihilation. As far as we are concerned, the property is annihilated, and I would not harass the poor, ignorant young creature." As Eustace and the attorney walked across from the old to the new square, the former declared that he quite agreed with Mr. Dove. "In the first place, Mr. Camperdown, she is my brother's widow." Mr. Camperdown with sorrow admitted the fact. "And she is the mother of the head of our family. It should not be for us to degrade her, but rather to protect her from degradation, if that be possible. I heartily wish she had got her merits before your poor brother ever saw her," said Mr. Camperdown. Lizzie, in her fears, had been very punctual, and when the two gentlemen reached the door leading up to Mr. Camperdown's chambers, the carriage was already standing there. Lizzie had come up the stairs, and had been delighted at hearing that Mr. Camperdown was out, and would be back in a moment. She instantly resolved that it did not become her to wait. She had kept her appointment, had not found Mr. Camperdown at home, and would be off as fast as her carriage wheels could take her. But unfortunately, while, with a gentle murmur, she was explaining to the clerk how impossible it was that she should wait for a lawyer who did not keep his own appointment, John Eustace and Mr. Camperdown appeared upon the landing, and she was at once convoyed into the attorney's particular room. Lizzie, who always dressed well, was now attired as became a lady of rank who had 4,000 a year, and was the intimate friend of Lady Glencora Palliser. When last she saw Mr. Camperdown, she had been arrayed for a long, dusty summer journey down to Scotland, and neither by her outside garniture nor by her manner had she then been able to exact much admiration. She had been taken by surprise in the street, and was frightened. Now, in difficulty though she was, she resolved that she would hold up her head and be very brave. She was a little taken aback when she saw her brother-in-law, but she strove hard to carry herself with confidence. "Ah, John," she said, "I did not expect to find you with Mr. Camperdown." "I thought it best that I should be here as a friend," he said. "It makes it much pleasanter for me, of course," said Lizzie. "I am not quite sure that Mr. Camperdown will allow me to regard him as a friend." "You have never had any reason to regard me as your enemy, Lady Eustace," said Mr. Camperdown. "Will you take a seat? I understand that you wish to state the circumstances under which the Eustace family diamonds were stolen while they were in your hands." "My own diamonds, Mr. Camperdown." "I cannot admit that for a moment, my lady." "What does it signify?" said Eustace. "The wretched stones are gone for ever, and whether they were of right the property of my sister-in-law or of her son cannot matter now." Mr. Camperdown was irritated and shook his head. It cut him to the heart that everybody should take the part of that wicked, fraudulent woman who had caused him such infinite trouble. Lizzie saw her opportunity, and was bolder than ever. "You will never get me to acknowledge that they were not my own," she said. "My husband gave them to me, and I know that they were my own." "They have been stolen at any rate," said the lawyer. "Yes, they have been stolen." And now will you tell us how?" Lizzie looked around upon her brother-in-law and sighed. She had never yet told the story in all its nakedness, although it had been 3 or 4 times extracted from her by admission. She paused, hoping that questions might be asked her which she could answer by easy monosyllables. But not a word was uttered to help her. "I suppose you know all about it," she said at last. "I know nothing about it," said Mr. Camperdown. "We heard that your jewel case was taken out of your room at Carlisle and broken open," said Eustace. "So it was. They broke into my room in the dead of night when I was in bed, fast asleep, and took the case away. When the morning came, everybody rushed into my room, and I was so frightened that I did not know what I was doing. How would your daughter bear it if 2 men cut away the locks and got into her bedroom when she was asleep? You don't think about that at all." "And where was the necklace?" asked Eustace. Lizzie remembered that her friend the Major had especially advised her to tell the whole truth to Mr. Camperdown, suggesting that by doing so she would go far towards saving herself from any prosecution. "It was under my pillow," she whispered. "And why did you not tell the magistrate that it had been under your pillow?" Mr. Camperdown's voice, as he put to her this vital question, was severe, and almost justified the little burst of sobs which came forth as a prelude to Lizzie's answer. "I did not know what I was doing. I don't know what you expect from me. You had been persecuting me ever since Sir Florian's death about the diamonds, and I didn't know what I was to do. They were my own, and I thought I was not obliged to tell everybody where I kept them. There are things which nobody tells. If I were to ask you all your secrets, would you tell them? When Sir Walter Scott was asked whether he wrote the novels, he didn't tell." "He was not upon his oath, Lady Eustace." "He did take his oath ever so many times. I don't know what difference an oath makes. People ain't obliged to tell their secrets, and I wouldn't tell mine." "The difference is this, Lady Eustace, that if you give false evidence upon oath, you commit perjury." "How was I to think of that when I was so frightened and confused that I didn't know where I was or what I was doing? There, now I have told you everything." "Not quite everything. The diamonds were not stolen at Carlisle, but they were stolen afterwards. Did you tell the police what you had lost, or the magistrate, after the robbery at Hertford Street?" "Yes, I did. There was some money taken, and the rings, and other jewelry." "Did you tell them that the diamonds had been really stolen on that occasion?" "They never asked me, Mr. Camperdown." "It is all as clear as a pikestaff, John," said the lawyer. "Quite clear, I should say," replied Mr. Eustace. "And I suppose I may go?" said Lizzie, rising from her chair. There was no reason why she should not go, and indeed, now that the interview was over, there did not seem to be any reason why she should have come. Though they had heard so much from her own mouth, they knew no more than they had known before. The great mystery had been elucidated, and Lizzie Eustace had been found to be the intriguing villain. But it was not quite clear, even to Mr. Camperdown, that nothing could be done to her. He had never really thought that it would be expedient that she should be prosecuted for perjury, and he now found that she must go utterly scatheless, although by her obstinacy and dishonesty she had inflicted so great a loss on the distinguished family which had taken her to its bosom. "I have no reason for wishing to detain you, Lady Eustace," he said. "If I were to talk forever, I should not, probably, make you understand the extent of the injury you have done. or teach you to look in a proper light at the position in which you have placed yourself and all those who belong to you. When your husband died, good advice was given you, and given, I think, in a very kind way. You would not listen to it, and you see the result." "I ain't a bit ashamed of anything," said Lizzie. "I suppose not," rejoined Mr. Camperdown. "Good-bye, John." And Lizzie put out her hand to her brother-in-law. "Good-bye, Lizzie." "Mr. Camperdown, I have the honor to wish you good morning." And Lizzie made a low curtsy to the lawyer, and was then attended to her carriage by the lawyer's clerk. She had certainly come forth from the interview without fresh wounds. "The barrister who will have the cross-examining of her at the Central Criminal Court," said Mr. Camperdown, as soon as the door was closed behind her, "will have a job of work on his hands. There's nothing a pretty woman can't do when she has got rid of all sense of shame." "She is a very great woman," said John Eustace, "a very great woman, and if the sex could have its rights, would make an excellent lawyer." In the meantime, Lizzie Eustace returned home to Hertford Street in triumph. End of chapter 72.
Chapter 73 of the Eustace Diamonds. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by L.C. The Eustace Diamonds by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 73. Lizzie's Last Lover. Lizzie's interview with the lawyer took place on the Wednesday afternoon, and on her return to Hertford Street she found a note from Mrs. Carbuncle. "I have made arrangements for dining out today, and shall not return till after 10. I will do the same tomorrow, and on every day till you leave town, and you can breakfast in your own room. Of course you will carry out your plan for leaving this house on Monday. After what has passed, I shall prefer not to meet you again. J.C." And this was written by a woman who, but a few days since, had borrowed £150 from her, and who at this moment had in her hands £50 worth of silver plate, supposed to have been given to Lucinda, and which clearly ought to have been returned to the donor when Lucinda's marriage was postponed, as the newspapers had said. Lucinda at this time had left the house in Hertford Street, but Lizzie had not been informed whither she had been taken. She could not apply to Lucinda for restitution of the silver, which was, in fact, held at the moment by the Albemarle Street hotel-keeper as part security for his debt, and she was quite sure that any application to Mrs. Carbuncle for either the silver or the debt would be unavailing. But she might perhaps cause annoyance by a letter, and could, at any rate, return insult for insult. She therefore wrote to her late friend. "Madam, I am certainly not desirous of continuing an acquaintance into which I was led by false representations, and in the course of which I have been almost absurdly hospitable to persons altogether unworthy of my kindness. You and your niece, and your especial friend Lord George Carruthers, and that unfortunate young man your niece's lover, were entertained at my country house as my guests for some months. I am here in my own right, by arrangement, and as I pay more than a proper share of the expense of the establishment, I shall stay as long as I please, and go when I please. In the meantime, as we are about to part, certainly for ever, I must beg you at once to repay me the sum of £150, which you have borrowed from me, and I must also insist on your letting me have back the present of silver which was prepared for your niece's marriage. That you should retain it as a perquisite for yourself cannot for a moment be thought of, however convenient it might be to yourself. Yours, etc., E. Eustace. As far as the application for restitution went, or indeed in regard to the insult, she might as well have written to a milestone. Mrs. Carbuncle was much too strong, and had fought her battle with the world much too long, to regard such word-pelting as that. She paid no attention to the note, and as she had come to terms with the agent of the house by which she was to evacuate it on the following Monday, a fact which was communicated to Lizzie by the servant, she did not much regard Lizzie's threat to remain there. She knew, moreover, the arrangements were already being made for the journey to Scotland. Lizzie had come back from the attorney's chambers in triumph, and had been triumphant when she wrote her note to Mrs. Carbuncle, but her elation was considerably repressed by a short notice which she read in the fashionable evening paper of the day. She always took the fashionable evening paper, and had taught herself to think that life without it was impossible. But on this afternoon she quarrelled with that fashionable evening paper for ever. The popular and well-informed organ of intelligence in question informed its readers that the Eustace diamonds, etc., etc. In fact, it told the whole story, and then expressed a hope that, as the matter had from the commencement been one of great interest to the public, who had sympathized with Lady Eustace deeply as to the loss of her diamonds, Lady Eustace would be able to explain that part of her conduct which certainly at present was quite unintelligible. Lizzie threw the paper from her with indignation, asking what right newspaper scribblers could have to interfere with the private affairs of such persons as herself. But on this evening the question of her answer to Lord Fawn was the one which most interested her. Lord Fawn had taken long in the writing of his letter, and she was justified in taking what time she pleased in answering it. But for her own sake it had better be answered quickly. She had tried her hand at 2 different replies, and did not at all doubt but what she would send the affirmative answer, if she were sure that these latter discoveries would not alter Lord Fawn's decision. Lord Fawn had distinctly told her that, if she pleased, he would marry her. She would please, having been much troubled by the circumstances of the past 6 months. But then, was it not almost a certainty that Lord Fawn would retreat from his offer, on learning the facts which were now so well known as to have been related in the public papers? She thought that she would take 1 more night to think of it. Alas, she took 1 night too many. On the next morning, while she was still in bed, a letter was brought to her from Lord Fawn, dated from his club the preceding evening. Lord Fawn presents his compliments to Lady Eustace. Lady Eustace will be kind enough to understand that Lord Fawn recedes altogether from the proposition made by him in his letter to Lady Eustace, dated March 28th last. Should Lady Eustace think proper to call in question the propriety of this decision on the part of Lord Fawn, she had better refer the question to some friend, and Lord Fawn will do the same. Lord Fawn thinks it best to express his determination, under no circumstances, to communicate again personally with Lady Eustace on this subject, or, as far as he can see at present, on any other. The letter was a blow to her, although she had felt quite certain that Lord Fawn would have no difficulty in escaping from her hands as soon as the story of the diamond should be made public. It was a blow to her, although she had assured herself a dozen times that the marriage with such a one as Lord Fawn, a man who had not a grain of poetry in his composition, would make her unutterably wretched. What escape would her heart have had from itself in such a union? This question she had asked herself over and over again, and there had been no answer to it. But then why had she not been beforehand with Lord Fawn? Why had she not rejected his second offer with the scorn which such an offer had deserved? Ah, there was her misfortune, there was her fault. But with Lizzie Eustace, when she could not do a thing which it was desirable that she should be known to have done, the next consideration was whether she could not so arrange as to have seemed to have done it. The arrival of Lord Fawn's note, just as she was about to write to him, was unfortunate. But she would still write to him, and date her letter before the time that his was dated. He probably would not believe her date. She hardly ever expected to be really believed by anybody. But he would have to read what she wrote, and writing on this pretence, she would avoid the necessity of alluding to his last letter. Neither of the notes which she had by her quite suited the occasion, so she wrote a third. The former letter, in which she declined his offer, was, she thought, very charmingly insolent, and the allusion to his lordship's scullion would have been successful had it been sent on the moment. But now a graver letter was required, and the graver letter was as follows: Hertford Street, Wednesday, April 3rd. The date, it will be observed, was the day previous to the morning on which she had received Lord Fawn's last very conclusive note. My lord, I have taken a week to answer the letter which your lordship has done me the honour of writing to me, because I have thought it best to have time for consideration in a matter of such importance. In this I have copied your lordship's official caution. I think I have never read a letter so false, so unmanly, and so cowardly as that which you have found yourself capable of sending to me. You became engaged to me when, as I admit with shame, I did not know your character. You have since repudiated me and vilified my name, simply because, having found that I had enemies, and being afraid to face them, you wished to escape from your engagement. It has been cowardice from the beginning to the end, Your whole conduct to me has been one long, unprovoked insult, studiously concocted, because you have feared that there might possibly be some trouble for you to encounter. Nobody ever heard of anything so mean, either in novels or in real life. And now you again offer to marry me, because you are again afraid. You think you'll be thrashed, I suppose, if you decline to keep your engagement, and feel that if you offer to go on with it, my friends cannot beat you. You need not be afraid. No earthly consideration would induce me to be your wife. And if any friend of mine should look at you as though he meant to punish you, you can show him this letter and make him understand that it is I who have refused to be your wife, and not you who have refused to be my husband. E. Eustace. This epistle Lizzie did send, believing that she could add nothing to its insolence, let her study it as she might. And she thought, as she read it for the 5th time, that it sounded as though it had been written before her receipt of the final note from himself, and that it would therefore irritate him the more. This was to be the last week of her sojourn in town, and then she was to go down and bury herself at Portray, with no other companionship than that of the faithful Macnulty, who had been left in Scotland for the last 3 months as nurse-in-chief to the little heir. She must go and give her evidence before the magistrate on Friday, as to which she had already received an odious slip of paper, but Frank would accompany her. Other misfortunes had passed off so lightly that she hardly dreaded this. She did not understand why she was to be so banished, and thought much on the subject. She had submitted herself to Frank's advice, when first she had begun to fear that her troubles would be insuperable. Her troubles were now disappearing, and, as for Frank, what was Frank to her, that she should obey him? Nevertheless, her trunks were being already packed, and she knew that she must go. He was to accompany her on her journey, and she would still have one more chance with him. As she was thinking of all this, Mr. Emilius, the clergyman, was announced. In her loneliness she was delighted to receive any visitor, and she knew that Mr. Emilius would be at least courteous to her. When he had seated himself, he at once began to talk about the misfortune of the unaccomplished marriage, and in a very low voice hinted that from the beginning to end there had been something wrong. He had always feared that an alliance based on a footing that was so openly pecuniary, he declared that the word pecuniary, expressed his meaning better than any other epithet, could not lead to matrimonial happiness. "We all know," said he, "that our dear friend Mrs. Carbuncle had views of her own quite distinct from her niece's happiness. I have the greatest possible respect for Mrs. Carbuncle, and I may say esteem, but it is impossible to live long in any degree of intimacy with Mrs. Carbuncle without saying that she is mercenary." "Mercenary indeed she is," said Lizzie. "You have observed it?" "Oh, yes, it is so, and it casts a shadow over a character which otherwise is so much to charm." "She is the most insolent and the most ungrateful woman that I ever heard of," exclaimed Lizzie with energy. Mr. Emilius opened his eyes, but did not contradict her assertion. "As you have mentioned her name, Mr. Emilius, I must tell you. I have done everything for that woman. You know how I treated her down in Scotland." "With splendid hospitality," said Mr. Emilius. "Of course you did not pay for anything here?" "Oh, no." The idea of anyone being called upon to pay for what one ate and drank at a friend's house was peculiarly painful to Mr. Emilius. "And I paid for everything here. That is to say, we have made an arrangement very much in her favour, and she has borrowed large sums of money from me." "I am not at all surprised at that," said Mr. Emilius. "And when that unfortunate girl, her niece, was to be married to poor Sir Griffin Tewett, I gave her a whole service of plate. What unparalleled generosity! Would you believe she has taken the whole for her own base purposes? And then what do you think she has done? My dear Lady Eustace, hardly anything would astonish me." Lizzie suddenly found a difficulty in describing to her friend the fact that Mrs. Carbuncle was endeavouring to turn her out of the house, without also alluding to her own troubles about the robbery. "She has actually told me," she continued, "that I must leave the house without a day's warning. But I believe the truth is that she has run so much into debt that she cannot remain." "I know that she is very much in debt, Lady Eustace." "But she owed me some civility. Instead of that, she has treated me with nothing but insolence. And why, do you think? It is all because I would not allow her to take that poor, insane young woman to Portray Castle." "You don't mean that she asked to go there?" "She did, though." "I never heard such impertinence in my life, never," said Mr. Emilius, again opening his eyes and shaking his head. "She proposed that I should ask them both down to Portray, for of course it would have been almost forever. I don't know how I should have got rid of them. And that poor young woman is mad, you know, quite mad. She never recovered herself after that morning. Oh, what I have suffered about that unhappy marriage, and the cruel, cruel way in which Mrs. Carbuncle urged it on. Mr. Emilius, you can't conceive the scenes which have been acted in this house during the last month. It has been dreadful. I wouldn't go through such a thing again for anything that could be offered to me. It has made me so ill that I am obliged to go down to Scotland to recruit my health. I heard you were going to Scotland, and I wish to have an opportunity of saying just a word to you in private before you go. Mr. Emilius had thought a good deal about this interview, and had prepared himself for it with considerable care. He knew, with tolerable accuracy, the whole story of the necklace, having discussed it with Mrs. Carbuncle, who, as the reader will remember, had been told the tale by Lord George. He was aware of the engagement with Lord Fawn, and of the growing intimacy which had existed between Lord George and Lizzie. He had been watchful, diligent, patient, and had at last become hopeful. When he learned that his beloved was about to start for Scotland, he felt that it would be well that he should strike a blow before she went. As to a journey down to Ayrshire, that would be nothing to one so enamoured as was Mr. Emilius, and he would not scruple to show himself at the castle door without invitation. Whatever may have been his deficiencies, Mr. Emilius did not lack the courage needed to carry such an enterprise as this to a happy conclusion. As far as pluck and courage might serve a man, he was well served by his own gifts. He could, without a blush or a quiver in his voice, have asked a duchess to marry him, with 10 times Lizzie's income. He had now considered deeply whether, with a view of prevailing, it would be better that he should allude to the lady's trespasses in regard to the diamonds, or that he should pretend to be in ignorance, and he had determined that ultimate success might, with most probability, be achieved by a bold declaration of the truth. I know how desperately you must be in want of someone to help you through your troubles, and I know also that your grand lovers will avoid you because of what you have done, and therefore you had better take me at once. Take me, and I'll bring you through everything. Refuse me, and I'll help to crush you. Such were the arguments which Mr. Emilius had determined to use, and such the language, of course with some modifications. He was now commencing his work, and was quite resolved to leave no stone unturned in carrying it to a successful issue. He drew his chair nearer to Lizzie, as he announced his desire for a private interview, and leaned over towards her with his 2 hands closed together between his knees. He was a dark, hooky-nosed, well-made man, with an exuberance of greasy hair, who would have been considered handsome by many women, had there not been something almost amounting to a squint amiss with one of his eyes. When he was preaching, it could hardly be seen, but in the closeness of private conversation it was disagreeable. "Oh, indeed?" said Lizzie, with a look of astonishment perfectly well assumed. She had already begun to consider whether, after all, Mr. Emilius would do. "Yes, Lady Eustace, it is so. You and I have known each other now for many months, and I have received the most unaffected pleasure from the acquaintance. May I not say from the intimacy which has sprung up between us?" Lizzie did not forbid the use of the pleasant word, but merely bowed. "I think that, as a devoted friend and a clergyman, I shall not be thought to be intruding on private ground with saying that circumstances have made me aware of the details of the robberies by which you have been so cruelly persecuted." So the man had come about the diamonds, and not to make an offer. Lizzie raised her eyebrows and bowed her head with the slightest possible motion. "I do not know how far your friends or the public may condemn you, but my friends don't condemn me at all, sir." "I am so glad to hear it. Nobody has dared to condemn me, except this impudent woman here, who wants an excuse for not paying me what she owes me. I am delighted. I was going to explain that although I am aware you have infringed the letter of the law, and made yourself liable to proceedings which may perhaps be unpleasant—" "I ain't liable to anything unpleasant at all, Mr. Emilius." "Then my mind is greatly relieved. I was about to remark, having heard in the outer world that there were those who ventured to accuse you of perjury." "Nobody has dared to accuse me of anything. What makes you come here and say such things?" "Ah, Lady Eustace, it is because these calumnies are spoken so openly behind your back." "Who speaks them? Mrs. Carbuncle and Lord George Carruthers, my enemies?" Mr. Emilius was beginning to feel that he was not making progress. "I was on the point of observing to you that according to the view of the matter which I, as a clergyman, have taken, you were altogether justified in the steps which you took for the protection of property which was your own, but which had been attacked by designing persons." "Of course I was justified," said Lizzie. "You know best, Lady Eustace, whether any assistance I can offer will avail you anything." "I don't want any assistance, Mr. Emilius, thank you. I certainly have been given to understand that they who ought to stand by you with the closest devotion have, in this period of what I may perhaps call tribulation deserted your side with cold selfishness. But there isn't any tribulation, and nobody has deserted my side. I was told that Lord Fawn is an idiot. Quite so, no doubt. And I have deserted him. I wrote to him this very morning in answer to a pressing letter from him to renew our engagement, to tell him that it was out of the question. I despise Lord Fawn, and my heart never can be given where my respect does not accompany it. A noble sentiment, Lady Eustace, which I reciprocate completely. And now, to come to what I may call the inner purport of my visit to you this morning, the sweet cause of my attendance on you, let me assure you that I should not now offer you my heart, unless with my heart went the most perfect respect and esteem which any man ever felt for a woman. Mr. Emilius had found the necessity of coming to the point by some direct road, as the lady had refused to allow him to lead up to it in the manner he had proposed to himself. He still thought that what he had said might be efficacious, as he did not for a moment believe her assertions as to her own friends and the non-existence of any trouble as to the oaths which he had falsely sworn. But she carried the matter with a better courage than he had expected to find, and drove him out of his intended line of approach. He had, however, seized his opportunity without losing much time. "What on earth do you mean, Mr. Emilius?" she said. "I mean to lay my heart, my hand, my fortunes, my profession, my career at your feet. I make bold to say of myself that I have, by my own unaided eloquence and intelligence, won for myself a great position in this swarming metropolis. Lady Eustace, I know your great rank. I feel your transcendent beauty, too acutely. I have been told that you are rich. But I myself, who venture to approach you as a suitor for your hand, am also somebody in the world. The blood that runs in my veins is as illustrious as your own, having descended to me from the great and ancient nobles of my native country. The profession which I have adopted is the grandest which ever filled the heart of man with aspirations. I have barely turned my 32nd year, and I am known as the greatest preacher of my day, though I preach in a language which is not my own. Your House of Lords would be open to me as a spiritual peer, would I condescend to come to terms with those who crave the assistance which I could give them. I can move the masses, I can touch the hearts of men, and in this great assemblage of mankind which you call London, I can choose my own society among the highest of the land. Lady Eustace, will you share with me my career and my fortunes? I ask you, because you are the only woman whom my heart has stooped to love." The man was a nasty, greasy, lying, squinting Jew preacher, an impostor over 40 years of age, whose greatest social success had been achieved when, through the agency of Mrs. Carbuncle, he made his way into Portray Castle. He was about as near an English mitre as had been that great man of past generation, the deputy shepherd. He was a creature to loathe, because he was greasy and a liar and an impostor. But there was a certain manliness in him. He was not afraid of the woman, and in pleading his cause with her he could stand up for himself courageously. He had studied his speech, and having studied it, he knew how to utter the words. He did not blush, nor stammer, nor cringe. Of grandfather or grandmother belonging to himself he had probably never heard, but he could so speak of his noble ancestors as to produce belief in Lizzie's mind, and he almost succeeded in convincing her that he was, by the consent of mankind, the greatest preacher of the day. While he was making his speech she almost liked his squint. She certainly liked the grease and nastiness. Presuming, as she naturally did, that something of what he said was false, she liked the lies. There was a dash of poetry about him, and poetry, as she thought, was not compatible with humdrum truth. A man, to be a man in her eyes, should be able to swear that all his geese are swans, should be able to reckon his swans by the dozen, though he have not a feather belonging to him, even from a goose's wing. She liked his audacity, and then, when he was making love, he was not afraid of talking out boldly about his heart. Nevertheless, he was only Mr. Emilius the clergyman, and she had means of knowing that his income was not generous. Though she admired his manner and his language, she was quite aware that he was in pursuit of her money, and from the moment in which she first understood his object, she was resolved that she would never become the wife of Mr. Emilius as long as there was a hope as to Frank Greystock. "I was told, Mr. Emilius," she said, "that some time since you used to have a wife." "It was a falsehood, Lady Eustace. From motives of pure charity I gave a home to a distant cousin. I was then in a land of strangers, and my life was misinterpreted. I made no complaint, but sent the lady back to her native country. My compassion could supply her wants there as well as here." "Then you still support her?" Mr. Emilius bethought himself for a moment. There might be danger in asserting that he was subject to such an encumbrance. "I did do so," he answered, "till she found a congenial home as the wife of an honest man." "Oh, indeed, I am quite glad to hear that." "And now, Lady Eustace, may I venture to hope for a favourable answer?" Upon this Lizzie made him a speech as long and almost as well turned as his own. Her heart had of late been subject to many vicissitudes. She had lost the dearest husband that a woman had ever worshipped. She had ventured, for purposes with reference to her child, which she could not now explain, to think once again of matrimony with a man of high rank, but who had turned out to be unworthy of her. She had receded. Lizzie, as she said this, acted the part of receding with a fine expression of scornful face, and after that she was unwilling to entertain any further idea of marriage. Upon hearing this, Mr. Emilius bowed low, and before the street door was closed against him, had begun to calculate how much a journey to Scotland would cost him.
End of chapter 73.
The Eustace Diamonds by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 74. Lizzie at the Police Court. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bethany Simpson. On the Wednesday and Thursday, Lizzie had been triumphant, for she had certainly come out unscathed from Mr. Camperdown's chambers, and a lady may surely be said to triumph when a gentleman lays his hand, his heart, his fortunes, and all that he has got at her feet. But when the Friday came, though she was determined to be brave, her heart did sink within her bosom. She understood well that she would be called upon to admit in public the falseness of the oaths she had sworn upon 2 occasions, and that though she would not be made amenable to any absolute punishment for her perjury, she would be subject to very damaging remarks from the magistrate, and probably also from some lawyers employed to defend the prisoners. She went to bed in fairly good spirits, but in the morning she was cowed and unhappy. She dressed herself from head to foot in black, and prepared for herself a heavy black veil. She had ordered from the livery stable a brougham for the occasion, thinking it wise to avoid the display of her own carriage. She breakfasted early, and then took a large glass of wine to support her. When Frank called for her at 9:45, she was quite ready, and grasped his hand almost without a word. But she looked into his face with her eyes filled with tears. "It will soon be over," he said. She pressed his hand and made him a sign to show that she was ready to follow him to the door. "The case will come on at once," he said, "so that you will not be kept waiting." "Oh, you are so good to me." She pressed his arm and did not speak another word on their way to the police court. There was a great crowd about the office, which was in a little by-street, and so circumstanced that Lizzie's brougham could hardly make its way to the door. But way was at once made for her when Frank handed her out of it, and the policemen about the place were as courteous to her as though she had been the Lord Chancellor's wife. Evil-doing will be spoken of with bated breath and soft words even by policemen, when the evildoer comes in a carriage and with a title. Lizzie was led at once into a private room and told that she would be kept there only a very few minutes. Frank made his way into the court and found the 2 magistrates had just seated themselves on the bench. One would have sufficed for the occasion, but this was a case of great interest, and even police magistrates are human in their interests. Greystock was allowed to get round to the bench and to whisper a word or two to the gentleman who was to preside. The magistrate nodded his head, and then the case began. The unfortunate Mr. Benjamin had been sent back in durance vile from Vienna, and was present in the court. With him as joint malefactor stood Mr. Smiler, the great housekeeper, a huge, ugly, resolute-looking scoundrel, possessed of enormous strength, who was very intimately known to the police, with whom he had had various dealings since he had been turned out upon the town to earn his bread some 15 years before. Indeed, long before that he had known the police. As far as his memory went back, he had always known them. But the sportive industry of his boyish years was not now counted up against him. In the last 15 years, his biography had been written with all the accuracy due to the achievements of a great man, and during those 180 months, he had spent over 100 in prison, and had been convicted 23 times. He was now growing old as a thief, and it was thought by his friends that he would be settled for life in some quiet retreat. Mr. Benjamin was a very respectable-looking man of about 50. with slightly grizzled hair, with excellent black clothes, showing by a surprised air his great astonishment at finding himself in such a position. He spoke constantly both to his attorney and to the barrister, who was about to show cause why he should not be committed, and throughout the whole morning was very busy. Smiler, who was quite at home, and who understood his position, never said a word to anyone. He stood perfectly straight, looking at the magistrate, and never for a moment leaning on the rail before him during the 4 hours that the case consumed. Once, when his friend Billy Cann was brought into court to give evidence against him, dressed up to the eyes, serene and sleek as when we saw him once before at the Rising Sun in Meek Street, Smiler turned a glance upon him, which to the eyes of all present contained a threat of most bloody revenge. But Billy knew the advantages of his situation and nodded at his old comrade and smiled. His old comrade was very much stronger than he, and possessed of many natural advantages. But perhaps upon the whole, his old comrade had been the less intelligent thief of the two. It was thus that the bystanders read the meaning of Billy's smile. The case was opened very shortly and very clearly by the gentleman who was employed for the prosecution. It would all, he said, have laid in a nutshell, had it not been complicated by a previous robbery at Carlisle. Were it necessary, he said, there would be no difficulty in convicting the prisoners for that offense also, but it had been thought advisable to confine the prosecution to the act of burglary committed at Hertford Street. He stated the facts of what had happened at Carlisle merely for explanation, but would state nothing that could not be proved. Then he told all the reader knows about the iron box. But the diamonds were not then in the box, and he told that story also, treating Lizzie with great tenderness as he did so. Lizzie, all this time, was sitting behind her veil in the private room and did not hear a word of what was going on. Then he came to the robbery in Hertford Street. He would prove by Lady Eustace that the diamonds were left by her in a locked desk, were so deposited, though all her friends believed them to have been taken at Carlisle, and he would moreover prove by accomplices that they were stolen by 2 men, the younger prisoner at the bar being one of them, and the witness who would be adduced the other, that they were given up by these men to the elder prisoner, and that a certain sum had been paid by him for the execution of the 2 robberies. There was much more of it, but to the reader who knows all, it would be but a thrice-told tale. He then said that he first proposed to take the evidence of Lady Eustace, the lady who had been in possession of the diamonds when they were stolen. Then Frank Greystock left the court, and returned with poor Lizzie on his arm. She was handed to a chair, and after she was sworn, was told that she might sit down. But she was requested to remove her veil, which she had replaced as soon as she had kissed the book. The first question asked her was very easy. Did she remember the night at Carlisle? Would she tell the story of what occurred on that night? When the box was stolen, were the diamonds in it? No, she had taken the diamonds out for security and had kept them under her pillow. Then came a bitter moment, in which she had to confess her perjury before the Carlisle bench. But even that seemed to pass off smoothly. The magistrate asked one severe question. Do you mean to say, Lady Eustace, that you gave false evidence on that occasion, knowing it to be false? I was in such a state, sir, from fear, that I did not know what I was saying, exclaimed Lizzie, bursting into tears, and stretching forth towards the bench her 2 clasped hands with the air of a suppliant. From that moment the magistrate was altogether on her side, and so were the public. Poor, ignorant, ill-used young creature, and then so lovely. That was the general feeling, but she had not as yet come beneath the harrow of the learned gentleman on the other side, whose best talents were due to Mr. Benjamin. Then she told all she knew about the other robbery. She certainly had not said, when examined on that occasion, that the diamonds had then been taken. She had omitted to name the diamonds in her catalogue of the things stolen, but she was sure that she had never said that they were not taken then. She had said nothing about the diamonds, knowing them to be her own, and preferring to lose them to the trouble of again referring to the night at Carlisle. Such was her evidence for the prosecution. And then she was turned over to the very learned and very acute gentleman whom Mr. Benjamin had hired for his defense, or rather to show cause why he should not be sent for trial. It must be owned that poor Lizzie did receive from his hands some of that punishment which she certainly deserved. This acute and learned gentleman seemed to possess for the occasion the blandest and most dulcet voice that ever was bestowed upon an English barrister. He addressed Lady Eustace with the softest words, as though he hardly dared to speak to a woman so eminent for wealth, rank, and beauty. But nevertheless he asked her some very disagreeable questions. Was he to understand that she went of her very own will before the bench of magistrates at Carlisle with the view of enabling the police to capture certain persons for stealing certain jewels, while she knew that the jewels were actually in her own possession? Lizzie, confounded by the softness of his voice, as joined to the harshness of the question, could hardly understand him, and he repeated it thrice, becoming every time more and more mellifluous. "Yes," said Lizzie at last. "Yes?" he asked. "Yes," said Lizzie. "Your ladyship did send the Cumberland police after men for stealing jewels which were in your ladyship's own hands when you swore the information?" "Yes," said Lizzie. "And your ladyship knew that the information was untrue?" "Yes," said Lizzie. "And the police were pursuing the men for many weeks?" "Yes," said Lizzie. "On your information?" "Yes," said Lizzie, through her tears. "And your ladyship knew all the time that the poor men were altogether innocent of taking the jewels?" "But they took the box," said Lizzie, through her tears. "Yes," said the acute and learned gentleman. "Somebody took your ladyship's iron box out of the room, and you swore that the diamonds had been taken. Was it not the fact that legal proceedings were being taken against you for recovery of the diamonds by persons who claimed the property?" "Yes," said Lizzie. "And these persons withdrew their proceedings as soon as they heard that the diamonds had been stolen?" Soft as he was in his manner, he nearly reduced Lizzie Eustace to fainting. It seemed to her that the questions would never end. It was in vain that the magistrate pointed out to the learned gentleman that Lady Eustace had confessed her own false swearing both at Carlisle and in London a dozen times. He continued his questions over and over again, harping chiefly on the affair at Carlisle, and saying very little as to the second robbery in Hertford Street. His idea was to make it appear that Lizzie had arranged the robbery with the view of defrauding Mr. Camperdown, and that Lord George Carruthers was her accomplice. He even asked her, almost in a whisper, and with the sweetest smile, whether she was not engaged to marry Lord George. When Lizzie denied this, he still suggested that some such alliance might be in contemplation. Upon this, Frank Greystock called upon the magistrate to defend Lady Eustace from such unnecessary vulgarity, and there was a scene in the court. Lizzie did not like the scene, but it helped protect her from the contemplation of the public, who of course were much gratified by high words between two barristers. Lady Eustace was forced to remain in the private room during the examination of Patience Crabstick and Mr. Cann, and she did not hear it. Patience was a most obdurate and difficult witness, extremely averse to say evil things of herself, and on that account unworthy of the good things which she had received. But Billy Cann was charming, graceful, communicative, and absolutely accurate. There was no shaking him. The learned and acute gentleman who tried to tear him in pieces could do nothing with him. He was asked whether he had not been a professional thief for 10 years. 10 or 12, he said. Did he expect that any juryman would believe him on his oath? Not unless I'm fully corroborated. Can you look that man in the face? That man who is at any rate so much honester than yourself? Asked the learned gentleman with pathos. Billy said he thought he could, and the way in which he smiled upon Smiler caused a roar through the whole court. The two men were, as a matter of course, committed for trial at the Central Criminal Court, and Lizzie Eustace was bound by certain penalties to come forward when called upon and give her evidence again. "I'm glad that's all over," said Frank as he left her at Mrs. Carbuncle's hall door. "Oh, Frank, dearest Frank, where should I be if it were not for you?" End of chapter 74. The Eustace Diamonds by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 75. Lord George gives his reasons. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bethany Simpson. Lady Eustace did not leave the house during the Saturday and Sunday, and engaged herself exclusively with preparing for her journey. She had no further interview with Mrs. Carbuncle, but there were messages between them, and even notes were written. They resulted in nothing. Lizzie was desirous of getting back the spoons and forks, and if possible some of her money. The spoons and forks were out of Mrs. Carbuncle's power, in Albemarle Street, and the money had of course been spent. Lizzie might have saved herself the trouble had it not been that it was a pleasure to her to insult her late friend, even though in doing so new insults were heaped upon her own head. As for the trumpery spoons, they, so said Mrs. Carbuncle, were the property of Miss Roanoke, having been made over to her unconditionally long before the wedding as a part of a separate pecuniary transaction. Mrs. Carbuncle had no power of disposing of Miss Roanoke's property. As to the money which Lady Eustace claimed, Mrs. Carbuncle asserted that when the final accounts should be made up between them, it would be found that there was a considerable balance due to Mrs. Carbuncle. But even were there anything due to Lady Eustace, Mrs. Carbuncle would decline to pay it, as she was informed that all moneys possessed by Lady Eustace were now confiscated to the Crown by reason of the perjuries. The word was doubly scored in Mrs. Carbuncle's note, which Lady Eustace had committed. This, of course, was unpleasant. But Mrs. Carbuncle did not have the honors of the battle all to herself. Lizzie also said some unpleasant things, which perhaps were the more unpleasant because they were true. Mrs. Carbuncle had come pretty nearly to the end of her career, whereas Lizzie's income, in spite of her perjuries, was comparatively untouched. The undoubted mistress of Portray Castle, and mother of Sir Florian Eustace of the day, could still despise and look down upon Mrs. Carbuncle, although she were known to have told fibs about the family diamonds. Lord Eustace always came to Hertford Street on a Sunday, and Lady Eustace left word for him with the servant that she would be glad to see him before her journey into Scotland. "Goes tomorrow, does she?" said Lord George to the servant. "Well, I'll see her." And he was shown up to her room before she went to Mrs. Carbuncle. Lizzie, in sending to him, had had some half-formed idea of a romantic farewell. The man, she thought, had behaved very badly to her, had accepted very much from her hands, and had refused to give her anything in return, had become the first depository of her great secret, and had placed no mutual confidence in her. He had been harsh to her and unjust. And then, too, he had declined to be in love with her. She was full of spite against Lord George and would have been glad to injure him. But nevertheless, there would be some excitement in a farewell in which some mock affection might be displayed, and she would have an opportunity of abusing Mrs. Carbuncle. "So you're off tomorrow," said Lord George, taking his place on the rug before her fire, and looking down at her with his head a little on one side. Lizzie's anger against the man chiefly arose from a feeling that he treated her with all a Corsair's freedom, without any of a Corsair's tenderness. She could have forgiven the want of deferential manner, had there been any devotion. But Lord George was both impudent and indifferent. "Yes," she said, "thank goodness, I shall get out of this frightful place tomorrow, and soon have once more a roof of my own over my head. What an experience I've had since I've been here." "We have all had an experience," said Lord George, still looking at her with that half-comic turn of his face, almost as though he were investigating some curious animal of which so remarkable a specimen had never come before under his notice. "No woman ever intended to show a more disinterested friendship than I have done. And what has been my return?" "You mean to me? Disinterested friendship to me?" And Lord George tapped his breast lightly with his fingers. His head was still a little on one side, and there was still the smile upon his face. "I was alluding particularly to Mrs. Carbuncle." "Lady Eustace, I cannot take charge of Mrs. Carbuncle's friendships. I have enough to do to look after my own. If you have any complaint to make against me, I will at least listen to it." "God knows I do not want to make complaints," said Lizzie, covering her face with her hands. "They don't do much good, do they? It's better to take people as you find 'em, and then make the best of 'em. They're a queer lot, ain't they, the sort of people one meets about in the world?" "I don't know what you mean by that, Lord George." "Just what you were saying, when you talked of your experiences. These experiences do surprise one. I've knocked about the world a great deal, and would have almost said that nothing would surprise me. You are no more than a child to me, but you have surprised me." "I hope I've not injured you, Lord George." Do you remember how you rode to hounds the day your cousin took that other man's horse? That surprised me. Oh, Lord George, that was the happiest day of my life. How little happiness there is for people. And when Tuit got that girl to say she'd marry him, the coolness with which you bore all the abomination of it in your house, for people who were nothing to you, that surprised me. I meant to be so kind to you all. And when I found that you always traveled with 10,000 pounds worth of diamonds in a box, that surprised me very much. I thought that you were a very dangerous companion. Pray don't talk about the horrid necklace. Then came the robbery, and you seemed to lose your diamonds without being at all unhappy about them. Of course, we understand that now. On hearing this, Lizzie smiled, but did not say a word. Then I perceived that I was supposed to be the thief. You yourself couldn't have suspected me of taking the diamonds because you'd got them. You know, all safe in your pocket. But you might as well own the truth now. Didn't you think that it was I who stole the box? I wish it had been you, said Lizzie, laughing. All that surprised me. The police were watching me every day as a cat watches a mouse, and thought that they surely had got the thief when they found that I had dealings with Benjamin. Well, you were laughing at me in your sleeve all the time. Not laughing, Lord George. Yes, you were. You had got the kernel yourself, and thought that I had taken all the trouble to crack the nut, and had found myself with nothing but the shell. Then when you found you couldn't eat the kernel, that you couldn't get rid of the swag without assistance, you came to me to help you. I began to think then that you were too many for all of us. By Jove, I did. Then I heard of that second robbery, and of course I thought you had managed that too. Oh no, said Lizzie. Unfortunately you didn't, but I thought you did. And you thought that I had done it. Mr. Benjamin was too clever for us both, and now he's going to have penal servitude for the rest of his life. I wonder who will be the better of it all. Who will have the diamonds at last? I do not care in the least. I hate the diamonds. Of course I would not give them up because they were my own. The end of it seems to be that you have lost your property, and sworn ever so many false oaths, and have brought all your friends into trouble, and have got nothing by it. What was the good of being so clever? You need not come here to tease me, Lord George. I came here because you sent for me. There's my poor friend, Mrs. Carbuncle, declares that all her credit is destroyed, and her niece unable to marry, and her house taken away from her, all because of her connection with you. Oh, Mrs. Carbuncle is... Oh, Lord George, don't you know what she is? I know that Mrs. Carbuncle is in a very bad way, and that girl has gone crazy, and that poor Griff has taken himself off to Japan, and that I am so knocked about that I don't know where to go. And somehow it seems all to have come from your little maneuvers. You see, we have, all of us, been made remarkable, haven't we? You're always remarkable, Lord George. And it's all your doing. To be sure, you've lost your diamonds for your pains. I wouldn't mind it so much if anybody were the better for it. I shouldn't have begrudged even Benjamin the Pole, if he'd got it. He stood there, still looking down upon her, speaking with a sarcastic, subrisive tone, and, as she felt, intending to be severe to her. She had sent for him, and now she didn't know what to say to him. Though she believed that she hated him, she would have liked to get up some show of an affectionate farewell, some scene in which there might have been tears and tenderness and poetry, and perhaps a parting caress. But with his jeering words and sneering face, he was as hard to her as a rock. He was now silent, but still looking down upon her as he stood motionless upon the rug, so that she was compelled to speak again. I sent for you, Lord George, because I did not like the idea of parting with you forever without one word of adieu. You're going to tear yourself away, are you? I'm going to Portray on Monday. And never coming back any more. You'll be up here before the season is over, with 50 more wonderful schemes in your little head. So Lord Fawn is done with, is he? I have told Lord Fawn that nothing shall induce me ever to see him again. And Cousin Frank? My cousin attends me down to Scotland. Oh, that makes it altogether another thing. He attends you down to Scotland, does he? Does Mr. Emilius go too? I believe you are trying to insult me, sir. You can't expect but what a man should be a little jealous when he has been so completely cut out himself. There was a time, you know, when even Cousin Frank wasn't a better fellow than myself. Much you thought about it, Lord George. Well, I did. I thought about it a good deal, my lady, and I liked the idea of it very much. Lizzie pricked up her ears. In spite of all his harshness, could it be that he should be the Corsair still? I am a rambling, uneasy, ill-to-it sort of man, but I still thought about it. You are pretty, you know, uncommonly pretty. Don't, Lord George. And I'll acknowledge that the income goes for much. I suppose that's real, at any rate? Well, I hope so. Of course it's real. And so is the prettiness, Lord George, if there is any. I never doubted that, Lady Eustace. But when it came to my thinking that you had stolen the diamonds, and you thinking that I had stolen the box, I'm not a man to stand on trifles, but by George, it wouldn't do then. Who wanted it to do? Said Lizzie. Go away. You're very unkind to me. I hope I may never see you again. I believe you care more for that odious, vulgar woman downstairs than you do for anybody else in the world. Ah, dear, I've known her for many years, Lizzie, and that both covers and discovers many faults. One learns to know how bad one's old friends are, but then one forgives them because they are old friends. You can't forgive me because I'm bad and only a new friend. Ah, yes, I will. I forgive you all, and hope that you may do well yet. If I may give you one bit of advice at parting, it is to caution you against being clever when there is nothing to get by it. I ain't clever at all, said Lizzie, beginning to whimper. Goodbye, my dear. Goodbye, said Lizzie. He took her hand in one of his, patted her on the head with the other as though she had been a child, and then he left her. End of chapter 75.
Chapter 76 of the Eustace Diamonds. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Eustace Diamonds by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 76. Lizzie Returns to Scotland. Frank Greystock, the writer fears, will not have recommended himself to those readers of this tale who think the part of lover to the heroine should be always filled by a young man with heroic attributes. And yet the young member for Bobsborough was by no means deficient in fine qualities, and perhaps was quite as capable of heroism as the majority of barristers and members of Parliament among whom he consorted, and were to him the world. A man born to great wealth may, without injury to himself or friends, do pretty nearly what he likes in regard to marriage, always presuming that the wife he selects be of his own rank. He need not marry for money, nor need he abstain from marriage because he can't support a wife without money. And the very poor man, who has no pretension to rank or standing, other than that which honesty may give him, can do the same. His wife's fortune will consist in the labor of her hands, and in her ability to assist him in his home. But between these there is a middle class of men, who, by reason of their education, are peculiarly susceptible to the charms of womanhood, but who literally cannot marry for love, because their earnings will do no more than support themselves. As to this special young man, it must be confessed that his earnings should have done much more than that, but not the less did he find himself in a position in which marriage with a penniless girl seemed to threaten him and her with ruin. All his friends told Frank Greystock that he would be ruined were he to marry Lucy Morris, and his friends were people supposed to be very good and wise. The Dean and the Dean's wife, his father and mother, were very clear that it would be so. Old Lady Linlithgow had spoken of such a marriage as quite out of the question. The Bishop of Bobsborough, when it was mentioned in his hearing, had declared that such a marriage would be 1,000 pities, and even dear old Lady Fawn, though she wished it for Lucy's sake, had many times prophesied that such a thing was quite impossible. When the rumor of the marriage reached Lady Glencora told her friend, Madame Max Goesler, that that young man was going to blow his brains out. To her thinking, the two actions were equivalent. It is only when we read of such men that we feel that truth to his sweetheart is the first duty of man. I am afraid that is not the advice which we give to our sons. But it was the advice which Frank Greystock had most persistently given to himself since he had first known Lucy Morris. Doubtless he had vacillated, but, on the balance of his convictions as to his own future conduct, he had been much nobler than his friends. He had never hesitated for a moment as to the value of Lucy Morris. She was not beautiful. She had no wonderful gifts of nature. There was nothing of a goddess about her. She was absolutely penniless. She had never been what the world calls well dressed, and yet she had been everything to him. There had grown up a sympathy between them quite as strong on his part as on hers, and he had acknowledged it to himself. He had never doubted his own love, and when he had been most near to convincing himself that in his peculiar position he ought to marry his rich cousin because of her wealth, then, at those moments, he had most strangely felt that to have Lucy Morris close to him was the greatest charm in existence. Hitherto his cousin's money, joined to flatteries and caresses, which, if a young man can resist, he is almost more than a young man, had tempted him, but he had combated the temptation. On one memorable evening his love for Lucy had tempted him. To that temptation he had yielded, and the letter by which he became engaged to her had been written. He had never meant to evade it, had always told himself that it should not be evaded, but gradually days had been added to days, and months to months, and he had allowed her to languish without seeing him and almost without hearing from him. She, too, had heard from all sides that she was deserted by him, and she had written to him to give him back his troth, but she had not sent her letters. She did not doubt that the thing was over, she hardly doubted. And yet she would not send any letter. Perhaps it would be better that the matter should be allowed to drop without any letter writing. She would never reproach him, though she would ever think him to be a traitor. Would she not have starved herself for him, could she so have served him? And yet he could bear for her sake no touch of delay in his prosperity. Would she not have been content to wait, and always to wait, so that he with some word of love could have told her that he waited also? But he would not only desert her, but would give himself to that false, infamous woman, who was so wholly unfitted to be his wife. For Lucy, though to herself she would call him a traitor, and would think him to be a traitor, still regarded him as the best of mankind, as one who, in marrying such a one as Lizzie Eustace, would destroy all his excellence, as a man might mar his strength and beauty by falling into a pit. For Lizzie Eustace, Lucy Morris had now no forgiveness. Lucy had almost forgotten Lizzie's lies, and her proffered bribe, and all her meanness, when she made that visit to Hertford Street. Then, when Lizzie claimed this man as her lover, a full remembrance of all the woman's iniquities came back on Lucy's mind. The statement that Lizzie then made, Lucy did believe. She did think that Frank, her Frank, the man whom she worshipped, was to take this harpy to his bosom as his wife. And if it were to be so, was it not better that she should be so told? But from that moment, poor Lizzie's sins were ranker to Lucy Morris than even to Mr. Camperdown or Mrs. Hittaway. She could not refrain from saying a word even to old Lady Linlithgow. The Countess had called her niece a little liar. "Liar!" said Lucy. "I do not think Satan himself can lie as she does." "Highty-tighty," said the Countess. "I suppose, then, that there's to be a match between Lady Satan and her cousin Frank?" "They can do as they like about that," said Lucy, walking out of the room. Then came the paragraph in the fashionable evening newspaper. After that, the report of the examination before the magistrate, and then certain information that Lady Eustace was about to proceed to Scotland together with her cousin Mr. Greystock, the member for Bobsborough. "It is a large income," said the Countess, "but upon my word, she's dear at the money." Lucy did not speak, but she bit her lip till the blood ran into her mouth. She was going down to Fawn Court almost immediately, to stay there with her old friends till she should be able to find some permanent home for herself. Once, and once only, would she endure discussion, and then the matter should be banished for ever from her tongue. Early on the appointed morning Frank Greystock, with a couple of cabs, was at Mrs. Carbuncle's door in Hertford Street. Lizzie had agreed to start by a very early train, at 8 a.m., so that she might get through to Portray in one day. It had been thought expedient, both by herself and by her cousin, that for the present there should be no more sleeping at the Carlisle Hotel. The robbery was probably still talked about in that establishment, and the report of the proceedings at the police court had, no doubt, traveled as far north as the border city. It was to be a long day, and could hardly be other than sad. Lizzie, understanding this, feeling that though she had been in a great measure triumphant over her difficulties before the magistrate, she ought still to consider herself for a short while as being under a cloud, crept down into a cab and seated herself beside her cousin almost without a word. She was again dressed in black, and again wore the thick veil. Her maid, with the luggage, followed them, and they were driven to Euston Square almost without a word. On this occasion no tall footman accompanied them. "Oh, Frank, dear Frank," she had said, and that was all. He had been active about the luggage and useful in giving orders, but beyond his directions and inquiries as to the journey, he spoke not a word. Had she breakfasted? Would she have a cup of tea at the station? Should he take any luncheon for her? At every question she only looked into his face and shook her head. All thoughts as to creature comforts were over with her now forever. Tranquillity, a little poetry, and her darling boy were all that she needed for the short remainder of her sojourn upon earth. These were the sentiments which she intended to convey when she shook her head and looked up into his eyes. The world was over for her. She had had her day of pleasure, and had found how vain it was. Now she would devote herself to her child. "I shall see my boy again tonight," she said, as she took her seat in the carriage. Such was the state of mind, or such rather the resolutions, with which she commenced her journey. Should he become bright, communicative, and pleasant, or even tenderly silent, or perhaps now at length affectionate and demonstrative, she, no doubt, might be able to change as he changed. He had been cousinly but gloomy at the police court, in the same mood when he brought her home, and, as she saw with the first glance of her eye, in the same mood again when she met him in the hall this morning. Of course she must play his tunes. Is it not the fate of women to play the tunes which men dictate, except in some rare case in which the woman can make herself the dictator? Lizzie loved to be a dictator, but at the present moment she knew that circumstances were against her. She watched him so closely. At first he slept a good deal. He was never in bed very early, and on this morning had been up at 6. At Rugby he got out and ate what he said was his breakfast. Would she not have a cup of tea? Again she shook her head and smiled. She smiled as some women smile when you offer them a third glass of champagne. "You are joking with me, I know. You cannot think that I would take it." That was the meaning of Lizzie's smile. He went into the refreshment room, growled at the heat of the tea and the abominable nastiness of the food provided, and then, after the allotted 5 minutes, took himself to a smoking carriage. He did not rejoin his cousin till they were at Crewe. When he went back to his old seat, she only smiled again. He asked her whether she had slept, and again she shook her head. She had been repeating to herself the address to Ianthe's soul, and her whole being was pervaded with poetry. It was absolutely necessary, as he thought, that she should eat something, and he insisted that she should dine upon the road somewhere. He, of course, was not aware that she had been nibbling biscuits and chocolate while he had been smoking, and had had recourse even to the comfort of a sherry flask which she carried in her dressing bag. When he talked of dinner she did more than smile and refuse. She expostulated, for she well knew that the 20 minutes for dinner were allowed at the Carlisle station, and even if there had been no chocolate and no sherry, she would have endured on, even up to absolute inanition, rather than step out upon this well-remembered platform. "You must eat, or you'll be starved," he said. "I'll fetch you something." So he bribed a special waiter, and she was supplied with cold chicken and more sherry. After this Frank smoked again, and did not reappear until they had reached Dumfries. Hitherto there had been no tenderness, nothing but the coldest cousinship. He clearly meant her to understand that he had submitted to the task of accompanying her back to Portray Castle as a duty, but that he had nothing to say to one who had so misbehaved herself. This was very irritating. She could have taken herself home to Portray without his company, and have made the journey more endurable without him than with him, if this were to be his conduct throughout. They had had the carriage to themselves all the way from Crewe to Carlisle, and he had hardly spoken a word to her. If he would have rated her soundly for her wickedness, she could have made something of that. She could have thrown herself on her knees and implored his pardon, or, if hard pressed, have suggested the propriety of throwing herself out of the carriage window. She could have brought him round if he would only have talked to her, but there is no doing anything with a silent man. He was not her master. He had no power over her. She was the Lady of Portray, and he could not interfere with her. If he intended to be sullen with her to the end, and to show his contempt for her, she would turn against him. The worm will turn, she said to herself, and yet she did not think herself a worm. A few stations beyond Dumfries they were again alone. It was now quite dark, and they had already been travelling over 10 hours. They would not reach their own station till 8, and then again there would be the journey to Portray. At last he spoke to her. "Are you tired, Lizzie?" "Oh, so tired." "You have slept, I think." "No, not once, not a wink. You have slept." This she said in a tone of reproach. "Indeed I have." "I have endeavored to read, but one cannot command one's mind at all times. Oh, I am so weary. Is it much further? I have lost all reckoning as to time and place." "We change at the next station but one." "It will soon be over now. Will you have a glass of sherry? I have some in my flask." Again she shook her head. "It is a long way down to Portray, I must own." "Oh, I am so sorry that I have given you the trouble to accompany me." "I was not thinking of myself. I don't mind it. It was better that you should have somebody with you, just for this journey." "I don't know why this journey should be different from any other," said Lizzie crossly. She had not done anything that made it necessary that she should be taken care of like a naughty girl. "I'll see you to the end of it now, anyway." "And you'll stay a few days with me, Frank? You won't go away at once? Say you'll stay a week. Dear, dear Frank, say you'll stay a week. I know that the house doesn't meet for ever so long. Oh, Frank, I do so wish you'd be more like yourself." There was no reason why she should not make one other effort, and as she made it every sign of fatigue passed away from her. "I'll stay over tomorrow, certainly," he replied. "Only one day!" "Days with me mean money, Lizzie, and money is a thing which is at present very necessary to me." "I hate money." "That's very well for you, because you have plenty of it." "I hate money. It is the only thing that one has that one cannot give to those one loves. I could give you anything else, though it cost £1,000. "Pray don't. Most people like presents, but they only bore me." "Because you are so indifferent, Frank, so cold. Do you remember giving me a little ring?" "Very well indeed. It cost 8 and 6 pence." "I never thought what it cost, but there it is." This she said, drawing off her glove and showing him her finger. "And when I am dead, there it will be. You say you want money, Frank. May I not give it to you? Are not we brother and sister?" "My dear Lizzie, you say you hate money. Don't talk about it." "It is you that talk about it. I only talk about it because I want to give it to you. Yes, all that I have. When I first knew what was the real meaning of my husband's will, my only thought was to be of assistance to you." In real truth, Frank was becoming very sick of her. It seemed to him now to have been almost impossible that he should ever soberly have thought of making her his wife. The charm was all gone, and even her prettiness had in his eyes lost its value. He looked at her, asking himself whether in truth she was pretty. She had been traveling all day, and perhaps the scrutiny was not fair. But he thought that even after the longest day's journey, Lucy would not have been soiled, haggard, disheveled, and unclean, as was this woman. Travelers again entered the carriage, and they went on with a crowd of persons till they reached the platform at which they changed the carriage for Troon. Then they were again alone for a few minutes, and Lizzie, with infinite courage, determined that she would make her last attempt. "Frank," she said, "you know what it is that I mean. You cannot feel that I am ungenerous. You have made me love you. Will you have all that I have to give?" She was leaning over close to him, and he was observing that her long lock of hair was out of curl and untidy, a thing that ought not to have been there during such a journey as this. "Do you not know," he said, "that I am engaged to marry Lucy Morris?" "No, I do not know it." I have told you so more than once. You cannot afford to marry her. Then I shall do it without affording. Lizzie was about to speak, had already pronounced her rival's name in that tone of contempt which she so well knew how to use, when he stopped her. Do not say anything against her, Lizzie, in my hearing, for I will not bear it. It would force me to leave you at the Troon station, and I had better see you now to the end of the journey. Lizzie flung herself back into the corner of her carriage, and did not utter another word till she reached Portray Castle. He handed her out of the railway carriage and into her own vehicle, which was waiting for them, attended to the maid, and got the luggage, but still she did not speak. It would be better that she should quarrel with him. That little snake, Lucy, would of course now tell him of the meeting between them in Hertford Street, after which anything but quarreling would be impossible. What a fool the man must be! What an idiot! What a soft-hearted, mean-spirited fellow! Lucy, by her sly, quiet little stratagems, had got him once to speak the word, and now he had not the courage enough to go back from it. He had less strength of will even than Lord Fawn. What she offered to him would be the making of him. With his position, his seat in Parliament, such a country house as Portray Castle, and the income which she would give him, there was nothing that he might not reach. And he was so infirm of purpose that though he had hankered after it all, he would not open his hand to take it, because he was afraid of such a little thing as Lucy Morris. It was thus that she thought of him as she leaned back in the carriage without speaking. In giving her all that is due to her, we must acknowledge that she had less feeling of the injury done to her charms as a woman than might have been expected. That she hated Lucy was a matter of course, and equally so that she should be very angry with Frank Greystock. But the anger arose from general disappointment, rather than from any sense of her own despised beauty. "Ah, now I shall see my child," she said, as the carriage stopped at the castle gate. When Frank Greystock went to his supper, Miss Macnulty brought to him his cousin's compliments, with a message saying that she was too weary to see him again that night. The message had been intended to be curt and uncourteous, but Miss Macnulty had softened it, so that no harm was done. "She must be very weary," said Frank. "I suppose, though, that nothing would ever really tire Lady Eustace," said Miss Macnulty. "When she is excited, nothing will tire her. Perhaps the journey has been dull." "Exceedingly dull," said Frank, as he helped himself to the collops which the Portray cook had prepared for his supper. Miss Macnulty was very attentive to him, and had many questions to ask. About the necklace she hardly dared to speak, merely observing how sad it was that all those precious diamonds should have been lost for ever. "Very sad indeed," said Frank, with his mouth full. She then went on to the marriage that was no marriage. Was not that very dreadful? Was it true that Miss Roanoke was really out of her mind? Frank acknowledged that it was dreadful, but thought that the marriage, had it been completed, would have been more so. As for the young lady, he only knew that she had been taken somewhere out of the way. Sir Griffin, he had been told, had gone to Japan. "To Japan!" said Miss Macnulty, really interested. Had Sir Griffin gone no further than Boulogne, her pleasure in the news would certainly have been much less. Then she asked some single question about Lord George, and from that came to the real marrow of her anxiety. Had Mr. Greystock lately seen the Reverend Mr. Emilius? Frank had not seen the clergyman, and could only say of him that had Lucinda Roanoke and Sir Griffin Tewett been made one, the knot would have been tied by Mr. Emilius. "Would it indeed? Did you not think Mr. Emilius very clever when you met him down there?" "I don't doubt but what he is a sharp sort of fellow." "Oh, Mr. Greystock, I don't think that that's the word for him at all. He did promise me when he was here that he would write to me occasionally, but I suppose that the increasing duties of his position have rendered that impossible." Frank, who had no idea of the extent of the preacher's ambition, assured Miss Macnulty that among his multifarious clerical labors it was out of the question that Mr. Emilius should find time to write letters. Frank had consented to stay one day in Portray, and did not now like to run away without again seeing his cousin. Though much tempted to go at once, he did stay the day, and had an opportunity of speaking a few words to Mr. Gowran. Mr. Gowran was very gracious, but said nothing of his journey up to London. He asked various questions concerning her ladyship's appearance at the police court, as to which tidings had already reached Ayrshire, and pretended to be greatly shocked at the loss of the diamonds. "When they talk of 10,000 pound, that's a lee, nae doot?" asked Andy. "No lie at all, I believe," said Greystock. "And her leddyship wad took aboot wi' her 10,000 pound in a box?" Andy still showed much doubt by the angry glance of his eye, and the close compression of his lips, and the great severity of his demeanour as he asked the question. "I know nothing about diamonds myself, but that is what they say they are worth." "Her leddyship's her ain sell seems nae to have been in ain story about the box, Mr. Greystock?" But Frank could not stand to be cross-questioned on this delicate matter, and walked off, saying that as the thieves had not yet been tried for the robbery, the less said about it the better. About 4 o'clock on that afternoon he had not seen Lizzie, and then he received a message from her to the effect that she was still so unwell from the fatigue of her journey that she could bear no one with her but her child. She hoped that her cousin was quite comfortable, and that she might be able to see him after breakfast on the following day. But Frank was determined to leave Portray very early on the following day, and therefore wrote a note to his cousin. He begged that she would not disturb herself, that he would leave the castle the next morning before she could be up, and that he had only further to remind her that she must come up to London at once as soon as she should be summoned for the trial of Mr. Benjamin and his comrade. It had seemed to Frank that she had almost concluded that her labours connected with that disagreeable matter were at an end. "The examination may be long, and I will attend you if you wish it," said her cousin. Upon receiving this, she thought it expedient to come down to him, and there was an interview for about a quarter of an hour in her own little sitting-room looking out upon the sea. She had formed a project, and at once suggested it to him. If she found herself ill when the day of the trial came, could they make her go up and give her evidence? Frank told her that they could, and that they would. She was very clever about it. "They couldn't go back to what I said at Carlisle, you know, because they already have made me tell all that myself." As she had been called upon to criminate herself, she could not now be tried for the crime. Frank, however, would not listen to this, and told her that she must come. "Very well, Frank, I know you like to have your own way. You always did. And you think so little of my feelings. I shall make inquiry, and if I must, why, I suppose I must." "You'd better make up your mind to come." "Very well. And now, Frank, as I am so very tired, if you please I'll say good-bye to you. I am very much obliged to you for coming with me. Good-bye." And so they parted. End of chapter 76.
Chapter 77 of the Eustace Diamonds. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Eustace Diamonds by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 77. The story of Lucy Morris is concluded. On the day appointed, Lucy Morris went back from the house of the old Countess to Fawn Court. "My dear," said Lady Linlithgow, "I am sorry that you are going. Perhaps you'll think I haven't been very kind to you, but I am never kind. People have always been hard to me, and I'm hard. But I do like you. I'm glad you like me, as we have lived together so long. You may go on staying here if you choose, and I'll try to make it better. It hasn't been bad at all, only that there's nothing particular to do. But I must go. I shall get another place as a governess somewhere, and that will suit me best." "Because of the money, you mean?" "Well, that in part. I mean to pay you something," said the Countess, opening her pocketbook and fumbling for 2 banknotes which she had deposited there. "Oh, dear no, I haven't earned anything. I always gave Macnulty something, and she was not near so nice as you." And then the Countess produced 2 10-pound notes. But Lucy would have none of her money, and when she was pressed, became proud and almost indignant in her denial. She had earned nothing, and she would take nothing, and it was in vain that the old lady spread the clean bits of paper before her. "And so you'll go and be a governess again, will you?" "When I can get a place." "I'll tell you what, my dear. If I were Frank Greystock, I'd stick to my bargain." Lucy at once fell a-crying, but she smiled upon the old woman through her tears. "Of course he's going to marry that little limb of the devil. Oh, Lady Linlithgow, if you can prevent that." "How am I to prevent it, my dear? I've nothing to say to either of them. It isn't for myself I'm speaking. If I can't, can't have things go as I thought they would by myself, I will never ask anyone to help me. It's not that. I mean, I have given all that up. You have given it up? Yes, I have, but nevertheless I think of him. She is bad, and he will never be happy if he marries her. When he asked me to be his wife, he was mistaken as to what would be good for him. He ought not to have made such a mistake. For my sake, he ought not. That's not quite true, my dear. But I do not wish him to be unhappy all his life. He is not bad, but she is very bad. I would not for worlds that anybody should tell him that he owed me anything. But if he could be saved from her, oh, I should be so glad. You won't have my money then. No, Lady Linlithgow. You'd better. It is honestly your own. I will not take it, thank you. Then I may as well put it up again. And the Countess replaced the notes in her pocketbook. When this conversation took place, Frank Greystock was travelling back alone from Portray to London. On the same day, the Fawn carriage came to fetch Lucy away. As Lucy was in particular distress, Lady Fawn would not allow her to come by any other conveyance. She did not exactly think that the carriage would console her poor favourite, but she did it as she would have ordered something specially nice to eat for anyone who had broken his leg. Her soft heart and compassion for misery, though she would sometimes show her sympathy by strange expressions. Lady Linlithgow was almost angry about the carriage. How many carriages and how many horses does Lady Fawn keep, she asked. 1 carriage and 2 horses. She's very fond of sending them up into the streets of London, I think. Lucy said nothing more, knowing that it would be impossible to soften the heart of the dowager in regard to the other. But she kissed the old woman at parting, and then was taken down to Richmond and stayed. She had made up her mind to have one discussion with Lady Fawn about her engagement, the engagement which was no longer an engagement, and then to have done with it. She would ask Lady Fawn to ask the girls never to mention Mr. Greystock's name in her hearing. Lady Fawn had also made up her mind to the same effect. She felt that the subject should be mentioned once, and only once. Of course, Lucy must have another place, but there need be no hurry about that. She fully recognized her young friend's feeling of independence, and was herself aware that she would be wrong to offer to the girl a permanent home among her own daughters, and therefore she could not abandon the idea of a future place. But Lucy would of course remain, till a situation should be found to her that would be, in every sense, unexceptionable. There need, however, be no haste, and in the meantime, the few words about Frank Greystock must be spoken. They need not, however, be spoken quite immediately. Let there be smiles and joy, and a merry ring of laughter on this first day of the return of their old friend. As Lucy had the same feeling on that afternoon, they did not talk pleasantly and were merry. The girls asked questions about the vulturess as they had heard her called by Lizzie Eustace, and laughed at Lucy to her face when she swore that after a fashion she liked the old woman. "You'd like anybody then," said Nina. "Indeed I don't," said Lucy, thinking at once of Lizzie Eustace. Lady Fawn planned out the next day with great precision. After breakfast, Lucy and the girls were to spend the morning in the old schoolroom, so that there might be a general explanation as to the doings of the last 6 months. They were to dine there at 3, and after dinner there should be the discussion. "Will you come up to my room at 4 o'clock, my dear?" said Lady Fawn, patting Lucy's shoulder in the breakfast parlour. Lucy knew well why her presence was required. Of course she would come. It would be wise to get it over, and have it done with. At noon, Lady Fawn, with her 3 eldest daughters, went out in a carriage, and Lucy was busy among the others with books and maps and sheets of scribbled music. Nothing was done on that day in the way of introduction, but there was much of the half-jocose acknowledgment of past idleness, and a profusion of resolutions of future diligence. 1 or 2 of the girls were going to commence a course of reading that would have broken the back of any professor, and suggestions were made as to the very rigid rules as to the talking of French and German. "But as we can't talk German," said Nina, "we should simply be dumb." "You'd talk High Dutch, Nina, sooner than submit to that," said one of the sisters. The conclave was still standing in full deliberation when one of the maids entered the room with a very long face. There was a gentleman in the drawing-room asking for Miss Morris. Lucy, who at the moment was standing at a table on which were spread an infinity of books, became at once as white as a sheet. Her fast friend, Lydia Fawn, who was standing by her, immediately took hold of her hand quite tightly. The face of the maid was fit for a funeral. She knew that Miss Morris had a follower, and that the follower had come, and that then Miss Morris had gone away. Miss Morris had been allowed to come back, and now, on the very first day, just when my lady's back was turned, here was the follower again. Before she had come up with her message, there had been a unanimous expression of opinion in the kitchen that the fat would all be in the fire. Lucy was as white as marble, and felt such a sudden shock at her heart that she could not speak, and yet she never doubted for a moment that Frank Greystock was the man. And with what purpose but one could he have come there? She had on the old frock in which, before her visit to Lady Linlithgow, she used to pass the morning amid her labours with the girls, a pale, grey, well-worn frock to which must have been imparted some attraction from the milliner's art, because everybody liked it so well, but which she had put on this very morning as a testimony to all the world around her that she had abandoned the idea of being anything except a governess. Lady Fawn had understood the frock well. "Here is the dear little old woman, just the same as ever," Lydia had said, embracing her. "She looks as if she'd gone to bed before the winter, and had a long sleep like a dormouse," said Cecilia. Lucy had liked it all, and thoroughly appreciated the loving kindness, but she had known what it all meant. She had left them as the engaged bride of Mr. Greystock, the member of Bobsborough, and now she had come back as Lucy Morris, the governess, again. "Just the same as ever," Lucy had said with the sweetest smile. They all understood that in so saying she renounced her lover. And now there stood the maid, inside the room, who, having announced that there was a gentleman asking for Miss Morris, was waiting for an answer. Was the follower to be sent about his business, with a flea in his ear, having come, slyly, craftily, and wickedly, in Lady Fawn's absence? Or would Miss Morris brazen it out and go see him? "Who is the gentleman?" asked Diana, who was the eldest of the Fawn girls. "It's he as used to come after Miss Morris before," said the maid. "It's Mr. Greystock," said Lucy, recovering herself with an effort. "I had better go down to him." "Will you tell him, Mary, that I'll be with him almost immediately?" "You ought to have put on the other frock after all," said Nina, whispering into her ear. "He has not lost much time in coming to see you," said Lydia. "I suppose it was all because he didn't like Lady Linlithgow," said Cecilia. Lucy had not a word to say. She stood for a minute among them, trying to think, and then she slowly left the room. She would not condescend to alter her dress by the aid of a single pin, nor by the adjustment of a ribbon. It might well be that after the mingled work and play of the morning her hair should not be smooth, but she was too proud to look at her hair. The man whom she had loved, who had loved her, but had neglected her, was in the house. He would surely not have followed her hither did he not intend to make reparation for his neglect. But she would use no art with him, nor would she make any entreaty. It might be that, after all, he had the courage to come and tell her in a manly, straightforward way that the thing must be all over, that he had made a mistake and would beg her pardon. If it were so, there should be no word of reproach. She would be quite quiet with him, but there should be no word of reproach. But if, in that other case, she could not be sure of her behavior, but she knew well that he would not have to ask long for forgiveness. As for her dress, he had chosen to love her in that frock before, and she did not think that he would pay much attention to her dress on the present occasion. She opened the door very quietly and very slowly, intending to approach him in the same way. But in a moment, before she could remember that she was in the room, he had seized her in his arms, and was showering kisses upon her forehead, her eyes, and her lips. When she thought of it afterwards, she could not call to mind a single word that he had spoken before he held her in his embrace. It was she, surely, who had spoken first, when she begged to be released from his pressure. But she well remembered the first words that struck her ear. "Dearest Lucy, will you forgive me?" She could only answer them, through her tears, by taking up his hand and kissing it. When Lady Fawn came back with the carriage, she herself saw the figures of two persons walking very close together in the shrubberies. "Is that Lucy?" she asked. "Yes," said Augusta, with a tone of horror. "Indeed it is, and Mr. Greystock." Lady Fawn was neither shocked nor displeased, nor was she disappointed, but a certain faint feeling of being ill-used by circumstances came over her. "Dear me, the very first day," she said. "It's because he wouldn't go to Lady Linlithgow's," said Amelia. "He's only waited, mamma." "But the very first day!" exclaimed Lady Fawn. "I hope Lucy will be happy, that's all." There was a great meeting of all the Fawns as soon as Lady Fawn and the eldest girls were in the house. Mr. Greystock had been walking about the grounds with Lucy for the last hour and a half. Lucy had come in once to beg that Lady Fawn might be told directly she came in. "She said you were to send for her, Mamma," said Lydia. "But it's dinner time, my dear. What are we to do with Mr. Greystock?" "Ask him to lunch, of course," said Amelia. "I suppose it's all right," said Lady Fawn. "I'm quite sure it's all right," said Nina. "What did she say to you, Lydia?" asked the mother. "She was as happy as ever she could be," said Lydia. "There's no doubt about its all being all right, Mamma. She looked just as she did when she got the letter before." "I hope she managed to change her frock," said Augusta. "She didn't, then," said Cecilia. "I don't suppose he cares one halfpenny about her frock," said Nina. "I should never think about a man's coat if I was in love." "Nina, you shouldn't talk that way," said Augusta, whereupon Nina made a face behind one of her sisters' backs. Poor Augusta was never allowed to be a prophetess among them. The consultation was ended by a decision in accordance with which Nina went as an ambassador to the lovers. Lady Fawn sent her compliments to Mr. Greystock and hoped he would come to lunch. Lucy must come to dinner because dinner was ready. "And Mamma wants to see you for just a minute," added Nina in a pretended whisper. "Oh, Nina, you darling girl," said Lucy, kissing her friend in an ecstasy of joy. "It's all right?" asked Nina in a whisper which was really intended for privacy. Lucy did not answer the question otherwise than by another kiss. Frank Greystock was of course obliged to take his seat at the table, and was entertained with a profusion of civility. Everybody knew that he had behaved badly to Lucy. Everybody except Lucy herself, who from this time forward altogether forgot that she had for some time looked upon him as a traitor, and had made up her mind that she had been deceived and ill-used. All the Fawns had spoken of him in Lucy's absence in the hardest terms of reproach, and declared that he was not fit to be spoken to by any decent person. Lady Fawn had known from the first that such a one as he was not to be trusted. Augusta had never liked him. Amelia had feared that poor Lucy Morris had been unwise and too ambitious. Georgina had seen that, of course, it would never do. Diana had sworn that it was a great shame. Lydia was sure that Lucy was a great deal too good for him. Cecilia had wondered where he would go to, a form of anathema which had brought down a rebuke from her mother. And Nina had always hated him like poison. But now nothing was too good for him. An unmarried man who is willing to sacrifice himself is, in feminine eyes, always worthy of ribbons and the chaplet. Among all these Fawns there was as little selfishness as can be found, even among women. The lover was not the lover of one of themselves, but of their governess. And yet, though he desired neither to eat nor drink at that hour, something special had been cooked for him, and a special bottle of wine had been brought out of the cellar. All his sins were forgiven him. No single question was asked as to his gross misconduct during the last 6 months. No pledge or guarantee was demanded for the future. There was, in the guise of a declared lover, and the fatted calf was killed. After this early dinner it was necessary that he should return to town, and Lucy obtained leave to walk with him to the station. To her thinking now there was no sin to be forgiven. Everything was and had been just as it ought to be. Had any human being hinted that he had sinned, she would have defended him to the death. Something was said between them about Lizzie, but nothing that arose from jealousy. Not till many months had passed did she tell him of Lizzie's message to herself and of her visit to Hertford Street. But they spoke of the necklace, and poor Lucy shuddered as she was told the truth about those false oaths. "I really do not think that, after that, Lord Fawn is right," she said, looking around at her lover. "Yes, but what he did before that," said Frank. "But are they not good and kind?" she said, pleading for her friends. "Was ever anybody so well treated as they have treated me? I'll tell you what, sir, you mustn't quarrel with Lord Fawn any more. I won't allow it." Then she walked back from the station alone, almost bewildered by her own happiness. That evening something like an explanation was demanded by Lady Fawn, but no explanation was forthcoming. When questions were asked about his silence, Lucy, half in a joke and half in earnest, fired up and declared that everything had been as natural as possible. He could not have come to Lady Linlithgow's house. Lady Linlithgow would not receive him. No doubt she had been impatient, but then that had not been her fault. Had he not come to her on the very first day after her return to Richmond? When Augusta said that something as to letters which might have been written, Lucy snubbed her. "Who says he didn't write? He did write. If I am contented, why should you complain?" "Oh, I don't complain," said Augusta. Then questions were asked as to her future, questions to which Lady Fawn had a right to demand an answer. What did Mr. Greystock propose to do now? Then Lucy broke down, sobbing, crying, triumphing with mingled love and happiness. She was to go to the deanery. Frank had brought with him a little note to her from his mother, in which she was invited to make the deanery at Bobsborough her home for the present. "And you are to go away just when you've come?" asked Nina. "Stay with us for a month, my dear," said Lady Fawn, "just to let people know that we are friends. And after that the deanery will be the best home for you." And so it was arranged. It need only be further said, in completing the history of Lucy Morris, as far as it can be completed in these pages, that she did go to the deanery, and that there she was received with all the affection which Mrs. Greystock could show to an adopted daughter. Her quarrel had never been with Lucy personally, but with the untoward fact that her son would not marry money. At the deanery she remained for 15 happy months, and then became Mrs. Greystock, with a bevy of Fawn bridesmaids around her. As the personages of a chronicle such as this should all be made to operate backwards and forwards on each other from the beginning to the end, it would have been desirable that the chronicler should have been able to report that the ceremony was celebrated by Mr. Emilius. But as the wedding did not take place till the end of summer, and as Mr. Emilius at that time never remained in town after the season was over, this was impossible. It was the Dean of Bobsborough, assisted by one of the minor canons, who performed the service. End of chapter 77.
Chapter 78 of the Eustace Diamonds. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andrew Coleman. The Eustace Diamonds by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 78. The Trial. Having told the tale of Lucy Morris to the end, the chronicler must now go back to the more important persons of this history. It was still early in April when Lizzie Eustace was taken down to Scotland by her cousin, and the trial of Mr. Benjamin and Mr. Smiler was fixed to take place at the Central Criminal Court about the middle of May. Early in May, the attorneys for the prosecution applied to Greystock, asking him whether he would make arrangements for his cousin's appearance on the occasion, informing him that she had already been formally summoned. Whereupon he wrote to Lizzie, telling her what she had better do, in the kindest manner, as though there had been no cessation of their friendly intercourse, offering to go with her into court, and naming an hotel at which he would advise her to stay during the very short time that she need remain in London. She answered this letter at once. She was sorry to say that she was much too ill to travel, or even to think of travelling. Such was her present condition that she doubted greatly whether she would ever again be able to leave the 2 rooms to which she was at present confined. All that remained to her in life was to watch her own blue waves from the casement of her dear husband's castle, that casement at which he had loved to sit, and to make herself happy in the smiles of her child. A few months would see the last of it all, and then, perhaps, they who had trampled her to death would feel some pangs of remorse as they thought of her early fate. She had given her evidence once, and had told all the truth, though she was now aware that she need not have done so, as she had been defrauded of a vast amount of property through the gross negligence of the police. She was advised now by persons who seemed really to understand the law that she could recover the value of the diamonds which her dear, dear husband had given her, from the freeholders of the parish in which the robbery had taken place. She feared that her health did not admit of the necessary exertion. Were it otherwise, she would leave no stone unturned to recover the value of her property, not on account of its value, but because she had been so ill-treated by Mr. Camperdown and the police. Then she added a postscript to say that it was quite out of the question that she should take any journey for the next 6 months. The reader need hardly be told that Greystock did not believe a word of what she said. He felt sure that she was not ill. There was an energy in the letter hardly compatible with illness. But he could not make her come. He certainly did not intend to go down again to Scotland to fetch her, and even had he done so, he could not have forced her to accompany him. He could only go to the attorneys concerned and read to them so much of the letter as he thought fit to communicate to them. "That won't do at all," said an old gentleman at the head of the firm. "She has been very leniently treated, and she must come." "You must manage it, then," said Frank. "I hope she won't give us trouble, because if she does, we must expose her," said the second member. "She has not even sent a medical certificate," said the tyro of the firm, who was not quite so sharp as he will probably become when he has been a member of it for 10 or 12 years. You should never ask the ostler whether he greases his oats. In this case, Frank Greystock was not exactly in the position of the ostler, but he did inform his cousin by letter that she would lay herself open to all manner of pains and penalties if she disobeyed such a summons as she had received, unless she did so by a very strong medical advice, backed by a medical certificate. Lizzie, when she received this, had 2 strings to her bow. A writer from Heir had told her that the summons sent to her was not worth the paper on which it was printed in regard to a resident in Scotland. And she had also got a doctor from the neighbourhood who was satisfied that she was far too ill to travel up to London. Pulmonary debilitation was the complaint from which she was suffering, which, with depressed vitality in all the organs, and undue languor in all the bodily functions, would be enough to bring her to a speedy end, if she so much as thought of making a journey up to London. A certificate to this effect was got in triplicate. 1 copy she sent to the attorneys, 1 to Frank, and 1 she kept herself. The matter was very pressing indeed. It was considered that the trial could not be postponed till the next sitting at the criminal court, because certain witnesses in respect to the diamonds had been procured from Hamburg and Vienna at a very great cost. They were actually on their way to London when Lizzie's second letter was received. Mr. Camperdown had resolved to have the diamonds, still with a hope that they might be restored to the keepings of Messrs. Garnet, there to lie hidden and unused at any rate for the next 20 years. The diamonds had been traced first to Hamburg and then to Vienna, and it was to be proved that they were now adorning the bosom of a certain enormously rich Russian princess. From the grasp of the Russian princess it was found impossible to rescue them, but the witnesses who, as it was hoped, might have aided Mr. Camperdown in his efforts were to be examined at the trial. A confidential clerk was sent down to Portray, but the confidential clerk altogether failed in making his way into Lizzie's presence. Word was brought to him that nothing but force could take Lady Eustace from her bedchamber, and that force used to that effect might take her out dead, but certainly not alive. He made inquiry, however, about the doctor, and found that he certainly was a doctor. If a doctor will certify that a lady is dying, what can any judge do, or any jury? There are certain statements which, though they are false as hell, must be treated as though they were true as gospel. The clerk reported, when he got back to London, that, to his belief, Lady Eustace was enjoying an excellent state of health, but that he was perfectly certain that she would not appear as a witness at the trial. The anger felt by many persons as to Lizzie's fraudulent obstinacy was intense. Mr. Camperdown thought that she ought to be dragged up to London by cart ropes. The attorneys engaged for the prosecution were almost beside themselves. They did send down a doctor of their own, but Lizzie would not see the doctor. Would not see the doctor, though threats of most frightful consequences were conveyed to her. She would be exposed, fined thousands of pounds, committed to jail for contempt of court, and prosecuted for perjury into the bargain. But she was firm. She wrote 1 scrap of a note to the doctor who came from London. "I shall not live to satisfy their rabid vengeance." Even Frank Greystock felt almost more annoyed than gratified that she should be able thus to escape, People who had heard of the inquiry before the magistrate had postponed their excitement and interest on the occasion, because they knew that the day of the trial would be the great day. And when they heard that they were to be robbed of the pleasure of Lady Eustace's cross-examination, there arose almost a public feeling of wrath that justice should be thus outraged. The doctor who had given the certificate was vilified in the newspapers, and long articles were written as to the impotence of the law. But Lizzie was successful, and the trial went on without her. It appeared that though her evidence was very desirable, it was not absolutely essential, as, in consequence of her certified illness, the statement which she had made at the police court could be brought up and used against the prisoners. All the facts of the robbery were, moreover, proved by Patience Crabstick and Billy Cann, and the transfer of the diamonds by Mr. Benjamin to the man who recut them at Hamburg was also proved. Many other morsels of collateral evidence had also been picked up by the police, so that there was no possible doubt as to any detail of the affair in Hertford Street. There was a rumour that Mr. Benjamin intended to plead guilty. He might perhaps have done so, had it not been for the absence of Lady Eustace. But as that was thought to give him a possible chance of escape, he stood his ground. Lizzie's absence was a great disappointment to the sightseers of London, but nevertheless the court was crowded. It was understood that the learned sergeant who was retained on this occasion to defend Mr. Benjamin, and who was assisted by the acute gentleman who had appeared before the magistrate, would be rather severe upon Lady Eustace, even in her absence, and that he would ground his demand for an acquittal on the combined facts of her retention of the diamonds, her perjury, and of her obstinate refusal to come forward on the present occasion. As it was known that he could be very severe, many came to hear him, and they were not disappointed. The reader shall see a portion of his address to the jury, which we hope may have had some salutary effect on Lizzie, as she read it in her retreat at Portray, looking out upon her own blue waves. "And now, gentlemen of the jury, let me recapitulate to you the history of this lady, as far as it relates to the diamonds as to which my client is now in jeopardy. You have heard on the testimony of Mr. Camperdown that they were not hers at all, that, at any rate, they were not supposed to be hers by those in whose hands was left the administration of her husband's estate, and that when they were first supposed to have been stolen at the inn at Carlisle, he had already commenced legal steps for the recovery of them from her clutches. A bill in Chancery had been filed because she had obstinately refused to allow them to pass out of her hands. It has been proved to you by Lord Fawn that though he was engaged to marry her, he broke his engagement because he supposed her possession of these diamonds to be fraudulent and dishonest." This examination had been terrible to the unfortunate Under-Secretary, and had absolutely driven him away from the India Board and from Parliament for a month. "It has been proved to you that when the diamonds were supposed to have vanished at Carlisle, she there committed perjury. That she did so she herself stated on oath in that evidence which she gave before the magistrate when my client was committed, and which has, as I maintain, improperly and illegally been used against my client at this trial." Here the judge looked over his spectacles and admonished the learned sergeant that his argument on that subject had already been heard, and the matter decided. "True, my lord, but my conviction of my duty to my client compels me to revert to it. Lady Eustace committed perjury at Carlisle, having the diamonds in her pocket at the very moment in which she swore that they had been stolen from her. And if justice had really been done in this case, gentlemen, it is Lady Eustace who should now be on her trial before you, and not my unfortunate client. Well, what is the next that we hear of it? It seems that she brought the diamonds up to London, but how long she kept them there, nobody knows. It was, however, necessary to account for them. A robbery is got up between a young woman who seems to have been the confidential friend, rather than the maid of Lady Eustace, and that other witness whom you have heard testifying against himself, and who is, of all the informers that ever came into my hands, the most flippant, the most hardened, the least conscientious, and the least credible. That they too were engaged in a conspiracy I cannot doubt. That Lady Eustace was engaged with them, I will not say, but I will ask you to consider whether such may not probably have been the case. At any rate, she then perjures herself again. She gives a list of the articles stolen from her, and omits the diamonds. She either perjures herself a second time, or else the diamonds, in regard to which my client is in jeopardy, were not in the house at all, and could not then have been stolen. It may very probably have been so, nothing more probable. Mr. Camperdown and the managers of the Eustace estate had gradually come to a belief that the Carlisle robbery was a hoax, and therefore another robbery is necessary to account for the diamonds. Another robbery is arranged, and this young and beautiful widow, as bold as brass, again goes before the magistrate and swears. Either the diamonds were not stolen, or else again she commits a second perjury. And now, gentlemen, she is not here. She is sick, forsooth, at her own castle in Scotland, and sends to us a medical certificate. But the gentlemen who are carrying on the prosecution know their witness, and don't believe a word of her sickness. Had she the feelings of woman in her bosom, she ought indeed to be sick unto death. But they know her better, and send down a doctor of their own. You have heard his evidence, and yet this wonderful lady is not before us. I say again that she ought to be here in that dock in spite of her fortune, in that dock in spite of her title, in that dock in spite of her castle, her riches, her beauty, and her great relatives. A most wonderful woman indeed is the widow Eustace. It is she whom public opinion will convict as the guilty one in this marvellous mass of conspiracy and intrigue. In her absence, and after what she has done herself, can you convict any man either of stealing or of disposing of these diamonds? The vigour, the attitude, and the indignant tone of the man were more even than his words. But nevertheless the jury did find both Benjamin and Smiler guilty, and the judge did sentence them to penal servitude for 15 years. And this was the end of the Eustace diamonds, as far as anything was ever known of them in England. Mr. Camperdown altogether failed, even in his attempt to buy them back at something less than their value, and was ashamed himself to look at the figures when he found how much money he had wasted for his clients in their pursuit. In discussing the matter afterwards with Mr. Dove, he excused himself by asserting his inability to see so gross a robbery perpetrated by little minx under his very eyes without interfering with the plunder. "I knew what she was," he said, "from the moment of Sir Florian's unfortunate marriage. It brought a little harpy into the family, and I was obliged to declare war against her." Mr. Dove seemed to be of opinion that the ultimate loss of the diamonds was upon the whole desirable, as regarded the whole community. "I should like to have had the case settled as to right of possession," he said, "because there were in it one or two points of interest. We none of us know, for instance, what a man can, or what a man cannot, give away by a mere word." "No such word was ever spoken," said Mr. Camperdown in wrath. "Such evidence as there is would have gone to show that it had been spoken. But the very existence of such property so to be disposed of, or so not to be disposed of, is in itself an evil. Thus we have had to fight for 6 months about a lot of stones hardly so useful as the flags in the street, and then they vanish from us, leaving us nothing to repay us for our labour." All which Mr. Camperdown did not quite understand. Mr. Dove would be paid for his labour, as to which, however, Mr. Camperdown knew well that no human being was more indifferent than Mr. Dove. There was much sorrow, too, among the police. They had no doubt succeeded in sending 2 scoundrels out of the social world, probably for life, and had succeeded in avoiding the reproach which a great robbery, unaccounted for, always entails upon them. But it was sad to them that the property should altogether have been lost, and sad also that they should have been constrained to allow Billy Cann to escape out of their hands. Perhaps the sadness may have been lessened to a certain degree in the breast of the great Mr. Gauger by the charms and graces of Patience Crabstick, to whom he kept his word by making her his wife. This fact, or rather the prospect of this fact as it then was, had also come to the knowledge of the learned sergeant, and, in his hands, had served to add another interest to the trial. Mr. Gauger, when examined on the subject, did not attempt to deny the impeachment, and expressed a strong opinion that, though Miss Crabstick had given way to temptation under the wiles of the Jew, she would make an honest and an excellent wife, in which expectation let us trust that he may not be deceived. Amusement had indeed been expected from other sources which failed. Mrs. Carbuncle had been summoned, and Lord George, but both of them had left town before the summons could reach them. It was rumoured that Mrs. Carbuncle, with her niece, had gone to join her husband at New York. At any rate, she disappeared altogether from London, leaving behind her an amount of debts which showed how extremely liberal in their dealings the great tradesmen of London will occasionally be. There were milliners' bills which had been running for 3 years, and horse-dealers had given her credit year after year, though they had scarcely ever seen the colour of her money. One account, however, she had honestly settled. The hotel-keeper in Albemarle Street had been paid, and all the tribute had been packed and carried off from the scene of the proposed wedding banquet. What became of Lord George for the next 6 months, nobody ever knew, but he appeared at Melton in the following November, and I do not know that anyone dared to ask him questions about the Eustace diamonds. Of Lizzie and her future career, something further must be said in the concluding chapters of this work. She has been our heroine, and we must see her through her immediate troubles before we can leave her. But it may be as well to mention here that although many threats had been uttered against her, not only by Mr. Camperdown and the other attorneys, but even by the judge himself, no punishment at all was inflicted upon her in regard to her recusancy, nor was any attempt made to punish her. The affair was over, and men were glad to avoid the necessity of troubling themselves further with the business. It was said that a case would be got up with the view of proving that she had not been ill at all, and that the Scotch doctor would be subjected to the loss of his degree, or whatever privileges in the healing art belonged to him. But nothing was done, and Lizzie triumphed in her success. End of chapter 78.
Chapter 79 of the Eustace Diamonds. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leanne Howlett. The Eustace Diamonds by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 79. Once More at Portray. On the very day of the trial, Mr. Emilius travelled from London till Kilmarnock. The trial took place on a Monday, so that he had at his command an entire week before he would be required to appear again in his church. He had watched the case against Benjamin and Smiler very closely, and had known beforehand, almost with accuracy, what witnesses would appear and what would not at the great coming event at the Old Bailey. When he first heard of Lady Eustace's illness, he wrote to her a most affectionately pastoral letter, strongly adjuring her to think of her health before all things, and assuring her that in his opinion, and in that of all his friends, she was quite right not to come up to London. She wrote him a very short but a very gracious answer, thanking him for his solicitude, and explaining to him that her condition made it quite impossible that she should leave Portray. I don't suppose anybody knows how ill I am, but it does not matter. When I am gone, they will know what they have done." Then Mr. Emilius resolved that he would go down to Scotland. Perhaps Lady Eustace was not as ill as she thought, but it might be that the trial and the hard things lately said of her, and her loneliness, and the feeling that she needed protection, might, at such a moment as this, soften her heart. She should know at least that one tender friend did not desert her because of the evil things which men said of her. He went to Kilmarnock, thinking it better to make his approaches by degrees. Were he to present himself at once at the castle and be refused admittance, he would hardly know how to repeat his application or to force himself upon her presence. From Kilmarnock he wrote to her, saying that business connected with his ministrations during the coming autumn had brought him into her beautiful neighborhood, and that he could not leave it without paying his respects to her in person. With her permission he would call upon her on the Thursday at about noon. He trusted that the state of her health would not prevent her from seeing him, and reminded her that a clergyman was often as welcome a visitor at the bedside of the invalid as the doctor or the nurse. He gave her no address, as he rather wished to hinder her from answering him, but at the appointed hour he knocked at the castle door. Need it be said that Lizzie's state of health was not such as to preclude her from seeing so intimate a friend as Mr. Emilius? That she was right to avoid by any effort the castigation which was to have fallen upon her from the tongue of the learned sergeant, the reader who is not straight-laced will be disposed to admit. A lone woman, very young, and delicately organized. How could she have stood up against such treatments as was in store for her? And is it not the case that false pretexts against public demands are always held to be justifiable by the female mind? What lady will ever scruple to avoid her taxes? What woman ever understood her duty to the state? And this duty which was required of her was so terrible that it might well have reduced to falsehood a stouter heart than her own. It can hardly be reckoned among Lizzie's great sins that she did not make that journey up to London. An appearance of sickness she did maintain, even with her own domestics. To do as much as that was due even to the doctor whom she had cajoled out of the certificate, and who was afterwards frightened into maintaining it. But Mr. Emilius was her clergyman, her own clergyman, as she took care to say to her maid, her own clergyman who had come all the way from London to be present with her in her sickness, and of course she would see him. Lizzie did not think much of the coming autumnal ministration at Kilmarnock. She knew very well why Mr. Emilius had undertaken the expense of a journey into Scotland in the middle of the London season. She had been maimed fearfully in her late contests with the world, and was now lame and soiled and impotent. The boy with none of the equipments of the skilled sportsman can make himself master of a wounded bird. Mr. Emilius was seeking her in the moment of her weakness, fearing that all chance of success might be over for him should she ever again recover the full use of her wings. All this Lizzie understood, and was able to measure Mr. Emilius at his own value of himself. But then again she was forced to ask herself what was her value. She had been terribly mauled by the fowlers. She had been hit, so to say, on both wings, and hardly knew whether she would ever again be able to attempt a flight in public. She could not live alone in Portray Castle for the rest of her days. Iadé's soul and the Corsair were not, in truth, able to console her for the loss of society. She must have somebody to depend upon. Ah, someone whom, if it were possible, she might love. She saw no reason why she should not love Mr. Emilius. She had been shockingly ill-treated by Lord Fawn and the Corsair and Frank Greystock. No woman had ever been so knocked about in her affections. She pitied herself with an exceeding pity when she thought of all the hardships which she had endured. Left an early widow, persecuted by her husband's family, twice robbed, spied upon by her own servants, unappreciated by the world at large, ill-used by 3 lovers, victimized by her selected friend, Mrs. Carbuncle, and now driven out of society because she had lost her diamonds. Was she not more cruelly treated than any woman of whom she had ever read or heard? But she was not going to give up the battle, even now. She still had her income, and she had great faith in income. And though she knew that she had been grievously wounded by the fowlers, she believed that time would heal her wounds. The world would not continue to turn its back altogether upon a woman with £4,000 a year because she had told a fib about her necklace. She weighed all this, but the conviction strongest upon her mind was the necessity that she should have a husband. She felt that a woman by herself in the world can do nothing, and that an unmarried woman's strength lies only in the expectation that she may soon be married. To her it was essentially necessary that she should have the protection of a husband who might endure on her behalf some portion of those buffetings to which she seemed to be especially doomed. Could she do better with herself than take Mr. Emilius? Might she have chosen from all the world, Mr. Emilius was not, perhaps, the man whom she would have selected. There were, indeed, attributes in the man, very objectionable in the sight of some people, which to her were not specially disagreeable. She thought him rather good-looking than otherwise, in spite of a slight defect in his left eye. His coal-black, glossy hair commanded and obtained her admiration, and she found his hooky nose to be handsome. She did not think much of the ancestral blood of which he had boasted, and hardly believed that he would ever become a bishop. But he was popular, and with a rich titled wife might become more so. Mr. Emilius and Lady Eustace would, she thought, sound very well, and would surely make their way in society. The man had a grasping ambition about him, and a capacity, too, which, combined, would enable him to preach himself into notoriety. And then in marrying Mr. Emilius, should she determine to do so, she might be sure, almost sure, of dictating her own terms as to settlement. With Lord Fawn, with Lord George, or even with her cousin Frank, there would have been much difficulty. She thought that with Mr. Emilius she might obtain the undisputed command of her own income. But she did not quite make up her mind. She would see him and hear what he had to say. Her income was her own, and should she refuse Mr. Emilius, other suitors would no doubt come. She dressed herself with considerable care, having first thought of receiving him in bed. But as the trial had now gone on without her, it would be convenient that her recovery should be commenced. So she had herself dressed in a white morning wrapper with pink bows, and allowed the curl to be made fit to hang over her shoulder, and she put on a pair of pretty slippers with gilt bindings, and took a laced handkerchief and a volume of Shelley, and so she prepared herself to receive Mr. Emilius. Lizzie, since the reader first knew her, had begun to use a little coloring in the arrangement of her face, and now, in honor of her sickness, she was very pale indeed. But still, through the paleness, there was the faintest possible tinge of pink color shining through the translucent pearl powder. Anyone who knew Lizzie would be sure that when she did paint, she would paint well. The conversation was at first, of course, confined to the lady's health. She thought that she was perhaps getting better, though, as the doctor had told her, the reassuring symptoms might too probably only be too fallacious. She could eat nothing, literally nothing. A few grapes out of the hothouse had supported her for the last week. This statement was foolish on Lizzie's part, as Mr. Emilius was a man of an inquiring nature, and there was not a grape in the garden. Her only delight was in reading and in her child's society. Sometimes she thought that she would pass away with the boy in her arms and her favorite volume of Shelley in her hand. Mr. Emilius expressed a hope that she would not pass away yet, for ever so many years. "Oh, my friend," said Lizzie, "what is life that one should desire it?" Mr. Emilius, of course, reminded her that, though her life might be nothing to herself, it was very much indeed to those who loved her. "Yes, to my boy," said Lizzie. Mr. Emilius informed her with confidence that it was not only her boy that loved her. There were others, or at any rate one other. She might be sure of one faithful heart if she cared for that. Lizzie only smiled, and threw from her taper fingers a little paper pellet into the middle of the room, probably with the view of showing at what value she priced the heart of which Mr. Emilius was speaking. The trial had occupied 2 days, Monday and Tuesday, and this was now the Wednesday. The result had been telegraphed to Mr. Emilius, of course without any record of the sergeant's bitter speech, and the suitor now gave the news to his lady love. Those 2 horrid men had at last been found guilty and punished with all the severity of the law. "Poor fellows," said Lady Eustace, "poor Mr. Benjamin. Those ill-starred jewels have been almost as unkind to him as to me." "He'll never come back alive, of course," said Mr. Emilius. "It'll kill him." "And it will kill me too," said Lizzie. I have a something here which tells me that I shall never recover. Nobody will ever believe what I have suffered about those paltry diamonds. But he coveted them. I never coveted them, Mr. Emilius, though I clung to them because they were my darling husband's last gift to me." Mr. Emilius assured her that he quite understood the facts and appreciated all her feelings. And now, as he thought, had come the time for pressing his suit. With widows, he had been told, the wooing should be brisk. He had already once asked her to be his wife, and of course she knew the motive of his journey to Scotland. "Dearest Lady Eustace," he said suddenly, "may I be allowed to renew the petition which I was once bold enough to make to you in London?" "Petition?" exclaimed Lizzie. "Ah, yes, I can well understand that your indifference should enable you to forget it. Lady Eustace, I did venture to tell you that I loved you." "Mr. Emilius, so many men have told me that." "I can well believe it. Some have told you so, perhaps, from base, mercenary motives." "You are very complimentary, sir." "I shall never pay you any compliments, Lady Eustace. Whatever may be our future intercourse in life, you will only hear words of truth from my lips. Some have told you so from mercenary motives." Mr. Emilius repeated the words with severity, and then paused to hear whether she would dare to argue with him. As she was silent, he changed his voice and went on with that sweet, oily tone which had made his fortune for him. "Some, no doubt, have spoken from the inner depths of their hearts, but none, Lady Eustace, have spoken with such adamantine truth, with so intense an anxiety, with so personal a solicitude for your welfare in this world and the next, as that, or I should rather say those, which glow within this bosom." Lizzie was certainly pleased by the manner in which he addressed her. She thought that a man ought to dare to speak out, and that on such an occasion as this he should venture to do so with some enthusiasm and some poetry. She considered that men generally were afraid of expressing themselves, and were as dumb as dogs from the want of becoming spirit. Mr. Emilius gesticulated and struck his breast, and brought out his words as though he meant them. "It is easy to say all that, Mr. Emilius," she replied. "The saying of it is hard enough, Lady Eustace. You can never know how hard it is to speak from a full heart. But to feel it, I will not say is easy, only to me not to feel it is impossible. Lady Eustace, my heart is devoted to your heart, and seeks its comrade. It is sick with love and will not be stayed. It forces from me words which will return upon me with all the bitterness of gall, if they be not accepted by you as faithful, aye, and of great value." "I know well the value of such a heart as yours, Mr. Emilius." "Accept it then, dearest one." "Love will not always go by command, Mr. Emilius." "No, indeed, nor at command will it stay away. Do you think I have not tried that? Do you believe that for a man it can be pleasant to be rebuffed? That for one who up to this day has always walked on, triumphant over every obstacle, who has conquered every nay that has obstructed his path, it can have less of bitterness than the bitterness of death to encounter a no from the lips of a woman?" "A poor woman's no should be nothing to you, Mr. Emilius." "It is everything to me. Death, destruction, annihilation, unless I can overcome it. Darling of my heart, queen of my soul, empress presiding over the very spirit of my being, say, shall I overcome it now?" She had never been made love to after this fashion before. She knew, or half knew, that the man was a scheming hypocrite, craving her money, and following her in the hour of her troubles because he might then have the best chance of success. She had no belief whatever in his love, and yet she liked it, and approved his proceedings. She liked lies, thinking them to be more beautiful than truth. To lie readily and cleverly, recklessly and yet successfully, was, according to the lessons which she had learned, a necessity in woman and an added grace in man. There was that wretched Macnulty, who would never lie, and what was the result? She was unfit even for the poor condition of life which she pretended to fill. When poor Macnulty had heard that Mr. Emilius was coming to the castle, and had not even mentioned her name, and again when he had been announced on this very morning, the unfortunate woman had been unable to control her absurd disappointment. "Mr. Emilius," Lizzie said, throwing herself back upon her couch, "you press me very hard." I would press you harder still to gain the glory I covet." And he made a motion with his arms as though he had already got her tight within his grasp. "You take advantage of my illness." "In attacking a fortress, do not the besiegers take all advantages? Dear Lady Eustace, allow me to return to London with the right of protecting your name at this moment, in which the false and the thoughtless are attacking it. You need a defender now." "I can defend myself, sir, from all attacks. I do not know that anyone can hurt me." "God forbid that you should be hurt. Heaven forbid that even the winds of heaven should blow too harshly on my beloved. But my beloved is subject to the malice of the world. My beloved is a flower all beautiful within and without, but one whose stalk is weak, whose petals are too delicate, whose soft bloom is evanescent. Let me be the strong staff against which my beloved may blow in safety." A vague idea came across Lizzie's mind that this glowing language had a taste of the Bible about it, and that therefore it was in some degree impersonal, and intended to be pious. She did not relish piety at such a crisis as this, and was therefore for a moment inclined to be cold. But she liked being called a flower, and was not quite sure whether she remembered her Bible rightly. The words which struck her ear as familiar might have come from Juan and Haidee, and if so, nothing could be more opportune. "Do you expect me to give you an answer now, Mr. Emilius?" "Yes, now." And he stood before her in calm dignity with his arms crossed upon his breast. She did give him his answer then and there, but first she turned her face to the wall, or rather to the back of the sofa, and burst into a flood of tears. It was a delicious moment to her, that in which she was weeping. She sobbed forth something about her child, something about her sorrows, something as to the wretchedness of her lot in life, something of her widowed heart, something also of that duty to others which would compel her to keep her income in her own hands, and then she yielded herself to his entreaties. That evening she thought it proper to tell Miss Macnulty what had occurred. "He is a great preacher of the gospel," she said, "and I know no position in the world more worthy of a woman's fondest admiration." Miss Macnulty was unable to answer a word. She could not congratulate her successful rival, even though her bread depended on it. She crept slowly out of the room, and went upstairs and wept. Early in the month of June, Lady Eustace was led to the hymeneal altar by her clerical bridegroom. The wedding took place at the Episcopal Church at Ayr, far from the eyes of curious Londoners. It need only be further said that Mr. Emilius could be persuaded to agree to no settlements prejudicial to that marital supremacy which should be attached to the husband, and that Lizzie, when the moment came, knowing that her betrothal had been made public to all the world, did not dare to recede from another engagement. It may be that Mr. Emilius will suit her as well as any husband that she could find, unless it shall be found that his previous career had been too adventurous. After a certain fashion he will perhaps be tender to her, but he will have his own way in everything, and be no whit afraid when she is about to die in an agony of tears before his eyes. The writer of the present story may, however, declare that the future fate of this lady shall not be left altogether in obscurity. End of chapter 79. Recording by Leanne Howlett.
Chapter 80 of the Eustace Diamonds. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Eustace Diamonds by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 80. What was said about it all at Matching. The Whitsuntide holidays were late this year, not taking place till the beginning of June, and were protracted till the 9th of that month. On the 8th, Lizzie and Mr. Emilius became man and wife, and on that same day Lady Glencora Palliser entertained a large company of guests at Matching Priory. That the Duke of Omnium was there was quite a matter of course. Indeed, in these days, Lady Glencora seldom separated herself far, or for any long time, from her husband's uncle, doing her duty to the head of her husband's family in the most exemplary manner. People indeed said that she watched him narrowly, but of persons in high station common people will say anything.
It was at any rate certain that she made the declining years of that great nobleman's life comfortable and decorous. Madame Max Goesler was also at Matching, a lady whose society always gave gratification to the Duke. And Mr. Palliser was also there, taking the rest that was so needful to him, by which it must be understood that after having worked all day, he was able to eat his dinner and then only write a few letters before going to bed, instead of attending the House of Commons till 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. But his mind was still deep in quints and semi-tenths. His great measure was even now in committee. His 102nd clause had been carried, with only 9 divisions against him of any consequence. 7 of the most material clauses had, no doubt, been postponed, and the great bone of contention as to the 2 superfluous farthings still remained before him. Nevertheless, he fondly hoped that he would be able to send his bill complete to the House of Lords before the end of July. What might be done in the way of amendments there he had hitherto refused to consider. If the peers choose to put themselves in opposition to the whole nation on a purely commercial question, the responsibility of all evils that may follow must be at their doors. This he had said as a commoner. A year or 2 at the farthest, or more probably a few months, would make him appear, and then, no doubt, he would look at the matter in a wholly different light. But he worked at his great measure with a diligence which at any rate deserved success, and he now had with him a whole bevy of secretaries, private secretaries, chief clerks, and accountants, all of whom Lady Glencora captivated by her flattering ways, and laughed at behind their backs. Mr. Bonteen was there with his wife, repeatedly declaring to all his friends that England would achieve the glories of decimal coinage by his blood and over his grave, and Barrington Erle, who took things much more easily, and Lord Chiltern with his wife, who would occasionally ask her if she could explain to him the value of a quint, and many others whom it may not be necessary to name. Lord Fawn was not there. Lord Fawn, whose health had temporarily given way beneath the pressing labours of the India Board, was visiting his estates in Tipperary.
"She is married to-day, Duke, down in Scotland," said Lady Glencora, sitting close to the Duke's ear, for the Duke was a little deaf. They were in the Duke's small morning sitting-room, and no one else was present excepting Madame Max Goesler. "Married tomorrow, down in Scotland. Dear, dear, what is he?" The profession to which Mr. Emilius belonged had been mentioned to the Duke more than once before. "He's some sort of a clergyman, Duke. You went and heard him preach, Madame Max. You can tell us what he's like." "Oh, yes, a clergyman of our church," said Madame Goesler. "A clergyman of our church. Dear, dear. And married in Scotland. That makes it stranger. I wonder what made a clergyman marry her." "Money, Duke," said Lady Glencora, speaking very loud.
"Oh, ah, yes, money. So he'd got money, had he?"
"Not a penny, Duke, but she had."
"Oh, ah, yes. I forgot. She was very well left, wasn't she? And so she has married a clergyman without a penny. Dear, dear. Did not you say she was very beautiful?"
"Lovely."
"Let me see. You went and saw her, didn't you?"
"I went to her twice, and got quite scolded about it. Plantagenet said that if I wanted horrors, I'd better go to Madame Tussaud. Didn't he, Madame Max?"
Madame Max smiled and nodded her head. "And what's the clergyman like?" asked the Duke.
"Now, my dear, you must take up the running," said Lady Glencora, dropping her voice. "I ran after the lady, but it was you who ran after the gentleman." Then she raised her voice. "Madame Max will tell you all about it, Duke,
She knows him very well."
"You know him very well, do you? Dear, dear, dear."
"I don't know him at all, Duke, but I once went to hear him preach. He's one of those men who string words together and do a good deal of work with a cambric pocket handkerchief."
"A gentleman?" asked the Duke.
"About as like a gentleman as you're like an archbishop," said Lady Glencora.
This tickled the Duke amazingly. I don't see why I shouldn't be like an archbishop. If I hadn't happened to be a duke, I should have liked to be an archbishop. Both the archbishops take rank of me. I never quite understood why that was, but they do. And these things never can be altered when they're once settled. It's quite absurd nowadays, since they've cut the archbishops down so terribly. They were princes once, I suppose, and had great power, but it's quite absurd now, and so they must feel it. I have often thought about that a good deal, Glencora."
"And I think about poor Mrs. Arch, who hasn't got any rank at all. A great prelate having a wife does seem to be an absurdity," said Madame Max, who had passed some years of her life in a Catholic country.
"And the man is a cad, is he?" asked the Duke.
"A Bohemian Jew, Duke, an impostor who has come over here to make a fortune. We hear that he has a wife in Prague, and probably 2 or 3 elsewhere. But he has got poor little Lizzie Eustace and all her money into his grasp, and they who know him say that he's likely to keep it."
"Dear, dear, dear."
"Barrington says that the best spec he knows out for a younger son would be to go to Prague for the former wife, and bring her back with evidence of the marriage. The poor little woman could not fail of being grateful to the hero who would liberate her."
"Dear, dear, dear," said the Duke. "And the diamonds never turned up after all. I think that was a pity, because I knew the late man's father very well. We used to be together a good deal at one time. He had a fine property, and we used to live... But I can't just tell you how we used to live.
"You had better tell us nothing about it, Duke," said Madame Max. The affairs of our heroine were again discussed that evening in another part of the Priory. They were in the billiard room in the evening, and Mr. Bonteen was inveighing against the inadequacy of the law as it had been brought to bear against the sinners who, between them, had succeeded in making away with the Eustace diamonds.
"It was a most unworthy conclusion to such a plot," he said. "It always happens that they catch the small fry and let the large fish escape."
"Whom did you specially want to catch?" asked Lady Glencora.
"Lady Eustace and Lord George de Bruce Carruthers, as he calls himself."
"I quite agree with you, Mr. Bonteen, that it would be very nice to send the brother of a marquis to Botany Bay, or wherever they go now, and that it would do a deal of good to have the widow of a baronet locked up in the penitentiary. But you see, if they didn't happen to be guilty, it would be almost a shame to punish them for the sake of the example."
"They ought to have been guilty," said Barrington Erle. "They were guilty," protested Mr. Bonteen. Mr. Palliser was enjoying 10 minutes of recreation before he went back to his letters. "I can't say that I attended to the case very closely," he observed, "and perhaps, therefore, I am not entitled to speak about it."
"If people only spoke about what they attend to, how very little there would be to say, eh, Mr. Bonteen?"
This observation came, of course, from Lady Glencora. "But, as far as I could hear," continued Mr. Palliser, "Lord George Carruthers cannot possibly have had anything to do with it. It was a stupid mistake on the part of the police."
"I'm not quite so sure, Mr. Palliser," said Bonteen.
"I know. Coldfoot told me so."
Now, Sir Harry Coldfoot was, at this time, Secretary of State for the Home Affairs, and in a matter of such importance, of course, had an opinion of his own. "We all know that he had money dealings with Benjamin the Jew," said Mrs. Bonteen. "Why didn't he come forward as a witness when he was summoned?" asked Mr. Bonteen triumphantly. "And as for the woman, does anybody mean to say that she should not have been indicted for perjury?" "The woman, as you are pleased to call her, is my particular friend," said Lady Glencora. When Lady Glencora made any such statement as this, and she often did make such statements, no one dared to answer her. It was understood that Lady Glencora was not to be snubbed, though she was very much given to snubbing others. She had attained this position for herself by a mixture of beauty, rank, wealth, and courage. But the courage had, of the four, been her greatest mainstay. Then Lord Chiltern, who was playing billiards with Barrington Erle, rapped his cue down on the floor and made a speech. "I never was so sick of anything in my life as I am of Lady Eustace. People have talked about her now for the last 6 months."
"Only 3 months, Lord Chiltern," said Lady Glencora, in a tone of rebuke.
"And all that I can hear of her is that she has told a lot of lies and lost a necklace."
"When Lady Chiltern loses a necklace worth £10,000, there will be talk of her," said Lady Glencora.
At that moment Madame Max Goesler entered the room and whispered a word to the hostess. She had just come from the Duke, who could not bear the racket of the billiard-room.
"Wants to go to bed, does he? Very well. I'll go to him."
"He seems to be quite fatigued with his fascination about Lady Eustace."
"I call that woman a perfect godsend. What should we have done without her?"
This Lady Glencora said almost to herself as she prepared to join the Duke. The Duke had only one more observation to make before he retired for the night. "I'm afraid, you know, that your friend hasn't what I call a good time before her, Glencora." In this opinion of the Duke of Omnium, the readers of this story will, perhaps, agree. End of Chapter 80. Recording by Laura Koskinen. End of The Eustace Diamonds by Anthony Trollope.